story begins with a young man gently stroking the cat Nike, who purrs contentedly. He looks back on his life and thinks that it was a boring and meaningless existence. He admits that everything has changed, and now his future looks much brighter. He attributes this change to newly discovered magic and a special trading skill, which he believes will give him everything he desires. Suddenly, the scene jumps to a hostile new world. He squeezes Nike, looks at a roaring monster tiger, and declares that he will go all the way to the very top. Elsewhere, a strong flash of energy pierces the sky with streaks, attracting the attention of a blonde woman in a cloak, while a caravan moves through the forest below. Her companion, a girl of elven appearance, calls her by name, Karina, but she is distracted. She casually notices a strange feeling that has just swept over her. Then the narrative jumps to a memory. A photograph of an elderly man hangs in the frame, and the young man's voice explains that his grandfather, who raised him after his parents' death, has also passed away. Returning to the present, he lies in his bed. The room is messy, and with oppressive clarity, he realizes that now he is completely alone in the world. He stares blankly at his phone and detachedly notes, although the funeral still seems like it was only a few hours ago, for some reason 10 whole days have passed, and it all happened in one day. He lay in bed and the glow of the phone illuminated his face. A notification was shining on the screen. Selection results from HR Kawakato Corporation sent to Mr. Daichi Asakura. After careful selection, the letter regretfully informed him that he was rejected. The rejection hit so hard that a whole sea of familiar, cutting voices flooded his mind. They insisted that he was aiming too high, that he should be grateful for student loans, and that he could not afford to be picky. They mocked the fact that he had no girlfriend, belittled his dreams as empty talk, and hinted even his late grandfather would be satisfied if he just found some decent job. In despair, he already covered his face. But through this darkness, a quiet cat meow broke through. His cat Nike climbed onto his chest and gently nudged his hand. He sat up straight and began stroking the cat under its chin. He admitted there was no point in getting upset, at least that's what he thought. Nike was still nearby. He decided to have a snack, then continue his work further up high. Deciding to move on, he touched with his hand a small wooden box on the bedand, for a moment noted a memory. He picked up the box and opened it with a quiet click. Inside, in the padded compartments, lay several old rings. You remembered they were here and chose one. He slid the chosen ring onto his finger and raised his hand to examine it. To his surprise, the ring fit perfectly. A sudden, unnatural gust of wind swept through the room, making both of them shudder. Nike, probably hearing the buzzing of the ring, jumped out and tried to snatch it from the finger. Daichi shouted for him to drop it. In the next moment, the world melted in a flash of light. He found himself on the ground, not in his room, but in an endless open field under a bright sky. Before him stretched an impressive mountain range. He froze, not believing his own eyes, wondering if it was all some kind of dream. He looked around. Confusion was growing. Nike lay in his arms and looked just as bewildered. He held his friend tightly and demanded, where had they ended up and how could he have brought himself to such a place at all? He was desperately trying to make sense of what surrounded him, recalling, just a moment ago he was lying on the bed. He understood he felt neither more tired nor hungrier than before, so it turned out that very little time had passed. And suddenly he was struck by a realization, as if by a physical blow. It was a wedding ring. This thought threw him into a panic. He frantically rummaged through his clothes searching for the ring, but it had vanished without a trace. In despair, he turned to his cat Nike, opened her small mouth and forcibly demanded an answer whether she had swallowed it. He quickly dismissed this thought. He knew the ring could not so easily slip off his finger, although he had no idea what was really happening. He was increasingly certain. The disappearance of the ring was directly connected to the trouble he was now involved in. The consequences of this connection began to reach him like flashes that pulled along plots from manga and anime. And at that very moment, a terrible thought emerged. Could this really be true? Could this possibly be another world? Shock pinned him to the spot. He looked down. He saw his own bare feet pressed against unfamiliar grass and mud. The sudden reality of his situation finally came together as one. When the first fears receded, he was overwhelmed by a new, wild hope. If this really was another world like in fairy tales, then it definitely had to have some special cheat kick ability. Clinging to the last hope, he shouted into the empty wilderness, "Status open." His call went unanswered. The distant expanses remained silent, and just as before, disgraced, he sank to the ground and muttered to himself that it was the end for him completely. Gloomily slumped in despair, he saw Nike quietly walking towards him right in the air. He looked at the cat, and for a moment dark humor crossed his face as he said that at least one of them was having fun. In response, Nike gently licked his cheek. The warm gesture was interrupted by a sudden realization. His eyes widened as he processed what he had seen. He froze, staring at Nike, and asked in disbelief when the cat had learned to fly, then aloud doubted. Maybe it wasn't him who got the cheat abilities, but Nike. This final, absurd twist was too hard to endure. He fell on the grass, completely gave up. Nike was sitting nearby. He declared that he surrendered and was convinced there was no way he could survive from there under any circumstances. He suddenly casts off despair. If Nike has abilities, there may still be hope. He just needs to figure out which ones. Lying on the ground, he sees a semi-transparent screen before him. He thinks it is Nike's status, but when he reads it, it shows his own name, Daichi Asakura. In the magic section, it states he has no attributes, but unique skill strader and appraisal. His eyes suddenly open wide. A sharp flash strikes immediately. This is a Nike screen, and it is his own. Relief washes over him in a wave, so he hasn't lost the cheat skill. Not understanding exactly what trader means, he still recognizes appraisal, a classic, powerful ability. He immediately decides to check it. He points with his finger at Nike, who curiously taps the floating screen and calls the skill appraisal. The surrounding world momentarily changes into a bizarre blizzard of flying cat silhouettes. The evaluation result appears on a new screen. It confirms the name Nike and shows. The cat has no specific attribute magic, but has elemental magic for all 4 basic elements: earth, wind, fire, and water. Daichi looks at his partner and aloud asks how he became so much stronger. Nike only emits a confused meow. He presses Nike to his chest and, without looking away, gazes outside at the endless, unfamiliar landscape. He remembers how lucky they are. At least both receive special abilities. With no way back home, their only chance is to stick together and survive. He decides to start with the main thing, first master his talent for assessment. With this new intention, he enters the dense forest, and above him titanic ancient trees, through which he seems utterly insignificant. He approaches one of the giant trunks, places his palm on the rough bark, and activates the assessment skill. A detailed analysis appears on the screen. This is a medicinal leaf tree 40 meters tall, with information indicating its growth range, material extraction possibilities, and construction applications. He considers the information from the evaluation completely standard. After that, his attention shifts to another skill. He looks at his hand, focuses on the word trader displayed on his status interface, and decides to check it further. As soon as he activates the skill, the perception of the world splits, dissolving into an avalanche of digital blocks and symbols. He shudders and recoils in shock, clutching his head as he tries to comprehend what is happening, aloud wondering if it is the trader's ability. Suddenly, a small, glowing, plant-like object appears in his hands, and frightened, he tries to help and throws it. The object falls to the ground. Nike hisses and recoils in fear. Daichi quickly apologizes to his frightened comrade. He apologized to the frightened cat, asking it to just stand still and wait a minute while he checked everything. Then he activated his skill, and with an incredibly crackling sound, a huge tree disappeared right before his eyes. The young man was caught in complete disbelief when the last patches of fog disappeared, leaving an empty space where the tree stood. He returned to Nike. She looked just as confused, as if she had just realized how strange it all was. He ordered his companion to watch what would happen next. With another gesture, the tree instantly transformed into a flash of light. Nika even hisses, shuddering in shock. He quickly apologized to the excited cat before refocusing on the tree, deciding it was time to truly test his new skill. He focused on the item box interface and reminded himself how he had just hidden the tree there. Initiating the deal, he watched as the tree icon changed to an image of a pair of shoes, and his glasses sharply jumped to 30,200. He exchanged the tree for something completely different. Suddenly, the same sneakers appeared in his hand again, quietly buzzing. He froze, looking at them, and surprise froze on his face. It really worked. The realization hit him like a hammer, and he clenched his fist in triumph. He understood this trader's skill was incredible. He was really lucky on a big scale. He squeezed the new sneakers and a bright future unfolded in his mind. This was it, the way to survive, and if he arranged everything correctly, a way to grab absolute wealth. In excitement, one small detail surfaced. He still needed socks. This guess shot into his motivation. With renewed strength, he began calculating the limits of his mastery, sweepingly chopping the forest around. The interface of his item box instantly filled with new icons as soon as he successfully stored not only a giant tree, but also a large boulder. He continued his tests. He even exchanged some points for an electric chainsaw. He noticed, although he was already stacking a pile of materials, the inventory still looked far from full. While working, he felt a sharp hunger. It was time to eat. His thought was interrupted by a sharp hiss from Nike. He sharply looked around, asking in surprise what had happened. The cat's warning worked in time. When Nike, trembling with fear, darted away, something sturdy emerged from the shadow between the trees. Daichi froze in complete disbelief, looking at the monster, a black tiger. The beast was gigantic. Its presence made even the wildest brown bear seem tame. It roared so loudly that it rang in his head, and Daichi recoiled, his whole body trembling with fear. In panic, he sharply threw his hand forward, trying to apply his store ability to the creature. In vain. Then he remembered, when he stored trees, insects remained on them. His power could not affect living creatures except plants. His main skill was useless against this enemy. Daichi's thoughts raced. What could he do? He needed a weapon for battle, or at least something to make it retreat. Off, he forced himself to calm down. The tiger was still at some distance. He could do this. A plan began to form in his mind. He had to strike first and not give the beast a chance to respond. He recalled that during the previous test he checked. The maximum range for both storing and summoning items was exactly 100 meters, regardless of the target size. Facing the monster tiger, Daichi devises a plan, first deciding to preserve the ground beneath it. On Nikki's shoulder, he assures, everything will be fine. When the beast lunges forward, Daichi crouches ready to act. In an instant, he implements his strategy. Where there was just land, a huge shipping container appears and the tiger falls inside. Without hesitation, he throws liquid nitrogen into the container, confident the fight is already over while the creature's roars echo muffled from within. The declaration of victory is cut off by a dull, deafening clatter from the container. A blow pushes him back, and he loses his balance and takes a shaky step backward. He covers his eyes from the dust. He is confident that everything succeeded. He returns to Nike with a proud smile and asks to be praised for his well-executed plan. Daichi's confidence vanishes as soon as the tiger monster bursts from the ruins. He is not just unharmed, it seems to be strengthened by a dim glow. Frozen in disbelief, Daichi panics, realizing he needs a weapon to fight. He knows how to act. Nike fiercely hisses and releases a whole shower of liquid pellets from her mouth right at the approaching beast. But she is a creature too agile. She easily, gracefully jumps through the air and effortlessly dodges shells exploding below behind her back, causing no harm. While the monster continues to accelerate, Daichi presses Nike to himself and wonders if this is some form of spiritual magic. The water spheres looked as powerful as armor-piercing shells, but had no effect. He understands there is no escape. He must fight, no, otherwise everything will end here. When the tiger rushes for the final attack, a strange phenomenon occurs. The world seems to freeze, slow down. He puzzles over whether this is some kind of setup or simply the result of his own unexpected calm before death. He releases his accumulated artifact, a huge cargo container, and kicks it forward with all his might. The metal cage crashes with a roar directly into the tiger-like monster rushing towards him, and the impact echoes through the forest like thunder. The decisive blow. The monster dissolves into particles of light, its physical form disappears. Daichi, pressing Nike to himself, exhales heavily with relief, realizing he has finally achieved his goal. To be sure, he checks the abolitized monster is captured and transformed into a card in his storage. When the immediate threat disappears and the adrenaline fades away, another sensation arises, an uncontrollable, roaring hunger. For a moment he suppresses this thought, and a determined expression cuts across his face as he decides on the next step. The first priority is to prepare. He runs through a quick mental checklist: weapons ready, food purchased, and most importantly, everything destroyed to the last bit so that no evidence of the fight remains. When the preparation ends, he tells Nike that it is time for the first contact. Activating his trader skill, he gains a tactical top-down view of the distant caravan and marvels at how powerful the ability is. A bridge of light begins to form in the sky. Below stretches a road. Two cloaked figures ride horses through a dry, hilly pass, their path smooth and quiet. As they move, Daichi suddenly appears on their path, stepping onto the road, and a bit nervously but friendly, waving his hand. Naki peeks out from the collar of his jacket. The riders freeze in surprise. A young girl with pointed ears shines brightly, exclaiming that he is holding a kitten. Daichi pushes Nike forward and explains, apparently it is just him and his pet. The hooded woman narrows her eyes, a sharp, suspicious look, and asks if he is traveling alone. Instead of answering her question, Daichi waved his hand toward the small companion and asked if cats are rarely seen in these parts. After that, he officially introduced himself, Daichi Asakura, and his partner Nike. The hooded girl replied that she often encounters cats but has never seen one with such long fur. She threw back her hood, revealing a smiling face, and introduced herself, Alicia Heartland. Daichi was momentarily confused. He thought a girl like her would have made him popular in high school. Alicia was captivated by Nike and eagerly asked if she could pet her. Daichi quickly agreed. The warm exchange of remarks was interrupted by Karina. She reproachfully scolded Alicia for carelessness. She again aimed at Daichi, inquiring if he was truly alone and only with an animal. He confirmed and stated that he was a traveling merchant, showing his minimal equipment, a backpack, bow, axe, and knife, as part of a fabricated legend. At the end, he reinforced his point and pulled out a cylindrical object. Clicking it emitted a bright beam of light, causing both women to flinch. Karina immediately asked if it was a magic bag or a tool, but Alicia, examining it carefully, noted that no magic was sensed from the device. He heard their words and silently confirmed his suspicion. Magical bags and magical tools really existed in this world, as his status screen showed. He put the tool back in place, inviting them to inspect it. Karina confirmed that there was no magic in it, and Alicia looked at the light with an expression of admiration, finding it incredible. He felt a chance, confirmed that they were caravan escorts traveling together. With a nervous face, he then asked if he could accompany them to the next city and be introduced to their leader. His request was met with silent disputes. Alicia thought he did not look like a bad person and nudged Karina to allow it, but Karina's face still showed deep distrust. She finally broke the silence and offered to return his weapon. When he looked embarrassed, she said directly that there was no point in keeping it by his hands. She saw that he was not used to either the bow or the knife. She points at him in a glove face stone cold without any emotions. Hypocrisy caught red-handed, Daichai can only give a wide nervous smile and admit that she laid him out clearly. Despite his deception, she somewhat relents. She introduces herself as Karina and says she will lead him to the caravan leader, asking if he minds. Alicia looks at everything with bright, curious interest. Daichai, holding Nike, expresses gratitude and officially introduces himself to both of them. But the cat and quickly draws all the attention to itself. Alicia exclaims how cute Nike pulls the little animal into joyful hugs while it purrs contentedly. Daichai thanks them again for their kindness. Karina sharply cuts off his thanks with a harsh condition. She will take him to the leader, but he must stay no further than 1 meter from her throughout the entire journey. She explains that she cannot take risks. What if a potential mage stays close to the one she was entrusted to protect? Daichai asks, confused, what kind of magic is that? And Karina, in turn, does not hide her distrust. How is he traveling alone without any noticeable fighting skills? She notes that his tone of voice has changed, and her gaze involuntarily slides to the long sword on his back. Having caught her conditions, Daichai agrees to the 1 meter limit and she confirms they will go together. Then he playfully winks and explains that this is his usual way of speaking. He says that since they look the same age, such an informal manner between them should be acceptable. Karina does not move. She says he can speak however he wants but warns nothing will make her lower her guard because of any sudden movements. When Daichai asks if he really looks that suspicious, she confirms without hesitation. Yes, very much so. When the terms were agreed upon, they approached the caravan, a line of wagons drawn by horses, and traders making their way through the plains. A stern-looking older man with a neat goatee stepped forward from one of the wagons, and a sharp gaze fixed on Daichai. He directly asked if he was the one who wanted to travel with them to the city of Karan. The man introduced himself, Klaus Bertram, leader of this caravan and president of Bertram Trading Company. To this, the young man calmly and formally gave his name Daichai Asagura. He faced the caravan leader Klaus Bertram and acknowledged the weight of his request. Not knowing how influential the Bertram Trading Company was, he stated that he intended to make a serious proposal. As a proposal, he extended a small tied-up pouch, promising to sell its contents at cost price. Klaus accepted the bag, his eyes sharply widened in shock when he looked inside. His associate and Karina watched from afar, noting the trader's cold reaction. The old man looked up and pondered whether Daichai was truly extraordinarily generous or simply unaware of the true value of the goods. Daichai admitted the latter, confessing that he did not understand what it was worth in this country. A tall, thoughtful curiosity ran across Klaus's face as he stroked his beard, weighing the consequences of this gap. Daichai explained his business philosophy, the wisdom passed down to him by his grandfather. He emphasized, honesty is paramount because lies lead to ruin. He also clarified that in his homeland the product is grown so it becomes an ordinary commodity, but he understands how its price changes depending on the market. Klaus expressed support. He was touched by this attitude. Adhering to the same honesty, Klaus opened the pouch and showed what was inside. Pepper, he confirmed. Although perhaps where Daichai was from it had some value, here it would cost many times more, so much that Daichai still could not believe it. He explained that on the entire continent no country had managed to grow pepper. All of it was brought from other continents, so the luxury was too expensive, only the nobility and the very wealthy could afford it. A revelation struck Daichai like a punch. Klaus had already deduced that he was not from his continent. The trader pressed on the weak spot. As a foreigner from another continent, Daichai would not have the necessary permit to sell pepper in the city. The KH Mary admitted that Daichai's clothing and beliefs were something foreign, but they could not imagine that he was from a completely different continent, and this could cause trouble for both of them. It seemed that Daichai felt a little relieved, but he was still tense. He begged to keep it a secret while Karana and Alicia, stunned, watched. He expresses his gratitude for the care from the merchant. A drop of sweat on his face reveals relief. Nearby, Alicia and Karina silently watch this scene. In response, Klaus thoughtfully strokes his beard with his fingers, wondering if Daichai is ready to pay with something other than money. After that, he announces he will prepare payment for the pepper and asks for a moment while Naki, the cat, watches over it. Here is the chance. Daichai grabs it and voices a counteroffer. He says he wants to become a merchant in this country but admits that as a foreigner he lacks the necessary knowledge. So he asks Klaus to give him support and guidance so that he can survive and thrive in this new land. His proposal hangs in the air. Klaus notes Daichai's trusting nature, and Daichai replies that he considers himself skilled in how to see people. Nearby, Karina shouts uncontrollably in shock at such a bold demand. The shopkeeper considers the proposal and notes, to truly help him become a shopkeeper, Daichai still lacks something. Daichai, looking focused and worried, asks how much more pepper class is needed. He clarifies his phrase with a smile, calling it a successful choice. He does not mean Pepper is talking about Daichai himself, whom he considers capable and potentially reliable ally. Daichai, understanding the merchant's plan, comprehends it and trembles slightly from renewed hope. He talks about his business philosophy, quoting his grandfather's advice, and says, "When dealing with an important business partner, always do more than they expect." And then, as if casually, he adds, "Maybe he just read it somewhere in a book." Having made a decision, Klaus turns to his assistant, a senior man named Lloyd, and orders him to bring pepper. After that, he addresses Karina directly. He asks her to accompany both Daichai and Alicia to the city of Kamaru and also to become their protector. Turning to Alicia, Karina asks if she agrees, and the young girl quietly consents. When the new arrangement was settled, Daichai smiles and declares that he eagerly looks forward to the journey with both of them. In the background, Klaus and Lloyd step back. Their part in these immediate events is finished. He began the journey walked alongside Karina and Alicia. Karina solemnly said she was looking forward to their travels, and Alicia bowed her head and added, "It is a great pleasure to meet him." While they were walking, he asked where they were heading. Alicia explained. First, they needed to report his situation to the captain of the guard, the very same one who is also Karina's superior. He felt awkward with that formality, so he asked both of them to simply call him Daichai. He admitted that such customs were not really his forte and said he would be happier if they treated him like a friend. A slight blush flared on his cheeks. His casual request seemed strange to Alicia, but her attention was immediately caught by the creature on his shoulder. When he introduced his partner, Nike, her eyes lit up with joy. She exclaimed with delight upon seeing the cute fluffy cat. Before he could recover, she snatched Nike from his shoulder, and he sharply cried out in surprise. Alicia immediately began hugging the little creature with excessive tenderness, whispering how wonderfully incredibly cute Nike was. He quietly clarified the situation, confirmed that it was indeed Nike in her arms and he was simply Daichai. Alicia lifted her gaze from her own embrace. Her face was blank as her mind processed his words. In a moment, she turned away from him and slightly pouted. He watched her, somewhat confused by her sudden change in mood. Trying to move things along, he suggested they go meet the guard captain and told her she could keep holding Nike. Embarrassed, she muttered her agreement. He leaned closer and playfully said he couldn't hear her, which made her stumble loudly over her words. "Come on, Mr. Daichai," and she immediately rushed to correct herself to just Daichai. The exchange left Alicia noticeably stunned. She bowed her head and held Nike tightly. Nearby, Daichai scratched the back of his head, looking a bit tired but with a faint smile. Throughout the entire interaction, Nike remained squeezed in the tight, vicious embrace, eyes wide open, full of shock and silent panic. The scene shifts to a sprawling merchant camp under a cloud-covered sky. Tents are scattered across the area, and torches ward off the approaching dusk while people bustle about their business. Inside a luxuriously furnished tent, at the head of a table bathed in lantern light, sits the merchant captain Klaus Bertram, resting his chin on his hand and lost in thought, then turning to his subordinate. "Lloyd, tell me what you think about this young man." Lloyd presents his analysis. He says Daichai's hands are well cared for, so he apparently has never done heavy labor and most likely grew up in a wealthy, well-educated family. He adds, "For someone from another continent, Daichai thinks quickly, is polite, and seems overly knowledgeable about their customs." Klaus agrees and presses further, asks what Lloyd thinks about his recent actions. He continues, explaining, "If you simply give something so valuable and do not ask for any tangible thing in return, it can only mean two options: Daichai, or the son of a wealthy merchant, or a foolish son of a nobleman who does not understand how the world works." Faust's expression sharpens as he examines the box with items. He reasons, for it to be in such excellent condition, provide security, and improve meals, most likely, its owner will become someone truly important in the future. Skill item box, an incredibly rare power, considered a blessing from the gods. It allows the user to create a separate subspace where items can be stored. The capacity of this space depends on the magical power of the owner, and most importantly, time does not flow there. This differs from a magic bag, which is simply a bag or sack enchanted with spells. Although it uses magic to expand capacity beyond normal limits, this capacity remains constant regardless of the owner's magical power, and time inside continues as usual. Back in the tent, Klaus thinks. Daichai apparently wanted to pull out pepper from what he thought was just a simple magic bag, not realizing what revealing an item box could lead to. He concludes, "The boy's brazen confidence, which helped him survive crossing the ocean, must be rooted in a skill of that level." Lloyd agrees, referring to the fact that Daichai is still young, and Klaus adds, "The box most likely contains even more valuable items." Then Lloyd asks if they should inform the necessary people and urge them to treat Daichai with the utmost politeness. Klaus immediately dismisses this idea as unnecessary. He explains that the most important thing is that Daichai has knowledge from a land completely unfamiliar to them. He clarifies the order. They must ensure that Daichai is not humiliated not only within the company itself but also by the guards. From somewhere in the place, Lloyd replies dryly, "Understood." Meanwhile, elsewhere, knowing nothing about this high-level conversation, Daichai continues forward with a determined expression. A new day has just begun. Daichai's companion, Nike, shouts a powerful cry and unleashes her power like a weapon. The great adventure of the boy and his cat has truly just started. Before meeting the escort squad captain Daichi, the tired Karina and Alicia were making their way through the noisy caravan in Kamet, while Nike settled in Alicia's arms. Daichi's attention was drawn to a group of merchants. One, a man with a conspicuous scar, proudly showed an elite glass goblet and boasted about his connections. Daichi looked closely at him and mentally noted, "Glass is truly valued here, but the quality of this goblet looked as if it was from a much older era." While the trio continued walking through the camp under the evening sky, someone's voice separately called out and asked specifically about Ms. Karina. It always belonged to a young woman named Colette, who tended a small stove. She apologized for interrupting while Karina was guiding a guest, but asked if she might be able to get some help with the fire. Daichi pondered the strange request and quickly realized. She wanted Karina to ignite the fire with magic. Karina told Coletta that everything was fine as long as Mr. Sakura had no objections. Daichi, eager to see, immediately agreed and added that he wanted to watch. She watched in amazement, immediately recognizing this as fire spirit magic. She was struck by the fact that it was enough just to hold a hand over the wood. He asked if she always helped like that, and Karina confirmed. She helped when her hands were free. He thought that, although Nike's combat magic was incredible, it was no less fascinating to see magic used for ordinary tasks. Tisha then explained the situation to him. Those who cannot use fire magic are forced to resort to flint. However, she clarified, even those who possess other types of magic can still use items with fire magic. Daichi absorbed what he heard and nodded, showing that he understood. He clarified, "Does this mean that anyone with magical power can use magical items regardless of their elemental affinity?" Alicia confirmed yes, but there is more than just that. She continued with a serious face. Whether a person can use magic directly, this determines their career, and it happens more often than not. Magic users are hired more often than those who do not use magic. Her words about social division made Daichi think. In this world, non-users could not even take advantage of modern conveniences, let alone earn a decent living. He was again struck by a memory of his own past. Lying on the bed, he stared at the rejection message on his phone from the HR department of Kawakato Corporation. They informed him that his application would not be considered further. By the bed stood a framed photo of his grandfather. The memory was just one of many clashes, chronicles of young people burdened by student loans and faceless competition for a place in the sun. Suddenly, a voice pulled him from the haze. It was Coletta. She said that now his own life supposedly depended on whether he could use magic or not. She shuddered, realizing he had said aloud what he was thinking, and quickly apologized. Coletta, however, simply assured him that everything was fine and added that she was already used to it. She continued and explained, even though she cannot use magic, she can still work for a decent company. Everyone around, she said, is kind and helps her with all sorts of things. Looking slightly, almost sadly with her own eyes, she concluded that she was truly blessed. Her words struck him. He recalled his initial plan to become a successful merchant thanks to his ability and suddenly realized how selfish and shallow he was. A new goal was born in his mind. Now he saw. With his ability, he could improve the lives of those who have no magic. He smiled, excitement flashed in his eyes. The idea of shaking up the value system of this world seemed incredibly interesting to him. His plan was to spread the knowledge and technology of Earth. It was enough to introduce things like modern sneakers, flashlights, and drones, and people without magic could live lives indistinguishable from those who have it. They would become his most valuable customers. Putting new determination into action, he returned to Colette with a confident smile. He announced that he had his own tool for igniting fire and was ready to conduct his first demonstration. She shows the group a small metal object. Karina, Alicia, and others come closer, intrigued. Karina notices that it is not a magical pyromantic artifact, and Alicia says it is transparent like a precious stone. Daichi explains that it is called a lighter and encourages Colette to try. But she shudders and exclaims that she could never handle such a thing that looks so expensive. In panic, the lighter slips from her fingers. Someone's gaze freezes from the breath how it clatters against the dust. He calmly picks it up and assures her that she can use it without any worries. He explains, this device is stronger than it seems, and he won't be upset even if she breaks one or two. Her anxiety subsides. She takes the lighter and with a single flick of her thumb sparks it. The flame catches the tinder and she carefully places it between the logs. Just a moment, the wood bursts into flames and the fire crackles comes alive. Colette looks intently at the lighter in her hand and genuine wonder lights up her gaze. She quietly says that it is a wonderful tool and concludes, his country must be quite a place. Then she asks if he is a foreign merchant. He confirms her guess and reveals his dream to spread tools across the whole country that even those without magic can use. A bright, sincere smile spreads across her face. With deep sincerity, she tells him that with such wonderful goods, he will definitely succeed. Her words touched him. He thanks her. As an apology for the interruption, he tells her to keep the lighter. She can only respond with a surprised hoarse moan. He returns to his companions. Nike sits on his shoulder and says it's time to move. But before they manage to leave, Karina calls out to him, raising her hand, ordering him to wait. Colette, embarrassed, tries to return the lighter and insists that she cannot accept such a valuable item. Daichi reassures her, saying that it is not worth that much. Their conversation is interrupted by the sudden appearance of a large, majestic man. Karina recognizes him, steps forward, and asks why he is here. He ignored her question, his gaze fixed on Daichi, and the man dryly stated that he came specifically to meet him. Daichi stared upward, stunned by the sheer size alone. Alicia intervened to introduce them. She called the man Captain Jeffrey, leader of the escort squad, and explained that Daichi is a merchant who did business with Mr. Beltran. Captain Jeffrey smiles, confirming that he is indeed in charge of the trade company's escort. Then he informs Daichi that he will accompany their group to the next city. Daichi's proposal seems to be accepted without much hesitation. After that, he clarifies his duty. He must accompany both Miss Alicia and Daichi. Jeffrey explains that the company president directly asked him to take care of the client. Daichi quietly mutters to himself, a bit irritated by the hint that he needs to be under supervision. Regardless, Jeffrey gestures for Daichi to follow him. Walking through the camp under the evening sky, Jeffrey offers him some drink, but Daichi politely declines. Somewhere in the camp, Colette holds the lighter she was given, and on her face is a thoughtful expression when suddenly realization comes. Later, the remains of a simple meal lie quietly eaten, marking the end of the day's work. Night has fully fallen over the modern-style tent, a clear creation of Daichi's world, and he stands under the stars. Inside, Daichi lies sleepless on his comfortable mat, hands behind his head, and Nike peacefully sleeps on his chest. He stares at the ceiling of his tent and sinks into thoughts. He was not sleeping in the tent when Colette's voice called him. She asked if he was still awake. She held that living ember given to her by the lighter and admired its plastic casing as if it were a precious stone. And he thought about that ember. They had overdone it because they were more captivated by the material itself than by the flame it produced. It was then that Karina appeared at the tent's entrance and apologized for the late hour. She said the president wanted to talk to him, and she glanced at his watch. It was 8:41 p.m. He agreed to get ready immediately, quietly noting to himself that it was an ordinary watch. Quickly pulling on his jacket, he pondered. What if the summons came because of a problem with the quality of the pepper? Just in case, he decided to take it off before leaving. He watched Karina through the camp, unexpectedly lively, full of movement. Men crowded around the bonfires, drinking and talking loudly. Karina noticed how lively it was here, and he could only agree. She led him to a large, well-furnished tent. Peering inside, he saw President Klaus Bertram. He forgave the intrusion and gestured for him to sit. At the table already sat a young woman with a ribbon in her hair. Sitting down, he apologized for the late hour. Klaus waved it off. But still worried, Daichi asked if there were any problems with the quality of the pepper and promised to replace it immediately. Klaus assured him that the pepper was of excellent quality. After that, he slid the lighter across the table and showed this was the real reason for their meeting. Daichi looked confused. He quickly clarified the situation and explained that the lighter was a gift he once gave to Mrs. Colette, and that he did not take it from her. A brief flashback showed the moment Colette hands Klaus a lighter. She explained she was asked how to handle it, and she had never even heard of such an item before. Turning back to the present, Klaus's gaze became serious. He told Daichi that it seemed he had no idea of the true value of the matter. These words struck Daichi. Thought Klaus just wanted to buy it. Now he understood. Such a thing cannot be sold as if it were ordinary household items. He listened as Klaus explained. Yes, in his country a lighter might be common, but here it is considered a commodity used by the nobility and the wealthy, and it has an incredible price. The merchant unfolded the explanation. The real value was that even those without magic could use it, so it was more expensive than an ordinary magic item. From behind his seat, Daichi peeked out and thought, could this really be its worth? He weighed the consequences. Klaus clarified. Although the lighter itself is not as valuable as precious jewels, its casing costs no less than high-quality glass, and this caused the shopkeeper a quiet, impressed chuckle. The merchant's face became stern as he looked at the market. He noted, if a decent number of such items appear, powerful and wealthy people will undoubtedly try to sell them at a very high price. This cautionary phrase struck him with full force. He covered his mouth with his palm, realizing, selling these items without careful consideration means inviting only trouble. He admitted his negligence to Klaus and the young woman with the ribbon. Promising to help with their affairs, he now inquired what exactly they should do. Lao stroked his chin mustache, pondering how to act next. Daichi understood. Pretending nothing happened was no longer possible. Selling lighters would irrevocably change the world's perception of value. While they were consulting, the young woman dared to speak. She pointed to the glass on the table and said that it too was a product sold to the rich. Joining her example, Klaus presented another item, a luxuriously made metal rose that shimmered in the light. The girl with ribbons and Klaus himself were clearly impressed by its beauty, and Daichi wondered if he had overdone it again. The moment of admiration shattered against reality when Klaus suddenly called out for someone to wait. Daichai did not have time to recover and Karina appeared. The sword was already in her hand, aiming directly at him. His gaze remained unchanged, not a hint of anxiety. Seeing his calmness, Karina slowly sheathed the blade. Klaus, wiping sweat from his forehead, said it was nothing serious, admitting he had simply lost his composure. Karina quietly asked to be forgiven and to leave. Then he turned to Daichai and apologized for raising his voice so sharply. Daichai, with a steady, calm smile, assured him everything was fine, no problems, but inside he was shaken. He realized that she had covered the distance and entered the tent in a fraction of a second, ordering to keep at least a meter away from her. His outward restraint did not go unnoticed. The young woman with the ribbon remarked that he seemed not at all disturbed by the sword in his face. Daichai, stroking Neki on his lap, kept his true thoughts to himself. In reality, he had not yet understood what was happening, but he knew she would not cross the line. Seeing that the tension had eased, Klaus suggested continuing the conversation. Then he turned to Daichai and asked if he would mind Karina joining them. Daichai agreed, though in his heart he admitted to himself that meeting was frightening. When the matter was settled, Klaus turned his attention to Karina and solemnly declared that they needed to deal with the situation at hand. She simply nodded and said, "I'm aware." After this, he resumed business with Klaus, presenting a new item, explaining that it was a glass sculpture, a highly valuable object traded for much more than inferior precious stones. The clouds lifted the rose and his eyes widened with disbelief. He quietly said that he would never have thought it was the same glass he knew. Nearby, a young woman supported him, calling it majestic and truly beautiful. He waited for their reaction. He put his hand in the bag and pulled out even more of the same level. A glass butterfly, delicate and light, a perfectly transparent sphere, and a few more lighters. Cloud stared into the collection, and a drop of sweat crawled down his temple along a trail. He noticed their shine was completely different, unlike anything he had seen before. The Daichai listened carefully as he explained that he wanted to raise capital by selling glass products. Klaus noticed that the lighter case was made from a different type of glass and suggested that even so, people would still try to sell the case separately for a high price. In response, Daichai revealed the essence of his strategy with a confident, predatory grin. He would toss in a lighter as a free bonus. He outlined the plan, explaining to Klaus that at first he would offer lighters as a free daily tool to those customers who bought his expensive glassware. Once the usefulness of the lighters became well known among the wealthy and nobles, he would start selling them on the market. After Mark heard the full proposal, Klaus admitted, "The plan is not brilliant, but there are no better alternatives." He decides he would go with it. This decision forced Daichai to seek confirmation, asked if Klaus meant agreement to work with him. Klaus replied that yes, of course, and eagerly looks forward to their cooperation, extending his hand. He grabbed the offered hand and sealed the agreement with a firm handshake. For Daichai, it was an important moment, the first step. Late that evening, under the night sky, Karina approached Daichai to apologize for her former hostility. He reassured her it was not her fault and explained she was just doing her job. But he believed he was the one who should apologize. The sudden appearance had frightened both her and Klaus so much that they both screamed in surprise. She never believed it, snatched the phrase when she tried to insist on her apologies. Nearby, the girl with the ribbon shook her face in embarrassment, their gaze dimmed. Her despair suddenly burst out. She grabbed Nike and hid her face in the soft fur of the cat, letting out a muffled scream. The cat purred and she exclaimed his name in surprise, Alicia. He felt a wave of satisfaction and thought how easy it was to lift her mood. Turning to the cat Nike, he asked if he also liked seeing Alicia's happy face. In response, he got a simple meow. In response, Alicia managed to give a bright, though embarrassed smile, quietly asked if it was better that way, and agreed to his request to show how happy she was. Her shy expression only encouraged him further, brazenly said that her shy face was also cute. Confused and humiliated, Alicia begged him to stop, while Karina watched the whole scene with an openly irritated look. Late that night, while the group rested by the campfire under the starry sky, he brought up what had long been on his mind. He told Karina that he noticed people in the caravan looked at him strangely. She confirmed his suspicions and explained that they were interested not only in the flashlight he gave to Colette. Others in the caravan speculated about his true identity. Karina told about the wild rumors spreading around. Some believed he was the heir of a wealthy foreign merchant who came to learn the craft. Others whispered he was a foreign nobleman who renounced his title for lost love. But the loudest version painted him as an illegitimate descendant of the royal family who was supposedly persecuted, and now he lives as a wandering vagabond. Listening to the list of fantastic stories, Daichai could only note their incredibly vivid imagination. Karina agreed. It was truly pure fantasy, and Alicia was frozen by the impressive variety of these tales. The quiet conversation was shattered by desperate cries for help. A manhai's face covered in fear broke through the trees and shouted that they couldn't get rid of the monsters. He barked a warning. A whole group of king apes is approaching. Wasting no time, Karina drew her blade and her gaze sharpened. She ordered Daichai and Alicia not to leave her side. From the darkness of the forest emerged a whole brood of grotesque humanoid creatures with glowing eyes and bared teeth. Their menacing figures promised a fierce battle. A sudden ambush throws the caravan into chaos. Fierce monsters burst out from the wild surrounding wilderness. They are recognized as king apes, and the guards spring into alarm cries. Daichai, Karina, and Alicia watch with grim faces as the attack unfolds. In response to the attack, the security captain, Jeffrey, roars for his troops to form a large interception formation of a beastly type. The soldiers rush to their positions, raise their shields, and prepare their weapons, meeting the attack. Defensive line solidifies. Daichai asks Karina about the creatures. She explains, king apes are intelligent monsters that hunt in groups possessing speed and great strength. When he asks why she does not join the line, Karina replies, her duty is to protect Alicia. She insists that she should not worry about him and says that he will be calmer if she focuses only on Alicia. Karina firmly objects. She cannot abandon her goal and orders him to let her do her job. Sight instantly shifts. Alicia reminds him that she can also use non-elemental magic, physical enhancement, and enchanted gear. Daichai processes what he heard, immediately understanding what such magic means. Alicia warns that the creatures are already approaching. Karina readies herself and Daichai contemplates the term enchanted gear. He thinks, if it works by the same system as physical enhancement, it must affect the equipment and wonders if he can apply it himself. Icy screams pierce the air and the pack of king apes tears forward. Their eyes flash with wild, predatory fury. Seeing that wave approaching, Captain Jeffrey gives the command, fire. Following the order, the archers release a volley of arrows. They whistle over the battlefield and strike several frenzied creatures rushing forward. Daichai watches, confidently believing the skirmish is over. Even intelligent apes cannot dodge an attack in flight. Confidence shatters as the arrows safely bounce off the tough skin of the apes. He freezes, unable to believe his eyes. He realizes the strike did nothing. Seeing the failure, Captain Jeffrey immediately roars the next command, magic attacks. At the captain's command, Alicia responded, unleashing a furious stream of magical power. The spell surged forward, covering the king apes charging at them. They howled in pain as the mighty magic struck. The caravan guards hold the line, their shields crack under the furious pressure of the king apes. Captain Jeffrey confronts one beast face to face, his face a mask of icy, resolute intent. From afar, Daichai shifts his gaze to Karina and, full of anxiety, asks if the man will be okay. Alicia answers quietly and confidently. She assures him that the guards are capable of holding off attacks at this level. At that very moment, the guard shouts a warning. The king apres enforcements, about a dozen, no more, emerge from the southern forest. Despite the new threat, Captain Jeffrey remains unyielding. He orders his men to push them back. They are confident they still hold the initiative. Daichai notices their apparent reliability, yet he still feels compelled to help. It seems suspicious to him. He pauses briefly, considering which modern weaponry might be suitable. Ultimately, he decides not to reveal his skills. He quietly orders Nike to stay hidden and not to use magic. Karina takes command, noting that the king monkeys are usually not so agitated. She orders Alicia to scout the southern forest and find out if any beasts are hiding elsewhere. Before Alicia can respond, Daichai's eyes suddenly widen. He spots a new wave of monsters approaching from the east and, in a frantic scream, warns Karina about their exposed flank. The side monkeys close the distance with terrifying speed. Daichai realizes they are already too close. His mind races for weapons. In a moment, the beasts leap at them, attacking both Daichai and Karina. The arena freezes, everyone caught off guard. Another ape strikes forward and directly lunges at Alicia. Leading her into mortal danger, Daichai bursts out in a desperate scream, calling her name. He vanishes in an instant, a blurred trail of movement passing by Karina. He rushes straight into the blow, crashing into the attacking monster's trajectory and intercepting it moments before it reaches Alicia. Unarmed, he twists in the air and forcefully drives a powerful kick into the monkey's head. While it recovers, he finishes it off with a brutal punch to the jaw of another that targeted him. With incredible strength in his movements, he grabs the beast he just struck, tosses it into the air, and wildly slams it into the ground, driving it into the earth with all his might. Both Alicia and Karina can only freeze stunned, rooted to the spot, silently swallowing the shock of the sudden, impressive display of combat skill. He hits the ground, the impact knocks him off his feet. Alicia cries out his name. Her face twists with worry as she asks if he is okay. Rising onto his elbows, he notices a trickle of blood on his cheek. He grits his teeth and assures her that he is fine. They stand side by side again. He tells the two women that they need to retreat. Their path is blocked by the hulks of the royal monkeys, their glowing eyes ominously staring from the darkness. Beast lunge and he bursts into action, deflecting the giant clawed hand. While he clashes with the monsters, another simian looms over Alicia. A burning torch casts a terrifying light on the scene. The moss forest behemoth of a giant monkey slams shut just inches from Alicia's frightened face. Meanwhile, another grabs Daichai from behind, her powerful arms wrapping around his torso. Both Karina and Alicia scream in horror as the creature begins to squeeze. He clenched his teeth, deciding not to give up easily, but suddenly realized something strange. There is no pain. He is completely unharmed and even the monkey looks puzzled by his endurance. His eyes widen sharply, instantly understands everything. Alicia's voice echoes in his head. He can use non-elemental magic, including physical enhancement and enchanted armor. And he finally realized this is the source of his incredible endurance. He recalls, even before the monkey's movement seemed unnaturally slow. Now he understands all this time he had been unconsciously using magic. Realizing this, he confidently states that he is already beginning to understand how it works. He grabs a knife and quickly stabs the blade into the hand of the primate holding him. The blade is driven into the creature's flesh with amazing ease. He marvels at the power of his physical enhancement and enchanted equipment, thinking it feels like stabbing a fork into a cake. His gaze fixes on Kara Nash is still clinging to the fight. He calls her name, perfectly controlling his strength, promises to support her, and rushes forward to join the clash. He pours magic into his copy of the Bowie knife, into the armor filled with spells, and bursts into the chest of the king ape. The beast roars in pain, writhes wildly, and struggles. He realizes with anxiety. The blade turned out to be too shallow to reach the heart, and while the creature flails, he loses his balance. Slip pushes him and he tumbles off the monster's back. Falling, the monkey twists its huge clawed hand and reaches for him, clutching a malicious smile. Before the beast can strike, strands of light hair flash and steel intercepts the attack. Karina stands between Deity and the monkey. Her weapon deflects the creature's deadly claws just inches from its face. She moves with blinding speed. One clean arc-like stroke and the blade severs the Monkey King's head from his shoulders. The creature's blood bursts out like a fountain, flooding her face, and the body collapses helplessly to the ground. The immediate threat disappears and she lowers her gaze downward. Daichai, who remained on the ground, lifts his eyes to her, his face a mixture of reverence and surprise as he sees her blood splattered, his savior. His day went awry. Both Karina and Alicia are rushing to him, calling his name and clearly worried. He still isn't fully lying on his back. The pressure from the previous fight is still felt. He jerks himself up, and a barely noticeable smile appears on his battered face. Nike sits on his shoulder and gives a thumbs up. He dismisses their worry and asks if they both are unharmed. Both girls react with irritated relief. Korina with tears welling up in her ice insists it should be their turn to ask. Alicia begs him better take care of himself. He pushes through feigned mistakes, shifts abruptly and looks back at the battle, demanding a report on the defensive line. Karina says the enemies are thinning and that they will probably be able to push him back. Then she firmly states her job is to keep him and Alicia safe. Her announcement hangs in the air. Deity's face hardens with determination and Karina looks at him seriously with protective care. He watched as the small campfire crackled and turned to ash, while the aftermath of the battle settled around them. Beside him on his gear lay a Gluvia quiet, silent presence. When he turned his head, Karina explained, the monkeys' plan to bypass their defensive line had failed. She was sure the morale would not hold for long. Deity grunted in surprise and asked if these creatures were really that smart. The conducted assessment proved correct. Meanwhile, the rest of the king apes flailed in chaos. Some tried to flee into the forest, others fell, helplessly clawing at the caravan guards. With a confident sweeping gesture and a barely noticeable look that understood everything, Karina nudged him to look for himself. He looked at Heron, suddenly understanding lit up on him. Now he knew, without the blood smeared on her face, she was much sweeter. His sharp change in behavior made Karina freeze with a confused expression on her face. His moment of thought was interrupted by Alicia. She stepped forward and asked to see the blood on his face. He touched his cheek and realized he was wounded but reached for the flask of water. Before he could do anything, she took a rag and probably soaked it well with water from his bag. She quietly wiped his cheek. Sudden coldness of the wet cloth made him shudder. He objected, insisting he could manage on his own. Her face was filled with determination and shame at the same time as she insisted, at least let her do this little thing for him. He fell silent, closed his eyes, and allowed her to continue. A barely noticeable blush quietly flared on his cheeks. He shifts his gaze to Alicia, and it dawns on him. He says aloud that she probably uses water spirit magic, which causes her surprised, really. Elise's embarrassed reaction, along with Karina's quiet observation, makes him wonder if he said something wrong. Alicia hesitates, unsure how to respond to his seemingly very apt remark. He further explains his understanding of the world's magical systems. He says there are two types, elemental and spirit. Both contain the four elements, earth, water, fire, and wind. Elemental masters rely on their own potential, while spirit masters use their abilities as a key to draw power from nature itself. That is why he concludes, spirit magic is stronger and used more often. Summarizing his thoughts, he confirms, spirit magic is fundamentally stronger. After that, he turns to Alicia and asks where she got the idea that he already uses spirit magic. Alicia says, where she comes from, spirit magic ranks above elemental magic. Because of this, it is considered rude at the first meeting to assume someone uses the lower, elemental magic. Daichai stiffened. He realized he had just made a social blunder, thinking he was behaving politely. He gives reasons and concludes that by default it is more polite to treat everyone as spirit magic users. Both Karina and Alicia look at him with indifference. Their silence speaks for itself. Serena interrupts the conversation and breaks his faulty logic. She says directly, in their entire country, only 20 people can use spirit magic, and across the whole continent there are never more than 100. Holding Nike, Daichai exclaims in surprise here there are far fewer than where he came from. Slightly smiling, Alicia says that it would probably be wise for him to first learn the local basic knowledge before deciding to become a merchant. Taking her words to heart, Daichai sincerely asks if she could teach him while they travel. Alicia beams and gladly accepts his request. Daichai and lively Nike burn with sincere gratitude. Nearby, Karina only sighs resignedly and mumbles that there is probably no other way. Filled with joy, Daichai declares that this is his gratitude. As soon as he becomes a successful merchant, he will erect a huge statue of the two of them in his shop. In perfect synchrony, Karina and Alicia, striking heroic poses, dryly refuse his offer. In the distance, the roar of victory sounded. Soldiers are fighting with king apes and they raise their weapons, shouting a triumphant cry. Surveying the scene, Daichai offered to help Ten, who was wounded. Alicia pondered aloud whether to approach the soldiers, but Karina noted that the fight seemed to be over. After that, she focused on the reasons for the clash and voiced her suspicion about why the king apes were chasing the soldiers. Although she had her own version, she understood that to confirm it, she would have to ask the men directly. While Karina calculated the next move, Daichai thought about the consequences of his own abilities. He realized how rare spirit magic was and devised a plan. As soon as Nike used her power, Daichai would simply pass it off as his own elemental magic. He also acknowledged the danger of his other skills, especially the ability to assess, and understood that this was the one he needed to hide most carefully. He looked ahead at the path before them and a heavy realization settled inside. It turned out that having so many powerful skills was not a strength, but a burden much heavier than he had ever imagined. Survival in this world was far from simple. With a confident smile and a thumbs up, Daichai asks if she is not injured. Under her blanket, Alicia's eyes are wide open shock and complete incomprehension. He pulls the blanket closer, thoughts in his head jumble. He was a weirdo, and that expression on his face was completely confusing. He fell into memories of the fight. Even then, he was smiling. She had never seen anyone beat a king ape like Thate, especially without a weapon. He never managed to understand it. Why was Daichai there at all? The face, etched like a shadow in her memory, looked painful, but he still pushed forward. The question with the lingering smile surfaced in memory. She recalled again the fairy tales her grandmother told her in childhood, stories about magical armor that withstands a blow from the king ape without a single scratch. Those stories told of a knight in shining armor. And she thought, if he is some kind of knight, he will not be afraid of her. His attitude did not change at all even when he found out that she could use spirit magic. She is overwhelmed by such a thought that she trembles. She jerks her head, trying to reject it. Then thoughts diverge towards the contrast between Daichai's genuine, warm smile and how others usually react fearfully to death. Memories fade as she stands in the morning light, already in her hooded cloak. Her face is calm and dreamy as she looks out from the camp. Her jaw drops in disbelief, screams, demanding an explanation of what he means when he says he cannot ride a horse. Daichai clarifies, he never said he couldn't, he just has never sat on a horse before. He wonders if he will succeed and if he can do it. The matter is resolved more simply, travel by carriage. The ribbon girl says it is one of the highest quality carriages available, but Daichai still finds the trip incredibly uncomfortable. He glanced out the window at the people walking nearby. On his face was open irritation, as if the road had been shaking the whole time. His thoughts drift again to the previous night, how everyone was looking at him. Alicia explains, yes, it was announced that he should keep quiet about his lighter, but that was not the only reason for that attention. Over a simple breakfast of hard bread and coarse potage, she asks if he did anything else to attract the looks. Daichai remains puzzled. Why would they stare when he is the guest of honor? She points to the source of the rumors as if he doesn't care, with a stone expression on her face. High's tent. Daichai looks around and a slow realization dawns on him. Ribbon Girl eavesdrops and, embarrassed, adds that strange light was also seeping from his tent. Daichai tries to justify himself. He says that at his home it's normal, but the explanation only confuses the girls even more. Seeing that he does not understand, Alicia approaches closer and sternly demands that he first consult with her before showing his strange things to everyone. He immediately agrees, admits his mistake and promises to consult further with her and the guild leader. But since last night he has been troubled by thoughts about the instrument, so he asks if he can show it to her and, seeing a chance, asks her to come in. She invites her to visit his tent if she wants to see it. Her reaction is instantaneous and almost shameful. She stammers and exclaims that coming to a men's tent at night is unthinkable. Daichai freezes at her response, suddenly realizing the romantic undertone of his proposal. Inside, he panics. He needs to handle this like an adult. He tries to apologize, says he had no right to say such a thing to a young girl. From this wording, the girl with the ribbon frees her face unreadable, Before he can say anything else, Alicia interrupts. She explains that his remark is rude towards a woman. Still processing the previous exchange, Daichi makes a correction. He says Miss Alicia is 20 years old. He is immediately proven wrong. Alicia declares that she is actually 22 and Karina 19, so both have become his elders. Daichi trembles with shock and mutters, "They are like older sisters, damn it." Karina laughs at his reaction and says that young guys today are too impatiently rushed to grow up. Alicia looks embarrassed but agrees. From the side, Daichi insists he is not joking. He is overwhelmed by a humiliating realization. They think he is just a teenager. He quickly stammers and presses an apology, trying to explain what he meant. She is young in a good way. Trying to cover up the conflict, he suggests, since he also incorrectly named Alicia's age, let's just consider it even. Both women agree and push the awkward topic aside. When the conversation died down, his gaze broke out from the wagon, noticed a rider who was using earth magic to level the ground ahead of the caravan. Then his gaze slides to another map. There sit two men with tied hands. Noticing that he is looking, Karina coldly warns him not to sympathize with them, and this harshness comes as a surprise to Daichi. Alicia talks about her circumstances. They were part of a large operation. 35 people entered the forest to catch baby king apes, but only 5 survived. When Daichi asks what these babies are for, she explains. They are raised to be tamed and used for hard labor, mostly in the army. She continues and adds that the captured monkeys are hung with slave collars. Daichi grimaces at the sight of this terrifying metal device. Seeing the price, he asks how much they are sold for. Alicia explains the strict rates. Babies up to 2 months cost 20 gold coins, and those under 6 months go for 10 on the market. Daichi is left wondering why the trade is exactly like that. He looked at the prisoners and asked if they had committed a crime. Karina explained that they had indeed brought back a pack of king apes, but they were held responsible for the damage from the fight. Alicia added that it was more like a breach of order. A demand for 1 million yen was made. His eyebrows twitched at the thought of what would happen if they couldn't pay. Karina's answer was dry, lifelong serfdom. 2 men stood before them in chains. Their fate was already decided. He leaned back in the carriage seat. He sighed and muttered to himself that being an adventurer probably doesn't pay very well. Karina corrected herself, admitted she said the wrong thing, and suggested that traveling might be a good job if one is careful. She noted that the men were just unlucky to run into 2 packs. Daichi wondered why they didn't look for survivors, but Karina waved it off. They don't investigate. As the journey continued, he thought about how cruel this world is. From this conversation, Karina felt a sudden, albeit slightly twisted, understanding. She decided, in his culture, approaching a woman using physical force is considered rude. He gently patted Alicia on the head and told her not to spoil his mood and that she was doing great. Inside, he acknowledged how much the culture and civilization of this country differ from his own. He decided to cheer up the gloomy silence. He reached into his bag and offered to take a break, extending a gift as if that was exactly what his grandfather would have done. With a bright smile, he showed them a whole selection of packaged dishes from his world sandwiches and bottled drinks. He cheerfully declared he had something for them, which greatly surprised Alicia and Karina. He handed everything to them, encouraging them to take it as they pleased. He explained that this was food from his homeland Japan, and warned that although it was good, it might seem a bit exotic to their tastes. When the 2 girls started eating, he watched them closely, burning with anticipation to find out what they would think. Alicia glowed with delight, while Karina took a cautious, coldly calculating bite. Alicia correctly guessed that the food was fresh thanks to a magical package that Daichi received from the guild leader to conceal his item box. Raising a sandwich, Daichi confirmed her guess and eagerly suggested they start eating. The 3 of them sat side by side, their faces a mixture of surprise and delight at the unfamiliar flavors. Their journey continued until a settlement appeared in the distance, Takura village. Daichi just watched, while Karina immediately noted, it's still too early, too far to see clearly, so hopes for an early start were dashed. Then a sober thought flashed through his mind. Modern packaging, those transparent wrappers for sandwiches and a plastic water bottle looked out of place here, and no one should see it. His anxiety was relieved by Karina's voice. She said she felt better, and when he asked why, she simply thanked him, as if for his restraint. Daichi suggested taking an hour off and walking around the village outskirts. Alicia was delighted with the idea, but Karina proposed another option. After they eat, they should explore the village from inside the coach. She explained that it would be more interesting that way. Daichi could see the culture, and she pointed out a shop selling clothes and shoes. Because of this, he involuntarily glanced down at his modern footwear. He yielded to her argument, admitting that his clothes made him stand out. With Alicia's joyful agreement, the plan was approved, and Karina smiled, saying how much she loved the straightforwardness of the people she protected, and jokingly pinched the surprised Daichi on the cheek. Flustered, he asked how long she would disappear. Alicia estimated about 15-20 minutes. Then Daichi declared that he and Alicia would patiently wait inside the carriage while Karina went into the village alone. Inside the car, while Daichi and Alicia settled in to wait, Nike jumped onto the soft seat next to them. The cat immediately began playing with Alicia. She raised her fingers and Nike responded with a meow and playfully hit her hand with his paw. Alicia laughed when caught in the game, and Daichai watched this light moment unfold. She playfully teases Nike inside the coach, and the cat dashes back and forth with incredible speed. Realizing that the cat is using its ability, she sharply accelerates the pace of her game. Her hands blur in motion, and Nike her silhouette appears and disappears as if spatially falling through, while the strap tears between her palms, flying off with impossible agility. From his seat, Daichai freezes, looking around in disbelief. He understands, Nike can physically enhance his body, but so can Alicia. He can hardly grasp how she effortlessly catches the trembling feline prey. He continues to stare, unable to believe how Alicia returns to him. She asks if they can keep the fact that both she and Nike can use this ability a secret just between the two of them. Nike, now calm, voices his agreement. She looks at him with a determined gaze, her cheeks barely flushed as if to say she will do whatever he decides. The silence breaks as the coach's door slams open. Karina turns and calls them. He only notices how quickly she returned, and Alicia meets her back. Karina silently stands nearby with a gloomy expression on her face. Her face filled with grim determination, her eyes narrowed with bad displeasure. It became clear something was wrong in the village. She finally speaks up and announces they will have to stay in the village for 2 full days. The traffic police immediately catch the hint. A serious trouble has occurred. Karina informs Daichai and Alicia about the unexpected delay. It seems they will have to spend 2 full days in this village. She turns to him, surprised by the news, and asks if something happened. The leader of the merchants explains, the caravan suffered more damage than initially thought after the clash with the royal monkeys. Because of this, they decided to rest as much as possible in the village. Karina adds, this means they have free time while their dwelling is being arranged. Seizing the moment, she turns to Daichai and suggests going for lunch. He lowers his gaze to the bagan. The thought strikes him and he asks if she craved the same sandwich he took. She shines a complete departure from that tense battle that lasted through the night and confirms it with a joyful yup. She impatiently demands that he give it to her. For a moment, Daichai remains stunned by her change in mood. She brings food from his world, packed sandwiches and bottled drinks. Karina and Alicia are amazed by strange things, and Alicia wonders how to even eat it. Daichai explains that it is just like bread and hands the sandwich to Karina. Karina holds it, trembling with impatience. She takes a bite and her eyes instantly widen with surprise. The bread is incredibly soft and smells simply wonderful, and the meat inside is unbelievably tasty. Alicia watches her reaction with curiosity. Alicia then takes her own bite and is immediately overwhelmed by a symphony of flavors. The warmth of the meat, the perfect balance of sweet and salty, and the harmonious blend of juices and sauce create an impression unlike any other. She bursts into excitement and exclaims how incredibly tasty it is. Daichai and Karina continue eating, and Alicia asks if there are also vegetables inside. Marina, shining with pure joy, generously thanks Daichai. He smiles warmly and tells her to eat as much as she wants while the group gathers around the other dishes he brought, among them a cup pudding that caught attention only with its sweet smell. He made sure his companion was not left out. He calmed the meowing cat by letting it know there was food for it too before placing the bowl. As soon as Nike eagerly started eating, Alicia noticed that the cat was clearly hungry. Daichai snorted in agreement. Nike is quite a handful. Meanwhile, Karina examined the small cup she was given. A drop of sweat slid down her cheek as she removed the lid. The first sip rolled like a wave of pure pleasure. The expression on her face caught a happy astonishment. Seeing her reaction, Daichai eagerly asked her opinion, still fascinated by the texture. He asked what this incredibly sweet and soft substance was. He explained that it is called whipped cream, a treat especially loved by girls. Karana's expression cleared up. She declared that it is incredibly tasty and already fully understood its appeal. Satisfied with her enthusiasm, he offered her more. Karina asked, a little embarrassed, if he was sure it was normal, to which he replied simply and affirmatively. He insisted that this was the minimum of what he could do, considering how much she had done for him. With a confident smile, he promised that in the future he would have many more dishes with whipped cream for her to try, while privately noting how easily she could be bribed. His promise filled her with joy, and she agreed with a radiant, rosy smile. He watched as both Karina and Alicia enjoyed tasting the food with pleasure. He felt relief and admitted to himself, he was also easy to please. His pleasure was cut short by a moment. Karina, suddenly worried, asked about the price of everything, and then he realized her cup was already empty. Daichai, however, waved it off indifferently, wondering if he looked like someone who would even care about such things. She watches Karina's reaction with a playful smile, teasingly calling her shallow. Embarrassed, Karina looks away, a blush creeping up her cheeks as she silently thinks of him as a fool. And his frivolous mood suddenly changes to focused determination. He turns away from his comrades and sits at the table, closely examining the small luminous device. In a moment, he returns proudly holding a perfectly prepared piece of fruitcake. He places the treats on the table in front of Karina and Alicia. Both their eyes widen with delighted surprise. Even the cat Nike hears this and approaches the quietness with curiosity. Meanwhile, in another part of the camp, in the command tent, Klaus Bertram is working on a stunning report, and repeating the most incredible detail aloud makes it sound once more. Someone grabbed and kicked King A in the chest. Marina stands before him and confirms what was said. She admits that it is hard to believe but insists it is true. House remains skeptical. He said that during the fight her attention could have been diverted from Daichai, and therefore she might have missing what she saw. He recounts that Daichai had to face 5 king apes from an ambush. Karina firmly denies it. She would never let her concentration drift away from her client during a fight. He immediately remembers that she can use wind magic to track movements beyond her field of vision. Blaming himself and admitting his mistake, he apologizes aloud and asks her to continue the report. When Karina finishes recounting the details of the battle, Klaus anxiously rubs his forehead. She explains, Daichai was restrained only by his weapon, a knife, and if he had a long saber, he would have easily dealt with the 4 monkeys. His assistant adds that Daichai demonstrated a level of physical enhancement he was unaware of and had enchanted gear strong enough to withstand a royal monkey's bite. He concludes, if this is true, he knows no one on the continent who could match Daichai in non-material magic. Karina agrees, admitting that she does not know anyone from either side. Her face becomes serious and focused as she pauses and says, really, kind of. She confessed to the leader of the merchants that she was not confident in Daichai. While he had magic that did not rely on elements, he was a complete novice in fencing and martial arts without any real combat experience. The leader confirmed that he understood. Daichai only knows non-elemental magic. The leader merchant continued the assessment, noting that Daichai was just as much a complete amateur in trade. But he reasoned that Daichai was probably very close to skilled merchants and thus acquired knowledge that fit practical experience all too precisely. She thought aloud whether he could be a noble from another continent. The merchant's guide considered this and agreed, quite possible. He concluded that without the assumption that Daichai was the dreamed-of son under the protection of some nobleman, such incredible recklessness simply did not add up. Then she asked how they should act with Mr. Asakura. The lead merchant, after examining several small crystalline items, stated that Daichai's strength made him an important person for their company. He ordered to keep strictly secret that he was a guest from another continent, and reminded her that she herself desired this. He gave her a clear order, to act as Lord Asakura's guard until they reached the city of Quran. Her task was to provide him with enough local knowledge to avoid suspicion and prevent others from taking advantage of him. Karina agreed while her thoughts were already processing the team. She imagined Daichai and thought he resembled a hero from fairy tale. Their serious conversation was suddenly interrupted by a cheerful Daichai appeared holding 2 plates, each with a piece of cake. He apologized to Karina for the Waithai's sudden appearance had frightened her so much. Later on the street of the small town, a clothing store sign hung on a wooden pole. Inside a new set of clothes neatly folded. In the new outfit, a simple tunic, pants, and a new belt suddenly froze in a pose and enthusiastically began asking what I thought about his new look. He stood before them in the new outfit, while Karina and Alicia watched. Karina noticed that he looked like a traveler, while Alicia thoughtfully evaluated his appearance. However, he was less confident. He admitted the style did not seem his own. Alicia noted that since both she and Karina were used to his foreign clothing, their opinions might not be very helpful. He pondered what exactly he was looking for, something restrained, yet stylish, but for a moment his imagination pictured an overly bold outfit, and he immediately rejected it. Karina immediately dismissed this idea, warning that too stylish a look would make him stand out and destroy the very purpose to blend in with the crowd of travelers. Impressed, Daichai silently dreamed of a happier Karina, the one he had before. Then his gaze fell on another garment, the one he found more to his liking. Approaching the elderly shopkeeper, he declared that he would take it, addressing her as young lady, and a satisfied, slightly embarrassed smile lit up her face. The shopkeeper, touched by his charm, called him a cunning chatterbox and said that he had a daughter about his age. He assured, since she was only 4 or 5 years older than him, she was definitely still a young lady. He continued pressing with compliments, hinting that she and her daughter could pass for sisters. Then, with a charming smile, he asked for a small discount for being so sweet. This trick threw Karina off balance. She stared at him with a deathly indifferent look. Having secured the purchase, he returned to the payment and asked the shopkeeper if he could pay with something other than coins. Instead of money, he showed a solid ingot of pure silver. Its value was clearly enormous. The saleswoman Karina, Alicia, and everyone else froze, stunned into silence. The sudden display of wealth threw Karina into a panic. She rushed forward and shouted for him to wait, offering to pay with her own coins. And the stunned shopkeeper only asked him to please come again, leaving Daichai bewildered by all the commotion. When he suddenly runs away from the store, Karina grabs his hand and pulls him along firmly without letting go. As they walk down the street, Alicia follows a few steps behind them, holding Nike close. She sharply turns to him. Her face is close to his, and she fiercely accuses him of deliberately causing this chaos. He looks back at her genuinely confused and explains that he thought paying with silver was standard practice. Not quite hitting her anger, he cheerfully suggests, well, they can just go to another shop, quickly adding that he did not intend for things to get out of control. She cuts off his suggestion with a sharp note. Her face is hard as she says, the next stop is the guild leader. He can only respond with a weak, uncertain objection. But his protest does not last long. In a moment, he is calmly strolling through the city with a carefree smile, clearly unaffected by the recent turmoil. But his cheerful walk is not voluntary. Karina is pulling him by the jacket. Her face is a mask of tired submission. He struggles and Alicia calmly states the situation while Karina decides he needs a serious talk. In the merchant's tent, Klaus Bergram interrupts Daichi Sakura and demands an explanation of what exactly he was trying to do. Daichi, surprised, says he was simply trying to pay for the clothes he had chosen. Meanwhile outside, Alicia is sitting on the ground looking extremely irritated, and the little cat Nike playfully tugs at her clothes. As soon as they returned inside, the trade is immediately halted by a new problem. Klaus picks up a large silver ingot and sharply asks if this was Daikai's intended method of payment. He clarifies, paying with silver ingots is not unheard of, but he has never seen silver coins of the type that Daichi has since he set foot on this continent. Daichi confirms, where he is from such coins are common. He explained his mistake, admitting that there really was no need to spend money because, until now, he could simply take any needed food or water from the item box. Klaus seems to understand. He should have anticipated that Lord Asakura would not have any local currency. Seizing the moment, Daichi then offers to sell the merchant some of his belongings to get some cash. The unusual invitation makes Klaus clutch his head. He is stunned by the strange turn of events. He convinces himself that he must maintain good relations with Lord Asakura, especially before they arrive in the city of Koram. For this, he decides to indulge him, hoping that Daichi will not recklessly boast about his strange products to everyone. They are useless to anyone in his homeland, and in this new country simply pointless. Having resolved the payment issue, Daichi returns to Karina and asks if she is still angry with him. Sharply tilting her head to the side, she grits her teeth and snaps that she wasn't angry at first. He apologizes for not consulting her first and earnestly asks her to stop being offended. She hisses, "I'm not offended," and teases him, asking what kind of tone he has like a guard. Daichi notes to himself. He is still broken, despite all attempts to learn about this world through his own experience. He promises to be more careful next time. He speaks toward the line where Karina is returning. The response, she sharply turns around and anger still burns on her face. She shouts that yes, it's no big deal because he didn't know, but he still broke his promise not asking her first and he needs to reflect on his actions. Her anger dissipates as she gently strokes Nike, who is calmly lying on Alicia's head. She assures the cat that she is not angry at him, placing all the blame on Daichi. He quietly says he has thought over his actions and Alicia adds, "It seems Nike is apologizing too." Karina mutters to herself, realizing that Daichi probably already knew she was angry. Then he suddenly leans forward and extends a handful of brightly wrapped candiesses, an official apologetic offering. This gesture momentarily throws both Karina and Alicia off balance. He simply cannot utter a single word. Serena, embarrassed, asks if he is trying to solve the problem with food. He denies it and says that in his country, when misfortune happens, it is customary to offer chocolate as an apology to a beloved or close female friend. He secretly admits that this is not entirely true. If chocolate could solve all problems, life would be much simpler. Hearing his explanation, Kara blushes incredibly and thinks, if this is a tradition, then she will probably have to agree. Meanwhile, Alicia lowers her gaze to her own hands and thoughtfully repeats his words about a lover or a close girl. They both try these sweets and their faces immediately light up with wide-open eyes of delight. "What is this?" asks Karina, while Alicia insists that it is simply incredibly tasty. Smiling, Karina offers Alice even more sweets, and she gratefully accepts. Since Nike vouches for him, the pacified Karina tells Daichi to just be more careful in the future. He immediately agrees, but inside he still can't help but worry. After all, it all resolved too easily. He steps onto the noisy village street and immediately finds a crowd mad, noisy, and stern-looking men who seem to be looking for adventure. Watching the noisy crowd, Klaus notices that for such a small village there are too many travelers here. Alicia agrees. She says they are not very steady on their feet. Alicia then points to Daichi and says that he is currently unarmed, and the rumors that he is a guest of Bertrand Company have probably already spread. Daichi admits he also felt hostile glances. Now he understands that he fits the image of a wealthy, unprepared foreigner who defeated King Apes, a perfect prey for anyone with bad intentions. He suggests they inquire about the situation at the armory. Karina agrees, but insists on being careful. They want to avoid trouble in the village. She tries to calm her down, asks her to trust him. Despite appearances, he insists that in his heart he is a pacifist. The assertion meets a shared look of distrust both from Karina and Alice. After a deep sigh, Daichi changes the subject and asks to take the starting point. Who will be stronger, one of the travelers or King A? Alicia assumes that in a one-on-one clash, the Monkey King ruler is probably stronger. Karina adds a key point. The travelers are humans, so they can act together, set traps, and devise strategy. He understands all the danger and decides, to avoid falling into his field of vision, one must act quickly. He immediately needs equipment, starting with how he looks. His excitement flares up immediately as soon as they enter the armory. But as soon as his gaze catches the variety of weapons, he quickly declares, armor must be their first priority. Inside, you lay out a set of light armor made of light leather. Karina worries that it is too thin. Meanwhile, Alicia dryly thanks you for your care, but her gaze immediately latches onto how Nike offers a snack, and she perceives this as a sign of your skewed priorities. Daichai gets confused, stumbles over his words, and insists. He is serious and believes that the armor issue is already resolved. He stands in new armor, armed and holding a large shield. Karina notices that the shield does not quite match the armor, but Alicia seems captivated by the mere fact of his presence. Daichai used this burden. It openly shows his physical enhancement capabilities, although he could have simply hidden the shield in the item box. When the protection is already in place, he decides, the next purchase must be a weapon. His mind, flooded with fantasy RPGs, immediately gravitates toward the classic choice. He enthusiastically proclaims that he will acquire a longsword. His choice meets Karina's practical skepticism. She asks if he can even use it. Daichai confidently replies that he will just swing it to look scary, but she sharply cuts him off. That doesn't work. Alicia, however, remains optimistic. She says that Daichai will somehow manage and provides evidence, his absurdly powerful physical enhancements and enchanted equipment. Her words make him think. He asks the question, is enchanted equipment really stronger than pure fencing skill? And he comes to a clear realization: in this world, mages seem to have the advantage. It is felt here how much effort has been put into tools for powerful mages. Magic allows one to effortlessly plow a field or ignite a fire, as Karina showed, while non-mages are left with abandoned, primitive tools like the flamethrower. This chasm, as he summarizes, is a perfect downward spiral that will only widen further. Alicia's voice cuts through his thoughts. She states that she wants to offer inexpensive and useful goods to help those who do not use magic, financing this by selling glassware to the nobility and the wealthy. Upon hearing her plan, Daichai wonders if it could be tweaked, even just a little. Walking through the village, she notices his thoughtful mood and asks what happened. He smiles, reassures her, everything is fine. He was just remembering something from his homeland. After this, he relays the information they gathered during shopping. Goblins were spotted near Takura village, and the local adventurers guild has already sent 3 squads, 13 people in total to deal with the threat. While they walked, Karina laid out the situation with the goblins in detail. She said the exact number of goblins had not yet been confirmed, but almost 40 adventurers had responded. At the same time, 7 squads had not officially accepted the request and, in her opinion, behaved extremely rudely. She continued, saying that the goblins gathering now are probably just looking for crumbs, but once there are more of them, elite squads might appear. Daichai asked if the elites are really strong. Karina confirmed that if goblin mages, non-human elementals, goblin generals, or those with enchanted equipment get involved, it will be very messy. Alicia sharply stated she doesn't believe so many people can handle such a threat, and Daichai commented on her bluntness. Crossing her arms, she delivered her final verdict. Judging by the movements and equipment she managed to glimpse, the gathered adventurers were E-ranker, at best, 1 rank higher. This decision was made according to the established system of adventure ranks. The hierarchy starts from the apprentice level H rank and ascends stepwise through letters up to the legendary S rank at the very top. In this system, the highest echelons have colossal prestige. An adventurer who attains A rank receives the status of a knight recognized by the high nobility. S rank, however, is a title the king grants only to those who have achieved truly legendary feats. Arena clarified that S and AA are essentially prestigious ranks, and the 7 basic ranks for adventurers range from G to A. She also added that combat power alone does not directly determine the rank. Rank is determined primarily by achievements. However, it is clear to everyone, adventurers who have reached D rank and above have definitely survived a lot of tough battles. Serious? She asked Karina her rank. She replied that she was C rank, and that made him think she was very reliable. Then he recalled his own strength, confident in his combat skills, yet still kept in mind that he had not yet used the special weapon he had managed to order. He again brought the conversation back to the situation with the goblins, and pondered that due to the unknown scale of the pack, it was hard to say whether too many adventurers had gathered at the site. Karina seemed to agree, but not with all of his logic. His anxiety grew, and he expressed concern that something important seemed to be missing. Alicia quickly added that she wanted to know the same and kept faith. Daichai would not act recklessly if he knew the whole story. He was completely twisted when the young elf flew too close to his face and excitedly declared that even Nike agrees with her. Does she get hot because he is so close? He gently tries the Nike on her head, keeps some distance, and turns to Karina with a serious face, beginning to explain where this anxiety comes from. He recounts a disturbing incident that happened 2 months ago. The village, which was 4 days' journey away, was completely wiped off the map by bandits. The burning ruins in the image only emphasize the harsh truth about such events. He continues and explains. The village turned to the Adventurers Guild for help against the goblins. But when the adventurers arrived, the bandits had already burned the village. Despite sending a large number of squads, they returned without engaging in battle with the goblins. Deity reveals the contract loophole. If the village leader disappears, the quest is considered failed and the regional lord has to pay only half the reward. Such a failure not only forces adventurers to pay a fine, but also severely damages their reputation both before the local lord and the common people. Karina thinks over what she heard, looking somewhere past. She says that if it were her task, she would simply expand the search area and destroy enough goblins to meet the quest conditions. The answer only strengthens Daichai's suspicion. He voices his theory. The travelers and bandits might have conspired, then the travelers would fail the task without consequences and possibly divide the loot from the remains. In his opinion, the closest is an attack on the village, so they will have to fight not only goblins but also bandits. Then he shifts his attention, pulls a modern pistol from the stash. With a focused look, he tells Karina and the elf that there is something he wants to check and asks them to follow him. He clarifies the request. He wants to test the weapon from his homeland somewhere in a private place and find out Karina's opinion about his power. Then he asks a sharp question, reminding that they killed 5 king apes, and asks if the goblin general with physical enhancements is stronger. Karina speaks and Listenster is barely noticeable caution on her face, as she considers whether to go with him to a cozy, secluded place. Her face hardens, becoming stern and uncompromising. She immediately, without hesitation, delivers bad news. Unfortunately, the goblin general is stronger. Daichai raised his hands in a gesture of everyday submission, as if he was not at all embarrassed by the grand task ahead. Then he turned his gaze to Alisa and asked about the grassy plains. She explained that there were few obstacles there, so if something happened, they could resort to physical enhancement and easily escape. However, she admitted, she was only able to use it a little bit. Hearing this, Karina gave conditional consent. They could spend the night at the edge of the forest, but only as long as they stayed within sight of the convoy and its guards. Deity enthusiastically agreed and they set off. He rushed forward with impatience, but collided head-on with a large figure coming toward him. The man he crashed into, a burly guy with a sullen expression, immediately barked at him. Watch the road. The traffic cop, thinking that such a brazen person would not get away with it in Japan, felt no fear after the recent clash. He calmly replied he himself sneaked up on him. His response only inflamed the man who accused Daichai of meddling in his affairs. The conflict instantly drew the attention of his comrades. When the argument started, Daichi noticed 2 other men sitting nearby intently watching his group. The conversations in the city square seemed to have quieted, the air thickened with tension. The situation exploded when even more thugs ran up. They formed a ring around them. One was shaking Daichai, asking if he was too scared to say a word, while another looked at the beauties nearby and demanded money. Karina stepped forward, shielding Alicia, and sharply warned that as her bodyguard she would not allow that. Frightened, Alicia whispered to her, asking if she could really handle 5 men who might be stronger than the king. One of the accomplices boldly snorted at her brave statement, and the eldest in their company suggested taking this matter somewhere far away where no one would see. Daichai heard their words about the girls and got irritated, so he seized the moment. He decided to test the weapon from his homeland on them, reasoning that since they started a fight, turning everything over wouldn't be a problem. The main thing was not to kill. Karina, however, calmly informed them of the consequences. She said that even if they managed to kill them, they would have to pay a hefty fine to the local lord. The bandit who started the fight exploded with rage and shouted that Daichai was just a merchant and he himself was looking for trouble. Meanwhile, Daichai quietly pondered how terrifying this world was, where murder could be brushed off with money. He decides to handle the situation without deadly force. Realizing that his opponents are travelers, he refuses to kill them and chooses another way, to beat them up enough to serve as a warning to any other potential troublemakers. As soon as he makes a decision, a fight breaks out. Karina shouts the last warning, but it's already too late. The stocky leader draws his sword and the elder thug growls at the kid's patience is over. The battle is now inevitable. Daichai turns to his bodyguard and asks for final confirmation. Will there be no problems if he seriously injures their attackers? Karina confirms without hesitation there are absolutely no problems. A confident smile spreads across Daichai's face as he makes the final decision. He orders Karina to show just how colossal the difference between their levels is. Around are cutthroats. Daichai Asakura and his companions stand ready. The gang leader announces they have decided to ignore any warnings and draw their swords. Daichai looks calmly without lowering his eyes and says to this man, they do not intend to take their lives, so let them prepare for a brutal beating. The leader snaps back, whines and yells for him to watch his tongue, threatening to catch him at a lesson. Unmoved at all, Daichai calls Karina, says he can handle 2, and orders Alicia to run after him for safety. The idea ripens in his head. He weighs unique skills, a pocket dimension that can store anything except the living, the ability to trade order things from the modern world and elementless magic to enhance physical abilities. And then he realizes these powers can be combined. Midiu, the thugs fall to the ground grabbing their hands and screaming in pain and confusion. Daichai stands before them. A thin spark of energy fades from his outstretched fingers, and he calmly watches the result of his actions. The leader lets out a piercing scream through himself. His face contorts in agony, he convulsively clenches his leading hand now it is useless. Nearby the elderly thug froze in shock and disbelief, staring at his own nose magically and grotesquely it was mercilessly elongated, causing him to scream in pain and shock. Deity watches intently as this wonder unfolds. Simultaneously Karina moves with deadly precision. She disables the bald thug and presses the flat side of the blade to his neck, completely neutralizing him. When the threat was neutralized, Deity returns to her and quietly asks if she cut the tendons on all their leading hands. She simply and directly confirms, yes. Then she directs a cold look at the defeated one, warning, never approach her clients again and tell your accomplices about it. The stunned bandits quickly agree, promise to leave and beg for mercy. From a safe distance, a tiny crowd of spectators, whispering and amazement people whisper that the boy who traveled with the girls actually won the fight. After the clash, Deity inspects the maimed thugs and thinks the same culprits are fools. His gaze jumps to Alicia. She calmly holds Nike. He wonders if she simply slept through the whole fight. The bad thing is that rest bothers someone. His thoughts break off mid-word. Alicia's face like a mask of rage rolls Nike forward and, hissing, demands the defeated apologize to the kitten. Her sharp outbursts frighten Karina. She can only gasp out the distorted name in shock. But in a moment Karina herself gains momentum. She sharply orders them to apologize immediately. The frightened boys immediately obey, beg for forgiveness, and swear they will never repeat their actions. With apologies that have already worn thin, Alicia's anger fades. She beams, hugs the purring Nike to her chest, and tells the men to be grateful for the cat's kindness. Daichai and Karina watch. Daichai quietly marvels in his mind at how terribly effective the cat's magic turned out to be. When the group leaves the scene, Karina's face becomes serious. She approaches Daichai and asks why he blew off the bandits' legs, although she had already cut their tendons, implying that his actions were too cruel. He calmly lays out his logic. Severed tendons can be healed with simple water magic, but to reattach a completely severed foot requires high-level magic, a much more complex and costly rescue. Karina understands the hint treatment in the capital will cost them a pretty penny. Daichai agrees. It flashed through the mind, Nike's abilities to elements can pull out with some injuries, but this is a deliberate, strategic enhancement. He confirms all this was part of his plan to disable their attackers for a long time. Karina adds that such an approach can also scare future enemies away from direct confrontation, forcing them to act from ambushes. Then she voices a new concern. Their disheveled appearance might prevent them from finding the end, so they will remain vulnerable to such ambushes. The realization that they might have to sleep in tension terrifies Daichi. Immediately falls into a formal bow of apology, explaining that this is customary in his country. Later, while they continue, Karina returns to her previous line of questioning, demanding an answer about the ability he used. Was it an offensive technique? Daichai looks away and admits, it is a unique ability that only he can use. He asked if there are people with unique skills in this field. Embarrassed Alicia confirmed, there are but only a few. Daichai noted that in his native country it is the same. An effortless comparison immediately throws Karina off. She confidently states that there is only one person on the entire continent with a unique skill. Daichai shows no difference and looks completely indifferent. Her sharp statement hangs in the air, and an awkward pause lingers in the group while everyone follows her path. Deity scratches the back of his head and freezes for a moment, hesitating. He finally breaks the silence and returns to them with a barely noticeable smile. He yields, admits he is right, and says that he was expelled from his homeland precisely because of his special talent. He unfolds painful memories and says, in his country he was the only one with such an ability, so his own family tried to take his life. After that, he asks not to touch this topic. The confession shocks both Karina and Alicia. Alicia admits her guilt for pushing him. Seeing their concern, he reassures them. Everything is fine. Noticing that their curiosity has not yet subsided, he agrees to tell, but on the condition that it remains a secret among the three of them. Alicia insists that he not exhaust himself. To explain further, he demonstrates his power. A small dark object materializes in his palm. Then he lifts a metal projectile and says his unique talent is to create lumps of lead and iron, then accelerate them to crazy speeds with the power of fire. The small shell makes Karina remember that earlier clash. She, not believing, asks if this is exactly what he once used to take a man's leg. He confirms and explains. Bullet is ejected by an explosion, tearing from the inside and releasing incredible destructive force. The bigger the bullet, the greater the damage, and Alicia feels this thought as horror. Then he reminds them of his previous offer to test it. After showing them his unique skill, he wants to know their opinion on how useful it might be in battle. His request is met with hesitation from Kara. Nash asks if they really need to do more. But he insists, after all, this is an experiment, so there are still things he wants to try. He suggests having a snack after his experiments, pulling out both sweet and salty things. Then he turns to Karina and asks what she would choose. She hesitates for a moment, a faint blush on her cheeks before honestly admitting to herself that she prefers sweets. Her reaction only confirms his suspicion. Daichi confidently understands candy is Karina's weak spot. He agrees enthusiastically, promising that they will discuss their thoughts during the snack break after the experiment is completed. Feeling the promise of a snack, the group goes deeper into the forest. Karina warns, beyond this is the limit of where they can safely reach, as they do not know what monsters await ahead. Daichi, stretching toward a more open space, turns to Alicia and asks her to hold Nike while he starts. While Daichi prepares, Alicia happily presses Nike to herself. She feels that she is finding understanding with the cat heaven when she realizes that Naki deliberately takes advantage of her affection, exposing her breasts and pressing them with her paws. She tells the cat stop, although her flushed face reveals pleasure. Watching them, Daichi thinks, what a wonderful sight, and Nikki seems to share this mood. Their playful moment is interrupted by impatient Kara. Nash urges them not to waste time. Daichi immediately agrees and declares that he will start with the very technique he used to punish the robbers. He is talking about a specific weapon he can create. A large pistol he calls the Desert Eagle, which is capable of firing the most powerful bullet at his disposal. The weapon is not in the hands. He explains that he reveals a pocket dimension right in the palm, and pulls the trigger of the weapon only with the power of thought. From his outstretched palm bursts a deafening roar. A tear charge flies forward through the air, hits the nearest tree, and punches a hole straight through its trunk. The splinters scatter to the sides. Both Karina and Alicia freeze, eyes wide open and speechless at the sudden, colossal spectacle of destructive power. He turns to his companions and asks what they think of the performance. Karina falls silent, whispering that it is incredible. Alicia notes that such powerful magic is rare. He apologizes and confirms the destruction was indeed caused by the same lead ball. Karina, still recovering, asks if he can use it again and again because quickly casting punitive magic is difficult. She explains. Even low-rank mages can cast spells multiple times without losing power, but C and D ranks can hit several targets at once. She admits that she barely managed to track the bullet's trajectory with her eyes. Daichi notes, it feels like a very powerful earthly spell with a similar effect, but it doesn't come close to the speed. So he reasons. Even a low-level mage with a pistol can become a real threat to ordinary people. Karina, confused, asks what he is talking about and reminds him, anyone who can use combat magic already poses a threat to those who cannot. He poses a hypothetical question to clarify the thought. Who will be stronger, an ordinary person with offensive magic or a traveler who cannot use it? And he immediately answers himself, of course, the one who has offensive magic. But he adds he is only considering immaterial magic. This difference of his seems to annoy Kara. Nash asks if he means a different ranking system than in Adventures. Then Daichi clarifies, are only those registered in the Mage Guild at F rank or higher technically considered mages? Alicia confirms, and he shyly apologizes for his mistake. When the misunderstanding was cleared up, Alicia cheerfully suggests discussing the difference between adventure and magical ratings while nibbling on snacks. They think the experiments are over. Suddenly, Karenina cuts off the conversation and announces that the main course is next. She raises her hand and orders them to watch carefully. At her command, Daichi draws a long-barreled rifle and fires a volley at the tree. The hits are powerful but scattered across the bark. He clenches his fist in frustration, realizing he needs accuracy training. Gan notes to himself. Nike's water magic is now stronger and more precise. Assessing the result, Alicia explains that only a high mage with the required level and full concentration could cast a spell with such power to cleanly pierce through such a large tree. And this surprises Daichi. Asks if it means that Nike's water magic is stronger than the offensive spell of a high-ranking mage. Karina clarifies the difference. Although with the help of explosive fire magic it would not be impossible to fell a tree or to hit it with a stone, launching boulders with the power of earth magic, piercing straight through it is another matter, and it will be very difficult. Continuing, Alicia presses Nikki to herself and says that she knows about 3 earth magic users from the planet and 1 earth spirit mage who might be capable of such a trick, although she notes, one of them might miss. After that, she throws the question back to Daichi and asks what he thinks. Daichi continued the assessment, digesting the power he had just seen. He recalled a comparison magic often seen in Isekai manga. Nike's water ball shot might seem trivial, but in this world, its destructive ability was on the level of combat magic of a high-ranking mage. Hearing this, Karina exhaled with relief. She admitted, for a moment she thought he would really shoot straight through the nearby tree, which made Daichi freeze a bit surprised. He smiled confidently and clarified, Nike's spirit magic is too valuable to waste so carelessly. That will be his trump card. While he spoke, his imagination raced further, painting a much more terrifying weapon: a minigun and heavy artillery shells. When the demonstration ended, Karina suggested taking a break for a snack. Daiichi enthusiastically agreed. They laid out pieces of appetizing strawberry cake from a box labeled Jetta Rays on the plates. While the three sat around the portable table savoring their treats, Daiichi tried again to steer the conversation back to the topic of mage rankings. But Karina immediately cut him off and firmly stated that she was busy eating. After a short pause, he tried again to get their attention, this time declaring that there was something important he wanted to ask the two. With a determined look, he announced his new dream. He was going to open a shop right here in this village. In the quiet village, a new plan begins to take shape. Daiichi Akira decided to start another experiment. He planned to set up a shop. They nurtured this new ambition with Karina and Alicia while they rested among the trees. Two women listened, and Karina began voicing her immediate thoughts about it. The reactions were strikingly different. Alicia's face lit up with excitement. She found the idea interesting and eagerly wondered what wonderful new tools it would reveal. But Karina looked wary, called the plan terrible, and started questioning what kind of brazen products he intended to sell this time. Daiichi explained, since Alicia is so knowledgeable about magical tools, he wants to hear her opinion first before consulting with the guild leader, Klaus. After that, he suggested showing them the items first. He laid out those items, several small white blocks and a box full of thin sticks with a strange substance on the tips, and he asked if such tools existed in their world. Karina and Alicia leaned closer to examine. Karina admitted she had never seen anything like it and couldn't even imagine what they were used for. In response, Daiichi demonstrated. He struck one of the sticks against the box and it flared up with flame. He explained that these were fire starters and waterproof matches. Karina immediately asked if it was magic, but Alicia, raising her hand near her chin, mentally noted that she definitely did not feel any magic. She confirmed her observation by raising the small flame high. He stated, "This is not magic nor a magical tool, it was something that even those without magic could use." He explained that fire starters are simply tools that make lighting a fire easier, and added, "Even one waterproof match is enough to burn well and allow you to blow a proper fire." Karina noticed that just the matches alone would be enough to replace a magical tool for lighting fires. He agreed and held the container of matches. She turned to both women and announced his plan, to promote and sell these things precisely to those who cannot use matches. Alicia's face lit up at the very idea. She wants those people to live easier. But Karina immediately brought some reality. Products made for those without magic have never sold well. He smiles. Nothing distracts him from his thought and lays out the essence of his business model. He will sell these products at such a low price that even the poor will be able to afford them. He asked if they were surprised. Karina replied no, but added, "If a rich man like him wants to do business with a poor person, it often sounds fake and hypocritical." She quickly clarifies that she personally does not see him in that light. He explains his train of thought. He is just thinking about how to keep his business with the wealthy separate from dealings with the less fortunate. Alicia raises a logistical problem and points out, cheap things will be swept off the shelves instantly. She asks if he can maintain supplies to meet demand and warns if he can't manage, his trust will be ruined. He calmly assures. He has plenty of stock in the chest with items, so there is no problem. She presses further and asks if he can also produce more if needed. He smiles and confirms, for him it is not too difficult. He falls silent for a moment, then clarifies. In any case, this plan will have to be postponed until he finishes his planned speech before guild leader Klaus. He confidently says that he is personally ready to take the risk to convince the guild leaders. His determination seems to play into Karina's cake. He takes a bite of the cheesecake. She agrees not to interfere anymore. After finishing the previous topic, Daiichi's curiosity returns again to their magical abilities. He recalls that Karina can control 3 types of elemental magic: water, fire, and wind, as well as non-elemental magic, and then turns to Alicia with a question about her own abilities. She responds with a gentle smile and it becomes clear. She commands all the elements. Her revelation leaves him momentarily stunned. He says her ability is incredible, almost like cheating skills, and she quietly agrees. Before he can ask another question, Karina interrupts him with a serious face. She praises him for understanding so quickly, but warns not to dig further and asks to keep Alicia's ability a secret. Alicia apologizes and Daiichi immediately agrees without hesitation. His curiosity piqued, asked if they were from the Guild of Mages and what ranks they might have, assuming they were probably at a very high level. Karina clarified that both she and Alicia were B-rank mages and added that while this might mean nothing to him, she was considered a promising sorceress. She finds it strange and explains that she does not dress like a typical mage and relied on her sword in the fight against the Monkey King. She also says her B rank is primarily due to her skills in non-elemental magic and wind magic. The memory of the fury of their previous battle returns. He asks if this means she is capable of using even stronger enchanted armor than the ones she used against King Apes. She confirms the suspicion and explains that she did everything she could under the circumstances. Both for the summoning gear and for the use of physical enhancements, time is needed for everything to strengthen a luxury she did not have. Moreover, she adds, using such abilities for scouting enemies with wind magic is a futile waste. Sadie awkwardly slides the cup with what looks like whipped cream, although he says it is something a bit different. He apologizes when serving it. Irina takes a spoon and swallows, quietly asking herself why he apologized while she tastes it. Daichai continues their previous conversation and asks if Alicia was given the rank because she can use magic of all elements. Alicia, enjoying the tree alone, confirms her ability is truly a rare trait. But she admits that she lacks combat experience, recalling how she froze before King Apes. Then she asks if she would feel better becoming a magical turnifitter. Alicia smiles and confirms, explaining that she is luckish has abilities for enchanting magic. She describes the process in detail and calls it a type of magic that implants elemental magic into materials with high affinity. To make, say, an incendiary tool, you need to take materials with a strong affinity for fire and apply fire elemental magic to them. Using these enchanted materials, she makes a tool. She says, it becomes suitable even for those who cannot use fire magic provided they have at least a little of their own magical ability. Eagerly asks if, having enchanted the instrument with all 4 elements, he will be able to master them all. Karina quickly intervenes and cuts in. It is not that simple and there are limits in the process. A common tool for ignition, for example, usually produces only as much fire as needed, but top magical instrumental masters can forge much more advanced versions. Say a magical burner like in a soldering lamp, with adjustable flame intensity, and such things cost incredibly much. Alicia adds that these tools often have protective functions to prevent accidents, which also makes them more expensive. This makes Daiichi nervously wonder, what if a cheaper tool tries to light the stove and accidentally spills a fireball? He asks if this skill is something one is simply born with. Alicia notices her dessert melting, and Karina confirms the guess. It is not just enchantment, magic is an innate trait. Daiichi assessed his situation and realized, wind magic for reconnaissance drags even modern technologies along. But he did not know how to create or control it, so he decided for some time he would have to give up making magical instruments. Then he remembered Nike, her powers were becoming increasingly useful. He decided that she could primarily conduct reconnaissance, and her water magic would remain a powerful trump card. This revelation made him turn to Karina. He suggested showing Nike how she scans it would be very appropriate and asked if she could demonstrate her wind magic. Karina, sipping her drink, replied that it is not something one can really see. He impatiently pressed forward and asked her to show how she used it, even if he could not see the magic itself. Slightly startled, Karina agreed. Accepting his request, she stood up and released her power. A huge circular burst of magical energy spread upward into the sky above them like a sonar pulse. A magical wave swept through them and Daichi's attention was immediately drawn to Nike. Her fur stood on end from the energy. Her face suddenly sharpened. She called out sharply. She felt something nearby. Daichi asked if it was a monster, and she replied that by size and movements it could be a person, possibly bandits deeper in the forest. When he asked how many there were, she admitted, the exact number is not visible. Before she could finish speaking, Alicia calmly announced, 8 people. She apologized for the interruption and thanked Karina. Daichi froze, immediately realized that Alicia's wind magic surpassed Karina's. He understood. Karina did not want this to be known, and that Alicia was much more than the delicate young lady she appeared to be. His thoughts were spinning, but he knew, now was not the time to worry about this. Suddenly everything came together. Not only Karina, but also the guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey, it seemed, were hiding information about Alicia. He voiced this uncertainty to the group and asked if 8 of them were not too few for a gang of bandits. He suggested it might rather be some kind of adventurous company. Karina quietly considered this option. While they made their way through the forest, he watched as Alicia Heartland focused and tuned her senses, deciding to keep 8 people within her scouting range to monitor their movements, and the group cautiously advanced through the underbrush. He stopped at his own abilities and admitted, his combat skills for this world are objectively high. But in his heart he honestly agreed he still lacks real experience of violence, so he needs to gather courage before the inevitable clashes. Karina broke his train of thought, assessing the situation. She was sure, even together they could fend off 8 bandits without losing sight of Alicia. She doubted whether they should approach, but he immediately warned. They must not move thoughtlessly when they know neither the skills nor the magic of their opponent. His cat, suddenly a growl came from inside the hood. It resisted, its fur stood on end. He took this sharp reaction as a sign, wondering if it confirmed his suspicion that the group they were watching were indeed bandits. His consciousness flashed with images of devastating firepower. His face froze in stern, grim determination. If these people came to attack the village, he would show them no mercy. It was then that Alicia Heartland's voice cut through the tension, a worry that was almost painful to hear. She reported that everything had gotten worse. Suddenly there were more people. He turned to her and asked what had happened and how many there were now. Her gaze froze on some distant point as she uttered one muffled number 20. He processed the new information and realized that 20 is a significant force. If these are bandits, then their stash must be somewhere nearby. Precisely determining its location is strategically ideal. Seeing Karina's concern, the other Alicia offered help. But Karina waved it off, saying nothing was needed. She decided what their next step would be. Returning, they would report the situation to the guild leader and Captain Jeffrey. After her decision, they returned to the camp and immediately reported the findings to Klaus. Two rescued men stood nearby, and Klaus listened attentively. Meanwhile, Karina thanked her for drawing his attention to the urgent matter. He returns to his assistant and quietly orders to pass the information to Jeffrey. After everything was settled, Klaus turns his attention to Dady and his companions and asks what they need. Dady politely requests to discuss another matter while they wait for Captain Jeffrey. Meanwhile, the assistant begins pouring tea. Then he loudly declares that he is going to open a shop in the village, suddenly frightening Klaus with this. Placing two boxes on the table alone labeled Fire Center, and the other, smaller, with Machesh explains how he plans to sell these goods. When Klaus asks what it is, Daikai prepares to show. He strikes the small stick and it instantly bursts into flames, which completely throws Klaus off track. Daikai explains, this thing doesn't need magic at all. Taking a lit match, Klaus examines the small, steady flame. Daikai confirms, these matches are made for single use, after that they are discarded. Hooked, Klaus asks about the cheap option he mentioned. The guy explains, he wants to sell these things cheaply, specifically for those who cannot use magic. He raises two fingers and names the price, 2 silver coins. Inside himself he calculates. This is a noticeable markup and reminds himself that this is business, not charity. Before asking about the price of focal lighters, Dady nodded incorrectly several times in understanding. He replied, a box of 60 pieces costs 1 silver coin. The seller froze, then exclaimed that this price is even lower than that of waterproof matches. Then he explains to Karina that fire starters are made of highly flammable material, essentially a bonus item added to the purchase of matches. Then he gives Karina another type of lighter, a small, stone-like object with a wick, and orders her to light it. She strikes it against flint and a spark lands on the object. Immediately it bursts into a large flame on the plate before her. Daichai thoughtfully strokes his chin and suddenly is enlightened. Beginner fire starters are so effective they could make matches obsolete. He decides to focus his sales strategy solely on the new, more convenient product. When he thinks it over, Klaus turns to Karina and suggests raising the price on fire starters. Calm, almost happy is the expression on her face, and she gives a short one-word answer. No. Despite her firm support, Dady himself reinforces this decision. With a focused gaze, he declares, even so, he will leave the price 1 silver coin. His statement hangs in the air, and a tense silence stretches between him and the veteran merchant. He holds his position and internally assesses the situation. From Klaus's behavior, it is clear he has incredible value to the guild leader. Although he feels pangs of guilt for taking advantage of the moment, he decides to do his part, understanding that he must tread carefully so as not to inadvertently reveal how much of a true goldmine he is. Unwavering determination bears fruit. Klaus runs his fingers through his beard and finally yields. Very well, he says, agreeing not to raise the issue again. Once the prize is decided, Daichai shows that he has even more. He lays out a new selection for the nobles and wealthy, a metal rose, a pouch of pepper, and a modern lighter. These are the goods he has not yet had a chance to show the shopkeeper. Klaus's eyes narrow predatory as he declares that he will gladly accept them. He postpones further talks until everything settles. Just as Daichai begins to ask about other products, a male voice announces an arrival from behind the door. It's me, Jeffrey. The voice cuts off and the owner appears. Captain Jeffrey pulls back the tent flap, peeks inside, and announces his intention to enter. He fully steps inside. A large figure blocks the entrance as he joins the gathered group inside the tent. The captain's biased, heavy gaze falls on Daichai and Alicia. He, along with Klaus and Karina, surrounds them, their faces demanding answers. Klaus calmly asks to start from the beginning. Jeffrey immediately presses, wanting to know exactly what happened in the forest. Karina sharply adds her urgent question, what is happening in the village now, narrowing her eyes. Questions pour out one after another, all converging on one most pressing concern. Who are the people lurking in the thickets? Captain Jeffrey reports the grim situation. Rapists are causing trouble throughout the village, and suspicious people have been spotted in the surrounding forests. He confirms the attack on the neighboring Torino village was indeed the work of bandits. Hearing this, Daichai Asakura turns to the guild leader, Klaus. He acknowledges the new information and boldly states, the figures prowling the forest must be investigated. Klaus turns to him and asks what he thinks about the situation. Jeffrey unfolds his thoughts, tapping his fingers on the table. He explains, yes, they could be ordinary hunters or travelers, but the recent attack on Torino and the surge in highway robberies make it highly likely that the people Karina encountered are bandits. Daichai listens attentively and nods in agreement. Then he shifts his gaze to Jeffrey, intelligent, with a hint, Is the captain really planning to defeat these robbers with only a small number of merchants and guards? Jeffrey agrees. He asks how they should proceed and suggests dividing forces to comb through the forest. Mish presses his fingers to the bridge of his nose and weighs the options. He agrees that a search is necessary, but says he does not want to break their man. After his hesitation, Karina volunteers to join the search team herself. Deity and Alicia immediately and enthusiastically also offer to help. Deity adds that thanks to their participation, the convoy will not have to lose any of its guards. Laos firmly rejects the proposal. He reminds Karini that she and Daikai are his guests, so he cannot allow them to be put in danger. He asks them please not to interfere. Karina, however, calmly denies that it is such a bad idea. She reminds Klaus of Deity's impressive performance against King Apes, emphasizing that he has non-magical magic equal in power to a high-ranking mage. Likewise, Perina vouches for Alicia's ability to avoid danger. Klaus, intrigued, asks what they are capable of in battle. Alicia adds to the testimony with a confident smile. She states that Lord Asakura has the most powerful fire magic among all merchants and can even enhance his physical abilities to quickly escape if necessary. She continues, assuring them, if the situation becomes completely critical, she will be able to use her own range magic. When Klaus suggests that they might be involved for distraction, Alicia rejects the idea. The fight must remain with the guards, and such measures will not be needed. Watching Alicia, Daiichi recalled his early suspicions. He assumed she was of noble Birthhand people's reactions to her only confirmed he was not mistaken. Laos, having made a decision, clarified the main goal of the mission. He understood their capabilities and emphasized, avoid combat as much as possible and ensure a safe return the most important thing. Soon the newly formed party began preparing to leave the camp. When they were ready, Karina took the helm. She announced that she would lead the search party and take care of 2 escort zones for Daichi, 1 for Alicia. However, she noted, this plan will almost certainly reveal Daichi's skill in non-elemental magic. He saw no reason to hide it and agreed, leaving the choice of her companions to her. Karina thanked him but gave a stern warning. He must not reveal the full extent of his magic and skills. She cast him a sly glance and said he was too trusting. Slightly embarrassed, Deity could only promise to keep her warning in mind. Karina suggested, it would be better if he disguised his unique skill. Heavy firearms proved impractical, so Daichi weighed the options and decided to order a Japanese-style sword. He reasoned that his strength was already partially disguised, and Karina dismissed this thought as typical boyish fantasies. Putting conversations aside, Karina noticed 2 people nearby. She called them by name, Dennis and Frida, and said she had worked for both. The pair turned to her. Dennis looked up from his place and asked what was happening, while Frida, more composed, inquired about the reason. She and her companion Dennis were considering the offer. Their faces spoke different languages, her skepticism was open, and he seemed to be weighing all possible options. Karina then laid out the task. She noticed a suspicious group in the nearby forest, about 20 people, and wanted the pair to join her group and start an investigation. And that was considered appropriate, he said, addressing Frida that such a group was indeed worth the effort. However, she brushed off his concern, saying it was better to earn money and have fun at the same time. Watching their light exchange of remarks, Daichi noted to himself, despite the joking tone, these 2 looked very skilled. As soon as they agreed to the terms, Denny asked about the 2 guests accompanying them. Karina assured him that she would give a full briefing during the journey. When the party was fully assembled, they set off into the dense forest. Deeper into the thicket of trees, Karina began to arrange their formation, announcing that she and Mr. Asakura would take the front position. Then she assigned Miss Alicia to the center position, and Frida and Dennis covered the rear and asked if everyone understood their roles. As they moved further, Dennis started a conversation with Daichi. He noted that Daichi was a merchant, but rumors about his combat skills were quite impressive, so he asked about his past. Daichi, not looking aside, awkwardly admitted, the clash of the previous nights with the royal apes was only the second real fight in his life. He responded not with disdain, but with a heartfelt loud slap on the back, loudly declaring that defeating the king apes in only his second fight was undeniable proof of his incredible talent. Daichi, a bit embarrassed, asked Dennis to drop the formal Mr. because it felt strange to him. Dennis smiled and immediately agreed, then jokingly suggested calling him nothing less than Lord Daichi. He walks through the forest, still a little confused by Dennis's overly friendly arm thrown over his shoulder. While they continue walking, Dennis asks if he heard correctly. Deity is heading to the city of Karam to open a shop there. He confirms that Karam is his current target, but clarifies that he has not yet decided exactly where to settle. Dennis says it is a great place for the first Shopa densely populated key point on the trade route between the capital and the port. Daichi thanks for the information, thinking he will have to wait until he gets there to decide. Dennis admits he expected something completely different, imagining Daichi selling rare overseas treasures in Takuri. Daichi explains, while he looked around, he just thought to set up a small stall here in the forest. Overhearing their conversation, Frida leans closer and asks what exactly he plans to sell. She is curious how his goods will be received. It shows his product fire-starting tools, including waterproof matches. Denny's recognizes the same rumored items and clarifies, these are not the flashlights he heard about. As Daichai strikes a match, the flame bursts to life, making Dennis freeze in pure wonder, cannot comprehend whether this amazing tool is truly not magic, while Frida watches with delight. Their light, casual pause is cut by Karina's sharp command. She announces that they are approaching the place where she first sensed 8 people and orders everyone to line up. She runs her eyes over the dents that appeared from the force ahead, and Alicia nervously asks if there is something there. Karina only dryly says that from this moment they must proceed with caution. Despite her warning, Denny sprawled on the ground and carefully told Karina that she worries too much and that he is ready for anything. While Frida watches with an unpleasantly impassive face, a sudden pop from the nearby bushes makes Daichai and Nikki tense up sharply. He instantly identifies the source of the sound and shouts that it is on the right side. He responded to his anxiety. Alicia explained the essence of the threat. Nike had already sensed something with her spirit twin magic, so she warned about caution. After that, she gave an accurate report. In this direction, about 5 kilometers away, 3 people. Hearing that the potential threat was still far away, Daichi exhales with relief, but Karina does not relax. She remains tense and focused, already moving forward. As they move further, Daichi raises the device to his eyes, confirming targets nearby. Captain Jeffrey, not knowing what it is, asks what it is for. Daichi explains it is binoculars to see distant things and offers the captain to try them on. Before the captain could respond, Denny snatches the binoculars, exclaiming with delight at how huge everything looks around. He turns to Karina and quietly reports that he saw a glow in the distance. He explains, although Nike initially felt the presence, it was he who looked at that moment and confirmed it with his own eyes. Meanwhile, Denny's continues to marvel at the power of the binoculars. Her face hardens with concentration. She confirms his observation, says that the group is moving less than 2 kilometers from their location. Although she acknowledges the distance, she cannot make out any specific details. Laos, observing from behind, praises Alicia for her excellent work and notes that obtaining information from 2 kilometers away is a huge advantage. Suddenly taking command, Karina orders everyone to prepare for battle, using the physical enhancement skill. After that, Frida turns to Daichi and tells him to take the shield. In response, he pulls out a huge rectangular shield. Its sudden appearance shocks both Karina and Alicia. Stares in the arena and the question, could you have brought an even more cumbersome shield to the battle? Alicia, however, seems delighted, praises its sturdy and threatening appearance, calling it simply wonderful. Leaning closer, she quietly informs him that about 2 kilometers from their current position there is a cave. The group is hiding among the vegetation, preparing for the next step. While the group was peeking at the cave from afar, Alicia reported her observations. She felt that someone was inside and assumed there could be demi-humans or half-humans there. Her face tensed sharply as she clarified the count. The number turned out to be much greater than she expected. She warned that there were more than 50, possibly up to 60. This staggering number confirmed the group's fears. Daichi's face hardened. He was convinced that trouble was already brewing in that cave. The same thought was reflected in the grim faces of his companions. With this mark of confirmation, Frida reasoned, if such a large pack had planned something evil, then the cave was their hideout. Karina agreed, probably, but it was still too early to be sure. Deciding that there was enough information for now, she ordered a retreat. He watched how she made the call and saw how carefully she approached the situation. His observation was met with Dennis's groan, expressed his contempt for half-humans. He warned, thanks to their keen sense of smell, their targets had probably already sensed the approach of the party. Captain Jeffrey then clarified their objective. As he explained, the best they could do was gather as much detailed information as possible, and the worst was to disappear without a trace. Frida added that just the fact that the two of them found the hideout was a commendable achievement, and Danny burst with joy over the possible special reward. He accepted the plan where the stake was too high, quite embarrassed but nodded firmly, understanding. His obedience earned him a reassuring pat on the shoulder from Jeffrey, and he immediately asked, does he know which type of clients are the guard's favorite? And she asked in surprise, which exactly? The captain confidently winked obediently once. Daichai explains that he came from a foreign country where silver ingots are used as payment. His face darkens for a moment when he says his relatives followed him through life, but he quickly smiles and assures others that he understands everything and will definitely keep their advice in mind. His friendly manner earns a playful jab from Fredash, jokes that he switches on charm and calls him a rogue. Karina cuts this light moment short, saying that since Daichai's heart has changed, it's time for them to retreat. When the decision was made, the squad moved forward and went through the dense forest. Daichi walked ahead, and Captain Jeffrey stayed behind, holding a small, quietly glowing magical device in his hand. He suddenly stops, his eyes widening in confusion as he peeks outside from their shelter in the forest. He is confused by the scene before him. Earlier, life was bustling here, tents and carts, a whole camp, but no empty down to zero. He is pierced by a sudden realization they are no more. He turns to Karina, she confirms his observation. She explains that people from the camp are moving to a neighboring village, and this message makes Daichai doubt the sudden relocation. This is how the entire caravan of covered wagons and carriages enters the local settlement. From the height of a nearby hill, the group anxiously watches what is happening. Karina says that the sudden influx is meant to sow confusion among the villagers. Daichai voices an even sharper concern. If there is an informant among the bandits in the village, their plans could be revealed, and then the enemy will have to act against their own design. She responds to his concern by clarifying the strategy. Her main goal is not to destroy the bandits themselves. Captain Jeffrey adds that if they manage to make the enemy believe that a formidable and vigilant force stands before them, they will have already won a strategic victory. At that end, they show a messenger speeding away. Karina explains they have already sent someone to notify the Knights Guild. Their current task, she summarizes, is to stay in the village, wait for the arrival of the knights, and keep the enemy in check. When she turned her back, the group was considering their next steps. Frida voiced a concern. How much, she wondered, will the villagers believe their reasonable words, especially given the unexpectedly large number of enemies? Captain Jeffrey acknowledged the problem but insisted they still need to submit their report. Above, Daichai silently absorbed the details, and understanding appeared on his face. Then he asked if that meant they would spend the night outside, beyond the village limits. Karina confirmed they had almost no other choice. Nearby, Frida, Denny's, and Alicia were waiting. In the end, the plan to stay inside the village was abandoned. The reason was simple. The camp in the nearby field gave them a more active defense and did not allow the forces to stretch too thin. Also, during the request for help, this sounded more convincing to the residents themselves. With the new strategy, Captain Jeffrey approached Karina for an update and asked what the village elder had said. She answered directly and confidently they would cooperate. He seemed to really exhale, admitting to Frida that if the villagers refused to cooperate even under the threat to their own homes, he would advise resigning his post. But Frida clung to the positive. Whatever the village's reasons, it was good that they managed to get their agreement, especially since the village already had a considerable punitive force. With the alliance arranged, Karina began assigning tasks. She ordered Denny's and Frida to rest a bit until night before returning to their posts, and then declared that she would accompany Daichai and Alicia to the main road. Frida, unable to hold back, asked what Karina's own plans were. Just as Karina opened her mouth, Alicia suddenly broke into embarrassed panic and said that they supposedly had the wrong assumption. She stammered and insisted that Daichai, Mr. Asakura, simply said, he does not like it when people treat him too formally. Her sudden defensive withdrawal caught the others by surprise. Captain Jeffrey mused aloud himself to clarify whether she was that official during the search, and Frida guessed that she was probably just terribly nervous and trying to hide it. Overwhelmed with shame, Alicia hid her face in her palms and begged them to stop. Captain Jeffrey, as if amused by the situation, shifted his gaze to Daichai. Playfully addressing him, he asked for Lord Daichai's opinion, and the young man flinched from the surprise. He immediately saw through the captain's casual inquisitiveness. He understood. Jeffrey was probably surprised by Karina's previous behavior and now was trying to tease him so that he would believe he had a chance. And right then he watched as he was harshly rejected. Daichai silently vowed he wouldn't fall for that so easily. Meanwhile, Alicia leaned closer to the confused Karina and began whispering about the things girls talk about. She assured Karina that all this could be discussed later. Karina, blushing wildly, gritted her teeth and refused dryly. Nearby, Frida shifted the conversation to Daichai and asked if he didn't find Karina cute. Denny's immediately jumped in, very interested indeed. Karina snorted in irritated denial, and Daichai quietly admitted. Yes, she was cute, but even cuter when nervous, and already pleaded for them to stop. His comment threw Karina into complete stupor. Her jaw dropped, and she let out a suppressed scream. While Frida and Denny's cheered her up, Daichai declared he would set up the stall and invited them to visit. Still terribly embarrassed, Karina objected that it was not the same when everyone leaves and jokingly urged him, have fun. He turned and walked through the market square looking at various stalls and people. He noted to himself they had about 2 hours of work. As he left, Alicia approached Karina, who was still unsteady on her feet, and asked if something had happened. Karina sprang up and feverishly denied, insisting that everything was fine. Alicia, glancing at the sluggish crowd, said it probably wouldn't be too hectic. Her usual observation was just a distracting maneuver. Alicia leaned forward, and her eyes suddenly flashed with intense focus. She confidently stated that something had indeed happened. Surrounded from all sides, Karina could only stammer and insist that it didn't matter. Soon Daichai waved to them as if to say, let them watch from afar. Karina, pulling curious Alicia by the hood, declared that they needed to set up the stall and reminded them they only had 2 hours. He began laying out his goods on a cloth spread on the ground. A friendly elderly woman from the neighboring tent approached, greeted him, and asked if he had just started. Daichai said that today he was just scouting the ground, and tomorrow he would set everything up properly. Then he materialized piles of goods from the item box and carefully arranged them. The woman and her companion watched, and Daichai jokingly commented that she had an item box and admitted that he was jealous. The old merchant smiles knowingly. She tells her companion that the envy one feels towards those who have an item box only grows stronger with the years. While she and her assistant were watching this, mixing envy with admiration, did she notice them and was a plan beginning to form in his mind. Then he reached out and asked them a simple question: how do they usually start a fire? The trader replied that she uses a flint of course, and her assistant confirmed the same. Both were puzzled by this question. The assistant explained that although she can manage a bit of magic, the necessary tools are so expensive that they are not suitable for daily use. Seizing the moment at the start, he laid out an imaginary scenario. What if there was a tool that easily starts a fire without magic, is accessible and inexpensive and also handy? Would they buy it? His proposal was met with confused silence from both. Instead of extra explanations, he asked to see the trader's hands. Then he took out a small box of waterproof matches and showed how to light one by striking it on the side. With a sharp hiss, the tip of the stick flared up with a steady flame. The enterprising woman trader froze in complete shock, and a small crowd was already gathering near her, even Daichai's companions whispering in amazement, admiring the simple yet truly revolutionary device. The successful demonstration strengthened his resolve. With a clenched fist clear, stubborn admiration, Daikai knew the path to becoming a merchant had truly begun. In the noisy square, Daichai announced, more free samples of waterproof matches had appeared. The crowd immediately surged toward him. A wave of excitement and confusion swept through the people. They pressed forward, asking what he was selling, and wanted to try it themselves. Alicia, a young woman, sat down near the brazier and struck a match. The flame flared up, and she exclaimed that it worked without any magic. The villagers were instantly enchanted. He explains to Alicia that his fire starters are made so that the firewood easily ignites, but they are designed for single use only. She nods, understanding, but Daichi mentally notes, the rest of the crowd has not yet grasped this. He asks to borrow matches to demonstrate, carefully placing the igniter among a pile of kindling in a large brazier, preparing for a public demonstration. The flame bursts to life with amazing speed. The first astonished spectators all recoil in surprise. They quietly whisper to each other, amazed at how easily the firewood caught fire. Lift both products so everyone can see. Daichi continues the promotional speech confidently. He claims that his waterproof matches and fire starters allow lighting a fire even for those without magic from the smallest flame. Then he exposes the trap. Both items are disposable. After that, he sets the prize for matches at 2 silver coins for a box of 25, and the crowd begins to quietly and thoughtfully murmur. He then announces a reward for fire starters, 60 in the chest, 1 silver coin for each. The crowd reacts with loud surprise. From afar, the sharp gaze of the guild leader Klaus watches the event closely. The crowd parts, and a young woman with short, spiky dark hair named Frida steps forward decisively. With a focused gaze, she raises her gloved hand and declares that she will take both matches and fire starters. She pastes the silver coins jingle in his palm. Daikai thanks her for the purchase. After that, he asks if she can spare a minute to look at something else. Frida raises her gaze, curious with doubt whether he has restocked goods for sale. Clarifies that these are not additional goods but free gifts. Since she made a purchase, he offers to add them to the set for free. Frida agrees the offer suits her. Having agreed, he decided, although it happened earlier than he planned, it was time to prepare some bonuses. After this, they uncovered the grill over the brazier and laid out rows of chicken meat cones, sizzling at full strength before the astonished spectators. Frida, interested, asked what kind of food it was. Daichai explained the simple process. The chicken was cut into small pieces, skewered, brushed with sauce, and then grilled. A rich, spicy aroma spread through the crowd, and people shouted with excitement uncontrollably. One man said he had encountered fried chicken before, but it had never smelled so incredible. Daichi noticed this and immediately understood. The smell had become a powerful lure for the hungry, especially for those who usually ate only in the morning and evening. While the crowd buzzed, one person recognized Frida. She had just bought his fire-starting equipment. Seizing the moment, Daichi offered her a freshly grilled shashlik skewer. He told her to take one as a free bonus. She was surprised but grateful. She accepted his offer and took a big, impatient bite. Her eyes snapped open in shock as the taste hit her senses. With an expression of genuine delight, she declared it incredibly delicious, and her reaction enchanted everyone watching. She explained that she had never tasted anything more delicious and immediately started talking about the sausage wanted to buy it. Daichi, pleased with her reaction, announced a promotion to the crowd. Anyone who buys at least one of his products will receive a grilled chicken kebab as a bonus. The announcement threw the crowd into a frenzy. Customers greedily bought up boxes of his goods to take their skewered ones home. He stopped and apologized to the vendor at the neighboring stall for the clatter, but she did not move, politely accepting his thanks with a skewer. Now the kiosk turned into a whirlwind of work. Frida and Alicia bustled around the queue handing out skewers. Daikai frantically fussed at the grill and took payments one person trying to keep up with the scorching pace, although demand suddenly and overwhelmingly surged. He announces to the bustling crowd that his shop will soon close and urges everyone to make their last purchases. Everything is going smoothly. When the last customers leave, a group of 4 threatening men approaches them. Their leader, a man with light hair and a beard, steps forward and orders them to taste. He smiles and says that this is exactly what he was waiting for. Then cheerfully he informs them, unfortunately he has already sold out the fried chicken. The men explode with rage, accuse him of lying because they saw him grab a few for himself, pulled them into his magic bag and call him a freak. Despite their anger, he bows slightly and explains that the shop is already closed for today, politely suggesting they return tomorrow if they are still interested. The enraged leader grabs him and declares that they are clients, so now they will teach him a lesson. Suddenly, the cold steel of a blade presses against the man's neck. A female voice commands, "Endure." The assailant leader freezes. Warns his men that she is a B-rank mage, so they need to be careful. The woman Karina takes hits at the level of top adventures, showing her rank. She asks what the problem is and orders them to retreat if they have nothing to do here. She casts a sharp glance and declares that she is his guard. At this revelation, Tovston the leader and his companion broke out in nervous sweat. Their aggressive manner had failed. She presses her trump card, asking if he really thinks that 4 of them can stop her. And she warns, if he misjudges the situation and does not retreat, he will regret it very seriously. When the bandits recoil, the young woman, Alicia, casually throws her arm over the leader's shoulder. She cheerfully asks what happened, saying that if there is no food left, then there is nothing to do. The men nervously nod. While the situation has not yet fully de-escalated, a new voice cuts into the conversation asking if they are fighting over something. A man with a large scar above his eye approaches them. The leaders of the Tayugs turn pale before their eyes when they recognize the newcomer. They shout the name Alan and ask why he is still here. He turns to his companion, a man with slick-back hair, and asks if he needs help in the fight. The latter confirms and expresses gratitude. The clash again shifts to the Daithai group. The leader of the hooligans addresses Karina and says that it seems she will have to pay for this. Daithai, confused, intervenes. What exact price does she owe if he is the one left without goods? After that, he declares that they are leaving. His words ignite the gang's rage. They roar at him and accuse him of leading them on all the time. Daithai, stunned, quickly tries to backtrack, insisting that it is a misunderstanding and that he was only joking. But this makes them even angrier. They hiss that he is dead. As the situation worsens, Alan and his team step forward. Looming figures fill the scene. Daithai and Karina glance their way and their faces harden. Alan looks with slight annoyance and asks what happened. Instead, Alicia cheerfully holds Nike up and encourages me, saying, "Tell someone to do everything they can." The original gang leader explains to Alan that Daichai's group mocked them, so he was going to quiet them down with a lesson. His companion smiles crookedly and asks why he hasn't started yet, then mockingly teases. Is he afraid of some guy and his girl? The other bandits burst into contemptuous laughter. The laughter dies down when the gang leader, with a trembling finger, points at Karina and solemnly, in panic, warns Alan. The girl is a rank B mage and this is no joke. His warning is met with contemptuous mockery and gestures from Alan's other people. They seem not at all embarrassed by this sensation. But Alan still processes the information. He calmly admits that they must be careful, then adds a crucial detail: Karina is not the only mage in this place. This is confirmed by the gang leader. When the odds seem to have evened out, Alan gives the order to his man. It's time to teach them a lesson. His group suddenly jumps forward to attack. While Alan's people rush into the attack, Daichi warns Karina, "Be careful," tracking 2 of the attackers and 1 more in the rear, probably mages. Karina notices that their physical enhancement looks like they are in enchanted gear, so his 9 bullets might not work. She asks if he can handle one side of the attack. At the thought that a beautiful woman is relying on him, Daichi feels a surge of adrenaline. Taking a sip from the container, he confidently takes on the task. After that, he clarifies what he thinks. He might take both. Karina knocks down his confidence, advises that one is enough, and the main thing, he must not make the first move. Their warning is late. One of the rapists, tired of the argument, roars at them to stop talking. He and 2 of his accomplices rush forward, weapons raised to strike. The attack ends instantly. All 3 attackers lie face up on the ground, knocked down, bleeding. When the bandits lie exhausted, Karina shifts her gaze to another group of spectators with a smug grimace and asks if they remember what she said earlier. The leader of that group, Klaus, nervously wipes sweat and admits he forgot. While Klaus stammers, Daichi crouches near the other group and announces that he intends to interrogate the fallen, and asks if they have questions for them as well. Klaus regains composure and asks what exactly Daichi wants to find out. He immediately throws a question. Supposedly they came here to get rid of the goblins. Klaus confirms that was the case. He explains that his party all travelers registered in the city of Karam and that they officially accepted the request. And then, with a hint of accusation, adds, Those mages who mentioned Daichai's group apparently did not do so. Hearing this, Daichi's expression sharply intensifies. He states as a fact that all the goblins were wiped out, then pointedly asks Klaus's team how many they killed, demanding an exact number. The direct question shatters Klaus's confidence. He admits the party has 0. Denny's, his partner, confirms the same. Daichi silently processes this suspicious information. He continued the interrogation, noting, Klaus's party achieved nothing, while another group claims to have defeated 11 goblins. The accusation hung in the air. Klaus twitched. He insisted on confirming the number, and his gaze did not waver for a moment. When Klaus nervously confirmed, Daichai's questions changed. He needed to know who belonged to the members of this other, more successful party. When he focused on Klaus, Karina turned to the woman in the crowd, Colette, and asked if she could describe that party. The sharp turn made Klaus raise his hand as if to object. Remember, one of them could use both water and healing magic. The man in the bandana, apparently the leader of the other party, added that their group consisted of 4 people. Klaus continued the explanation. 2 fighters in front were in enchanted equipment, and the third was a specialist in combat magic. Daichai listened, swallowing every detail. He concluded that the party was well balanced. No wonder such a team could defeat 11 goblins while others failed to kill even one. Still, the situation seemed suspicious. His thoughts shifted to the quest itself. He addressed the crowd and asked who had accepted the request to clear goblins in Torino village. The man with the bandana raised his hand and declared that it was his party and a party of mages. He directly asked the man whether the village had been attacked and if they all escaped unharmed. The man confirmed and explained that they had searched for goblins for over 10 days but found none, so they just left. The party leader called it luck, saying they would have been attacked if they had stayed a couple more days. After that, he revealed a crucial time detail. The mage squad arrived in the village 3 days before the goblins attacked. Having received this new information, he turned to the short-haired woman from the other group, crossing his arms. Recognizing them as those who fought the goblins, he demanded to know the scale of the operation. He listened as the mage leader recounted their actions. The man stated, they heard that other parties had not found goblins for over 10 days, so they decided the horde was moving. Therefore, as soon as they arrived at the village, they rushed deep into the forest to scout the goblin lair. Then he asked a direct question. He wanted to know if any goblins had appeared during their search. The mage with closed eyes gave a simple answer, 1 word. No. Daichai watched him, the face unreadable. When the interrogation seemed to be over, Daichai stood next to Karina, and Alicia, his gaze distant as he replayed what he had heard in his mind. Then his attention shifted to another side of the adventure. Out loud, he pondered what to do with them. Handing them over to the village guard was a hassle. And if they really repented, he thought they could just be released. Following the advice about leniency, Captain Jeffrey and his companions immediately burst into a loud, ostentatious, apologetic display begging for forgiveness. Daichai and Karina watched how everything unfolded, a little surprised by the force of this pressure. Having resolved the issue, Daichai turned to Karina and Alicia and gently stroked the younger girls' heads. He announced their next step, to hand over all the information they had gathered to the guild leader Klaus and Captain Jeffrey. And while they walked, Daichai's thoughts returned again to the mage leader. He admitted to himself, the man's story seemed logical. A party of 4 mages snooping deep into the forest did not seem strange. But something still didn't add up. An inner anxiety jingled and warned that he could not be trusted. He couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong here. What threw him off was how talkative the mage was. There was something about it that unsettled him. Now he would wonder whether this was new evidence, a real step forward in his investigation, or just another obstacle masterfully disguised. Inside the command tent, Guild leader Klaus reviews the situation with Karina. He confirms the 2 parties present in Torino village right before the bandit attack also took part in the goblin cleanup. When the report is finished, he asks for her personal assessment. Irina delivers her decision. They need to be cautious. Klaus agrees and says that the company of 4 mages definitely cannot be trusted, and rushing to trust other parties is also unwise. He suspects they are acting according to a pre-written script. Then he points out that the information was extracted by Daichai Sakura. When everything falls into place, Klaus suggests, Daichai's decision to open a food stall was a calculated tactic and most likely connected to the events in Torino. The guild leader, with a thoughtful expression, admits he had planned to send a scout to the taverns that very night with the same purpose. Daichai simply beat him to it. Karina looks down, sugar on her fingers. She apologizes because she feels she should have stopped him before he exposed himself to such risk. He dismisses her apology and tells her not to worry. Under his breath, he wonders if the travelers noticed their suspicions and finally concludes, no one could have imagined that Daichai would open a stall just to probe them for the needed information. Continues the analysis, noting, Daichai's line of questioning cleverly led to the fact that they expect attacks on the road, but not a bandit raid on the village itself. If the targets do not take this too deeply, Klaus is confident everything will be fine. After that, she shifts his gaze directly to Karina and asks a direct question. What does she really think about Lord Asakura? She answers frankly, her face stern and impassive. In her opinion, his potential seems limitless. Her assessment continues. A picture forms in her mind as Daichi imagines it. It is not only his abilities as a mage but also unparalleled knowledge and wisdom, she is sure. His level of education is far higher than she can comprehend at all. He counted in his head no pen, no paper, and the results were quick and accurate. Hearing this, Klaus confirmed. He had the same impression. He noted that even for a seasonal trader, Daichi could immediately grasp both mysterious calculations and exhausting contracts. Karina told more in detail and recalled the time in the forest when he was honing his magic. At first, he wrote out what looked like equations to calculate distances, and this equally confused both her and Lloyd. Klaus then asked if she remembered what was in those equations. In response, Karina only shook her head. She admitted not only could she not recall, she could not even comprehend them. The method he used was called triangulation, but because the measurements were only approximate, the answer was just an estimate. Still, in her eyes, it was like watching a professor give a complex lecture. She continued explaining. Over time, he got tired of taking measurements, so he pulled out a strange high-tech instrument and began using it instead. Klaus listened attentively, acknowledging her report. He took a sip from the cup and began to speculate. Daichi was probably of royal blood from another continent. He pondered whether it was belonging to a family of high nobility. Karina objected, although she could not properly explain why. It seemed to her, he did not look like an heir, rather like the second son of a wealthy, landowning nobleman. Intrigued, Klaus asked her why. She simply replied, Daichi takes everything too lightly. She explained in more detail. She had seen how he rushes into situations without asking himself if he can handle them alone. It seems he does not solve problems. Instead, he sets the stage to demonstrate his own capability, leaving everyone else to pick up the pieces. She continued her report, adding another point. Laos, leaning forward, urged her to be more specific. She stated that she believed they needed to raise their attitude towards Mr. Asakura. She conveyed all this with a serious look, as if hinting that they should treat him as if he were royalty, traveling incognito or at least someone's future heir. He faltered, folded his hands in front of him, and quietly asked for the reason. She began by calling his item box. Even in their own country, she said, only the highest circles of society possess intangible magic in such items, and every single product he made from it is impressive. Moreover, she added, he has a high level of knowledge and sophistication and has repeatedly proven the ability to use what surrounds him to solve complex problems. She painted a grim picture if all the things and knowledge she had were thoughtlessly scattered across the entire country. The measure of influence he could achieve would be immeasurable. Klaus, absorbing her words, drew his own conclusion. If Daichi really was a royal person from another state, possessing magical abilities far superior to theirs, then the situation was critical. He leaned forward and posed a pointed question. As the daughter of a royalist count from the Kirsch house, was she ready to lure Daichi away no matter what it took? This hint struck Karina like a blow, and she sharply sat up, bursting into a scream at the guild leader, not believing what she heard. He simply leaned back, dismissing his provocative question as a joke, but Karina did not relax. Her gaze was fixed on him unwaveringly. For her, the state of the Novendorf kingdom was not a topic to be so easily dismissed. Laos continues its strategic assessment, setting aside the question of Daichi's origin. He reasons that only the economic impact of his products and information is already capable of igniting opposing factions within their own country, and, all without exception, will fight for his favor. Karina agrees but expresses greater concern. Whoever seizes control over Daity's allegiance at a faction or a country will undoubtedly gain colossal influence, so it is extremely important that it succeeds for them. Having reached an agreement, Klaus announces how they will act. He will be shown the highest honor. A measured, calculated smile will settle on his lips. Somewhere nearby, Daichi notices Frida and Dennis together and asks why they are standing close again. Frida boldly moves closer, teasingly asks if she is not enough for him. When Daichi starts to stammer a denial, Alicia calmly explains, "It's just better to be among people you know well." She continues to tease, turning to Dennis, who looks extremely upset, joking that if Daichi is not satisfied with him, she can always push him out and find someone more handsome to take his place. Seeing that his friends were embarrassed, Daichi quickly approached and calmed everyone. He didn't mind Danny while petting Nikki. The other girls picked up the joke, saying Daichi would probably prefer someone more handsome than a middle-aged man anyway. Near Karina quickly explains to the frightened dentist their mission. The plan is to drug the bandits by pretending to be drunk, so she orders him to drink with his head held high, has permission from Daichi. Then she shifts her gaze to Daichi and adds more details about her companions. She says that Dennis and Frida are both rank B mages and are equally skilled in close combat as well as at a distance. You digest this revelation and understand. B rank puts them on par with Karina's own abilities. Impressed, he tells Frida and Dennis that they are incredible. He notes, while Karina specializes in wind magic, they can become even stronger if they focus on offensive fire magic. He listened as Frida explained. All of Beltramo's guards are mages ranked above D, so their own B status did not seem special. Danny nodded confusedly and agreed, saying they could handle it themselves anyway. He continued, adding that they are trying to create the impression of an ordinary average convoy. This made Ditch Sheet ask if the company's guards are really not that strong, and he admitted that it is difficult for him to assess. Karina stepped forward to clarify the strategy. She explained, if problems overwhelm them, Dennis will be able to use his reliable area magic effect to distract the enemies, and then the rest can escape. From afar, both Frida and Denny's nodded happily, agreeing with her straightforward assessment of the plan. As soon as they ran to the tavern, Karina abruptly cut off the conversation, deciding they had talked too much already. At that moment, Nike hid inside Daichai's jacket and muttered a muffled, dissatisfied MPH. The sound pierced and everyone instantly turned around. She turned to Daichai, asking what had happened, and aloud wondered if Nike simply did not like taverns. Daichai immediately understood the reason. Perhaps Nike had used spirit magic to sense the same suspicious group that had been there earlier. Karina confirmed, the same men were already inside, and it turned out Nike had spotted them purely by instinct. Hearing this, Karina looked completely calm, as if to say, if it was only about those adventurers, that would already be a relief. Denny's, no less indifferent, cheerfully opened the door and invited everyone to enter. Inside the tavern, life was bustling. The same adventure cleaners, rough travelers, among them Captain Jeffrey, were drinking and eating together, chatting loudly at the table and not even suspecting the group that had just entered. He and his companions were already inside, laughing loudly at the table. As soon as Daichai and his team entered the inn, the noisy scene immediately caught their attention. It was shaking from behind a wooden pillar. Karina confirmed their presence with a weary sigh. Daichai looked and his eyes widened with surprise. All this time, the group of travelers continued walking through the room, unaware that they were being watched. From a distance, Daichai noticed their wounds were still healing. Frida decided that everything was going too easily, while Alicia happily praised Nike for her cleverness, how she tracked and found them. Then he remembered his own rapid healing, a process that took less than 3 minutes, and suddenly it dawned on him there was a water mage in Jeffrey's group. Their wounds should have fully healed within minutes, but that did not happen. With this new understanding, he returned to the others, rearranging their strategy on the fly. Their original plan to pretend to be drinking until the adventurers appeared was now outdated. The news was a devastating blow to Danny. He was overwhelmed with hopeless frustration at the prospect of no alcohol. While Colette quietly stroked the sleeping dentist's back, hinting that he could buy a drink somewhere later, Daichai approached the innkeeper for provisions. As soon as the group began to disperse, the adventurers' table drew attention again. Daichai watched them and did not understand why they were going into the forest so late at night. Karina corrected him, they were leaving the village. Keeping a safe distance, Daichai voiced a suspicion. If the travelers were simply arranging a meeting with a contact, he reasoned there would be no need to enter the forest. He considered their purpose and quietly shared his thoughts with the others. It turned out that they were probably arranging to meet the contact at the edge of the forest to report that the Beltram escort squad was tougher than expected, or simply to pass information by letter. While he weighed the options, the group stayed behind the cover of trees and watched Jeffrey's party standing at the edge of the clearing. Karina, using wind magic to scout, confirmed his suspicions. She reported. She did not hear exact words, but it was clear they intended to make it known their group was capable of more fights than originally planned. Her search was cut short when Alicia suddenly held her breath and warned. Others were lurking nearby in the grass. Following her warning, the group crouched low and disappeared into the thickets. Alicia whispered quietly that the situation was bad. Someone's voice cut through the night and called out someone needed to step forward. Daichai silently hoped they could eavesdrop on the conversation. He turned to her and asked what was happening. Alicia, listening carefully, said that from what she managed to understand, the newcomers overheard details about the village watch. Before he could respond, Frida added that in the village, the watch service always keeps their ears open. Denny's agreed and noted, if the newcomers supposedly came to fight goblins, it was quite natural for them to make contact with the local watch. The question about the goblins' strength was met with a cheerful explanation from Frida. She said that it is customary to both deal with them and tame them at the same time. A real threat begins only when goblins gather in packs. She added further, as long as there are no elites, even low-level adventurers can handle them. Something finally came together in his head. As he thought it was supposed to be about an enemy stronger than just goblins. He reasoned, if there were too many goblins, the proper force would have already been sent to their end. His thoughts raced, he imagined the enemy's strategy. In other words, there were too few goblins to chase an entire crowd of adventurers or members of the village garden. This was exactly perfect for keeping the overall village security low. The full, insidious plan became clear. First, lure a few goblins near the village so the villagers would shudder and ask the adventurers themselves. Next, plant a few bandits in the adventurers' squads who would secretly pass information to their main team. And then, when the situation ripens, the bandits will loot the village and their own agents inside will make it look like an easy job. He processed the new information and realized with surprise. The bandits headed towards the village farther from the Beltram Company convoy. Karina confirmed he understood correctly and explained. The bandits advised their allies to stay away completely from the company. While they watched a group of adventurers cautiously making their way through the tall grass, Alicia wondered if they knew about the ambush ahead. Karina corrected her. Their slow advance was only a sign of caution. Karina turned to Alicia and asked if she could use her abilities to allow her to eavesdrop on that distant conversation. Focusing for a moment, Alicia nodded. She could try. A moment before this, Daichi caught a barely audible crackle, and crackling in his distant voices began to break through Alicia's magic. He listened attentively as one of the men reported. The Beltram Company column stopped in the village and does not move from the spot. Moreover, the village watch behaves suspiciously. Daichi explained to Jeffrey that Alicia's wind magic allows them to eavesdrop on bandits. Jeffrey, digesting what he heard, asked why the Beltram Company had stopped in the village at all. The bandits themselves were thinking the same thing. One of them suggested that the gang was most likely frightened by the recent attack on the village of Torino. Realizing this, Daichi remembered, Torino was the last village they passed through. Karin quickly confirmed the fact. The memory of this was much darker for the bandits. The man with slick-back hair recalled the event with a fierce smile, reminding his companion that Torino is the village where they slaughtered everyone. His companion waved off the memory and asked what their plan was now. The squat bandit with slick hair stated that there was no point in complaining, but their leader admitted the situation was serious. If Beltram Company doesn't move soon, their entire operation will be in jeopardy. He smiles predatory, noticing the presence of Beltram Company not as a failure but as a stroke of luck. He says this will turn into an even bigger score than their last, especially if the guild leader is there. From a distance, Daichi and his companions can be heard quietly exchanging words and agreeing. They also see the logic in the bandits' assessment and acknowledge it as a good idea. A quiet, coordinated consensus is broken by the sharper tort of Captain Jeffries. Frowning, he reminds the others that he had already warned them about the formidable security. He continues to explain. He met only 2 guards, but even those 2 were enough to make the fight too difficult. The unimpressed man with a goatee snorts and waves off the captain's warnings. He mutters why he is so concerned and emphasizes, among the tough opponents, there was only 1 B-rank mage. To emphasize his point, he lays out their own devastating trump card, confidently stating that there are as many as 5 B-rank mages in their ranks. This statement overwhelms the listeners with a wave of shock. The faces of Jeffries, Frida, Karina, Daichi, and Alicia simultaneously reveal how serious the situation has become. Hi, drenched in sweat, cannot help but wonder how truly large their forces are. Next to him, Karina's face suddenly hardens. She understands. This creates a serious threat. They have just encountered an enemy whose power can fully match their own. The tension in the air hangs like a heavy veil as Daichi's group confronts the captured thugs. Jeffries notes, 5 of them are B-rank mages, and that explains their earlier confidence. Now that Daichi has faced them live, he clearly understands the threat they pose. Jeffries turns to Daichi and advises waiting until their captives are removed from the area. Then he directly asks if Daichi is afraid. The young man simply replies, "Yeah." Then he continued the assessment, acknowledging that Karina was quite tough, but at least he understood what she was doing. But Daichi, that's a completely different matter. Resorting to magic, Jeffrey couldn't even imagine what kind exactly. He clarifies, Daichi shot a compact lump of lead into his leg. One of the prisoners, Alan's accomplice, just snorts defiantly and doubts whether it was just a regular gunpowder ignition. Daichi interrupts joyfully, noting that even with such a blow Jeffrey still managed to pierce his enchanted armor. He adds that people with such power are few and far between. Meanwhile, the detained thugs whisper among themselves. The bald thug confirms it was Daichi who attacked them. He tells how 2 of their comrades, Akim and Elmer, lost a leg when they let their guard down. Jeffrey dismisses the idea that the infiltrators are low-ranking as completely impossible. He turns to Frida and orders her to contact their allies in the cage. Kyuli disperses his fussiness. Barely defiantly with rebellion, she reports, the final decision will be tomorrow at noon, and adds that he should hope this matter gets cancelled. On the edge of tension, Karina is preparing to move. "Let's go," she says and waves for the group to proceed. They continue on, their path leading past the dark maw of a cave and deeper into the dense forest. In a large, roughly hewn cave, a tough company of people has gathered. They stand before a powerful, stocky man like their leader, and he stands with his back to them, thinking about what to do next, while the air thickens with anticipation. The gathered group is an assembly of hardened faces. Each one is stern and determined. People and beasts can unite them into one purpose. The silence is broken by a man with slick-back hair. He reports with a brazen, tired laugh that Alan's group was completely defeated. He says Alan was scared of that kid and that guard lady. Nearby stands an older man with a beard listening, then asking to confirm that their opponents were really B-rank mages. The leader, a man named Joseph, turns to his subordinates, crossing his arms. One of Alan's men steps forward, confirms they saw the Mage Guild ID tag of the girl, and insists that the young boy is much more dangerous than the Beer Inc. mage. After that, another man asks Joseph what their plan is, and uncertainty is heard in his voice. The man in the red hood and mask warns, their targets may be connected to Beltram Company, and that will become a serious problem. But another participant just snorts, implying their forces should be more than enough to handle them. The man with slick-back hair pierces with a glance, sharply asking if his competence is being questioned. He thunders in response, the very fact that a Burank mage is nearby cannot be overlooked. But another man does not back down, demanding to be told directly what exactly he meant. Before the argument flared up, their leader Peter slammed his fists down and growled, demanding silence. His order instantly cuts off the quarrel. From the barrel, in a relaxed pose, a young guy with short light hair calmly responds, implying that Beltram Company is unlikely to ignore the fact that the village watch has already moved. They continue to address Peter directly with confident smiles. The guy asks if Peter doesn't think their opponents have already set a trap, and the leader's expression twitches, a flash of surprise appearing for a moment. The youth unfolds his theory, leaning forward and smiling confidently. He points to the obvious, the guild leader's convoy is already here. And if the rumors about his excessive honesty are true, it is very likely that he will coordinate actions with the village watch to prepare some kind of trap strike. The strategist confirms his latest report with the leader, Peter. He relays that the village watch is focusing on the north gate, while Beltram Company has set up camp in a clearing near the south gate. Then he lays out the plan with a smiling face. If they attack the village watch from the north, the Beltram convoy must run to assist. Nearby, one of the bandits who received a message from Alan's group confirms everything is correct. Another bandit expresses concern, implying that this way they will earn less, and he doesn't like living with the thought of Beltram Company. Peter replies, let's just take out the village watch and grab as much as we can before the company arrives. One of the men smiles predatory, as always wanting to turn the situation around, and says that there are more women in this village, so he would prefer not to rush. But Peter's face hardens. Inside, he rejects the strategist's caution as impossible. He is still pondering the strategist's warning. Usually reinforcements are late, but the strategist raised alarming questions. What if they have already set a trap? What if units are lying in wait somewhere halfway? He insisted. Even if they destroy the guard, they still won't be able to simultaneously rob and fend off the company's squad. While their leader weighs the risks, the other bandits are already indulging in thoughts. One suggests attacking the company earlier and not only taking money and women from the village, but also seizing the cargo from the caravan, imagining it will be a substantial loot. The proposal is met with instant fear. A man named Joseph shouts that they cannot possibly overcome the Beltram convoy and reminds them of their harsh reputation. Others, looking around anxiously, watch silently while the strategist quietly considers. The rumor about a Barang mage among them could indeed become a problem. He turns his back to the frightened men, setting aside how the Allen group panicked. His gaze again fixes on the leader, calmly asks Peter for his thoughts. Addressing the group, the strategist acknowledges Joseph's correctness. He says everyone knows the reputation of the Beltramsky convoys and agrees, to reduce losses, they must avoid direct confrontation. Peter presses him, asking how they should act next. A bold and confident smiling, the strategist leans forward. If they are going into action, the only way is a sudden attack. The young strategist began, spreading his arms to address the gathered bandits. Well, first, this. They explain, while the northern side is guarded by the village watch, it is easy to overcome. Other bandits eagerly agree and suggest an idea: if the watch sets up a shelter, they can simply ignore them and move to a direct assault on the village. They reason that the watch will inevitably rush to protect the residents, creating the perfect moment to eliminate them all. A sign that the calculations are based on overly simple assumptions. The strategists stated that they hoped the village guard was foolish, and in response they said, if the guards have even a little sense, they will keep the peasants locked in the village center at night, and then a direct assault will become more difficult. Peter, the leader, seemed to really follow, concluding, after they crush the village guard, then they will take on the convoy. The strategist's patience snapped. You are an idiot. They declared, irritated by the absurdity that forces them to divide their forces. They detailed the flaw in his plan. Village watch will immediately take a defensive position. This will buy precious time for the Beltram convoy to reinforce the villagers. But that was not the only risk. Then another bandit joined in and spoke differently. He suggested simply ignoring the defenders, looting the empty houses for valuables, and disappearing before the column even arrived. Peter snorted disdainfully at how the strategist endlessly insisted on risk. He meant, could their real fear be that their own people would get so carried away with looting that they wouldn't manage to escape? Looking away from his face in annoyance, the strategist admitted, he would never have thought of such a possibility if he had not been surrounded by people so stupid that they were capable of it. Hearing this, Petro and the others burst out laughing, rudely rejecting the idea that anyone in their company could be so dumb. He confidently laid out his own simple strategy: they would leave no trace for the convoy to find them and then strike from the south. She leaned forward and proposed an alternative to the group's reckless ideas. Instead of a direct confrontation, they should simply stage a sudden attack. His own proposal was met with a sharp burst of enthusiasm. He clapped his hands as soon as he realized they had the same idea for an ambush, but Yosef just looked puzzled. Despite his confusion, he began to lay out the initial assumptions of the plan. They would act as if the enemy held one unit defending the south and another the center of the village. She laid out a simple strategy. Their forces would attack Northgate, join with the group already inside, and then storm the village watch. He explained that the real goal was not just to fight, but to completely break the watch and crush the villagers' fighting spirit. Then they would have no will left to resist, and the Beltram convoy would become easy prey. When the Beltram unit was eliminated, he continued, the villagers would become easy prey. This angered one of the bandit robbers with bandages. He jumped up with an angry shout, called him a fool, and insisted that the real treasures were with the main convoy, not in the village. Another gang already relayed what they had just heard, and it confirmed. The attack was direct, sudden, and its main goal was the complete elimination of the village watch. Amid this excitement, Leader Peter narrowed his eyes. He asked if this was the fake plan that had been deliberately leaked. The strategist immediately lit up, confirmed with a joyful bingo, and this sent a wave of shock through another man. Peter's expression changed to deep interest. He urged the strategist to continue. The strategist slid his finger closer, raised his hand, pressed his finger to his lips as if about to tell the truth. The real plan is this. While he was speaking in a completely different place, a fist slammed down on the table with full force. From there came the sound of a man with a pointed beard, in a frenzy, wildly shouting at a subordinate who trembled fearfully and clung to the ground before him. At the town hall in Akara, Klaus Bertram recounts the recent meeting. He says, after dealing with the goblins, they encountered bandits who had previously attacked Torino village. He continues to rub his temple, breaking down in frustration. The meeting had two goals: to discuss their findings and to devise a defense plan for the village before nightfall. Klaus expresses deep concern. Since the operation is led by the village council, their plans could essentially be handed to the enemy on a silver platter. While the details of that meeting are being conveyed, Daichi sits down next to his comrades and asks to confirm that their proposed plan was accepted. Everyone listens attentively as they agree on the details. The agreed plan is laid out on the map. Currently, the village watch and the travelers who fought the goblins hold the defense at Northgate, while the Beltram company stands in a clearing near Southgate, keeping a close watch. This strategic positioning is intended to repel bandit attacks from any side. The main forces of the company will remain in the center of the village, ready to support defense at both gates or respond to any incursions over the outer walls. Captain Jeffrey confirms, this was the proposal of the Beltram company. He adds that to reduce potential losses, residents near the south gate will be temporarily relocated to the center. Also, all suspicious travelers will be required to help watch the village from the north side. In essence, they will be kept under surveillance. Daichi considers this, acknowledging that Jeffrey is right. The captain responds with a confident smile and tells him not to worry. They will be managing the operation and will take the brunt of the battle. Frida adds her straightforward assessment. She explains that since the village council failed to prepare an alternative plan, they had to accept theirs. Since the village itself cannot defend itself, their forces must be on the front lines. After the briefing concludes, Jeffrey declares that everything is finished and announces it is time to meet with the guild leader. He and Frida rise from the table, while Daichi and Alicia remain watching them leave. Their departure is sanctioned by Klaus Bertram, gives the final firm order to proceed according to plan. The assembled group of adventurers stands ready, prepared to take up the village's defense. Once the plan was finalized, Daichi assigned specific roles to the team. He stated that he, along with Alicia, Karina, Denise, and Frida, would prepare an attack on the southern side, acting side by side with the guild leader Klaus. He outlined the details and received clear confirmation as the forces moved out. The counterattack was to begin very soon. According to the strategy, the unit requiring the greatest mobility was to be positioned in the center of the village under the command of Captain Jeffrey. Later, in his tent, Daichi pondered the variables, uncertain how effective his magical spells would be, and having to consider that the deserter might not be alone. He thought that simply assuming all enemy mages were Barak and opening fire blindly would not work, especially since he did not know who they were. Weapons from his world surfaced in his mind, specifically antimatter rifles. His strategy was formed. He could start by clearing the area with an assault rifle, then pick off any remaining targets with an antimaterial rifle. He also thought that magical spells did not depend on light, sound, or air, so he could use sedative gas. Nike broke his concentration. He knocked her out and remembered pawing at a radio. Daichi returned to his companion and asked if he wanted to play with the device again. Suddenly the radio crackled, and a distorted voice burst out of it, revealing an astonishing truth. The current operation was a fake plan. The voice confirmed their real target was Beltram Company. Daichai froze, looked at Nike, and realized that the cat had been trying to warn him all along. He immediately apologized, promising to play later just as the weight of the enemy's hidden scheme crashed down on him. Suddenly Deity has a revelation while listening to the crackling radio. The plan he studied was a fake. Now he understands, the enemy's real target is not Village Watch at all. Meanwhile, in the bandits' hideout, their strategist lays out the real target, the Beltram convoy. He explains that this is a 1 in a million chance because the convoy hardly splits its forces. Their plan is to steal the cargo and capture the guild leader. When asked who will identify the target, the strategist confirms. Only he and a man named Yosef know, only the two of them see what the leader looks like. He further outlines the deception. They will leak a fake attack plan on Village Watch. One of the men doubts the trick, but the strategist brushes it off, saying the enemies will expect a weak breakaway. Main forces will most likely concentrate in Village Center, and the elite troops will hold nearby, so the guild leader's position will remain vulnerable to a lone attack. One of the bandits voices another concern. What if they have to face those elite troops directly? The overall leader, Peter, slams his fist into his palm with a bang and confidently declares that they will handle the boss too. His firmness ignites the mood of the others. They agree. There hasn't been a worthy opponent for a long time, they boast. There are only 5 of them and they will definitely win, because they are not like other groups. The source of their confidence is that they are servicemen on duty. And the strategists then routinely advise that for safety, they should also add a group of prisoners, huddled together in the dark. Without risking injury due to delay, the men agree to play the trump card. Peter makes the final decision. He orders Alan's squad to attack the north entrance exactly at midnight tomorrow. The strategist adds the last layer of deception. A subordinate is tasked with pretending to contact their insiders and deliver a second, more detailed fake letter. The plan is ready. They attack tomorrow evening. Turning to Daichai, he processes the intercepted conversation. Now he knows for sure. The attack on the village is about to happen. Just as he mumbles that the time has almost come, a voice addresses him. In another location, Frida holds a similar radio device. She informs Karina that Captain Jeffrey has received data about the attack and that they need to immediately head to the guild leader's tent. Karina gives the confirmation order, her face tense as she prepares to move. Detailed letter, likely intercepted intelligence, lies on the table inside the large command tent. Its contents are illuminated by a lamp nearby. Inside, Klaus Bergtram addresses his command. With grim certainty, he announces, bandits will attack this evening. His statement hangs in the air in response, only a row of tense glances and uncertain phrases from Frida, Karina, Daichai, Captain Jeffrey, and Alicia. He unfolds data gathered by intelligence. According to a letter found on suspicious adventurers captured by patrols, the bandits have already come across a plan to expose a unit in the center of the village. It reveals their true goal. The thief robbers plan a full-scale assault on the northern side of the village. They must quickly destroy the guard. This means that the robbers, considering it unwise to fight both the adventurers and the village watch at once, decide to first remove the guard and only then target the guild. While the group listens, Daichai's thoughts race one after another. He understands this is not typical bandit tactics. It is rather a carefully planned military operation. Then Klaus slaps the table with a bang and asks what they have all gathered to discuss. He does not wait for an answer. He growls that the bandit will not succeed. He declares he has already ordered the mobile unit to join the village watch and commands the adventurers to move to the northern side to turn the tide against their attackers. While others prepare to move, Karina steps forward and insists she will stay with the merchant guild as protection. Denny's, acknowledging her choice, turns to Klaus and asks what plans he himself has. He brushes off concern and says there is nothing to worry about. He assures the guild has workers capable of resisting to some degree. Frida immediately speaks up, addressing the guild leader directly. She asks, let Karina stay behind. She explains that her presence guarantees the guild's safety and the rest can help guard the village without any worries. Before Klaus can respond, Daichai suddenly cuts in and raises the radio transmitter. He states that with 5 Burank mages among the bandits, leaving Karina out of the fight only increases the damage they cause. Daichai insists. This is exactly what the bandits want. And he calls out to the guild leader Klaus, saying he has something urgent to report to him. Daichai asks was he the one who just heard their conversation. Daichai confirms yes, he heard, and because of this he must speak. He insists that they cannot leave the south unprotected and admits everything Klaus laid out was part of the enemy's plan. After this, he places a small rectangular device on the map. Just press the button, the device crackles and comes to life. A recorded voice sounds in the room, the words chill those present. It says that the fake plan was deliberately leaked. The scheme was prepared specifically to lure Beltram into a trap. The confession stuns Klaus and the other adventurers. His eyes widen as he comprehends the voices without a body. Daichai looks at him, confirming that he has finally understood the situation. He explains that the recording most likely contains the real strategy of the bandit. The other travelers, including Jeffrey and Frida, listen attentively, Frida mutters that she is already getting used to such sudden twists of events. From afar, Karina watches, and her curiosity awakens because of the strange object in Daichai's hand. But Laos dismisses the very nature of the device, saying it does not matter. He grits his teeth and focuses only on the compromising conversation played in the recording. He clarifies that the conversation was recorded recently. According to him, the bandits are coming to them from the large forest south of the village, somewhere about 500 meters or a kilometer from the main road. The explanation is cut off as his eyes suddenly dart upward in alarm. "Everyone," he shouts, "they are already here." And just then another traveler bursts in, shouting, calling for the guild leader. He says, "The battle has broken out near the northern gates and a signal rocket has already been launched." The group shudders at the news and does not know what to do, but Daichai's hand clenches into a fist. His face hardens with determination. "I have an idea," he declares. He begins to lay out his plan, tapping his finger on the map. It was simple. He described a counter-strategy that would turn the bandits' own scheme against them. The finger traced the route on the map. When the bandits approached from the south, their forces would be ambushed from both flanks halfway to the village. He glanced at those present around the table, emphasizing the decisive moment. For this ambush to work, they had to act as if they were following the bandits' original plan. To achieve this, he outlined the first step. They would create the illusion that the rest of their troops were being transferred from the south to reinforce the north gate. The rest of the guards, even non-combatants, would be disguised to make the fake look plausible, and he, Alicia, Karina, Frida, and Denny's would stay behind. The second part of this scheme concerned the guild leader, Klaus. He was to be shown in the town square supposedly waiting to give emergency orders. In reality, he would be the bait. And he decided that all five, Alicia, Karina, Denny's, Frida, and himself, would quietly slip to the ambush site and deliver a sudden strike. Karina's expression hardened, and she immediately intervened. She said the plan was too risky. He replied that even if the attack failed, it would create a vital breach so the guild leader could safely retreat to the village center. She pressed him further, questioning why they wouldn't just forget about the troops sent to the north gate if the main enemy force was really coming from the south. He met her gaze, the determination in it did not waver, and said that no plan is without risk, and the bandits were already attacking. Around, Denny shook his head and whispered that her suggestion wouldn't work. Frida nodded, adding that the bandits would catch up with them long before reinforcements could be recalled from Northgate. Marina, however, continued calculating options. She reasoned, even if the bandits had up to 5 Berank mages, the combined strength of the Village Watch and Beltram Company forces near the North Gate would easily hold off 60 bandits. This calculation was supposed to give enough time for their main troops to withdraw and help intercept the southern force of the village center. She turned to Klaus and Frida, a confident spark flashed in her eyes, and she needed their confirmation. After brief consideration, Klaus conceded she was right. She listens while Denny's interrupts and explains, "It's more complicated than just fighting." Klaus, with a stern expression, agrees and says he believes the guild leader will not approve the current strategy. Daichi reveals his concerns. He explains, if the bandits enter the village center without a fight, they will simply change their target from the guild leader Klaus to someone else. The realization shocks her. Her eyes widen as she understands the terrible gap in her plan. They would simply take any peasants who hadn't evacuated as hostages. She clenches her fist in anger. The conversation shifts when one of the men asks what their chances are against the gang, their main force. Behind their backs, Daichi calmly announces he has his secret weapon. Daichi's assertion immediately meets harsh skepticism from Klaus. He half closes his eyelids, leans forward, and narrows his eyes. He asks if Daichi is really implying that he has some tool or magic with a range powerful enough to wipe 60 or more bandits off the face of the earth plus 5 beer ink mages. A quiet, confident smile barely plays on Daichi's lips. After this, he makes a stunning statement before the astonished group. He will not destroy them, but instead will strip every one of their powers and capture them alive. Klaus hangs in shock at these words, barely able to repeat the word powerless. His confidence drives Karina mad. She rushes forward, grabs him by the collar, and shouts that he underestimates their opponents and takes the whole situation too lightly. Captain Jeffrey voices his own shock. He says that even believing that 60 bandits were wiped out is already difficult, but the idea of defeating them all, incapacitating and capturing them is absolutely incredible. Das nods, demands proof, and orders Daichi to explain the method as precisely as possible. Daichi admits his skepticism. He explains that it is impossible to explain verbally right now, so he summarizes, the simplest thing will be to show proof, and, having reached this point, he reaches into his bag. He demonstrates his secret weapon, a large, round, tent-like structure, standing on the ground between 2 lit torches. Later, in the field outside the village, the group makes their final preparations for the upcoming confrontation. While they wait, Alicia explains to Daichi, the guild leader Klaus stubbornly opposed her joining the squad. Smiling, she recalls how she convinced him, arguing that her powerful offensive magic is better suited for use outside the village, not inside. And when he heard these arguments, he had to accept it. Karina looks back at him, On her face is anxiety as she asks if he is really sure everything will be all right. He looks at her, and a drop of sweat appears on his temple. From everyone's reactions, he understands that Alicia's magic is truly extraordinarily powerful. He admits that asking too much from just his explanations, but he needs her to believe him. He reminds her of his backup plan. If his primary tactic fails, he will have to use a weapon he calls an assault rifle. He emphasizes, if the guild leader decides the situation is too dangerous, she must retreat and leave him behind. Alicia leans closer, smiles, and happily declares that she will stay behind with him to help them cut everything down. An offhand remark said as if in passing infuriates Karina. She grabs Daichai and insists that she cannot just abandon them. She vows to stick with him until a backup plan is needed, and if that fails, she will personally drag him to safety. Daichai calmly points out that the backup plan involves her leaving him so it can work. He smiles reassuringly, trying to ease the tension with words that she should not worry about it. His relaxed mood provokes disapproval from others. Frida warns him, it is not worth being too confident although she knows he is strong. Denise joins in orders to take the enemy more seriously. Karina adds, his mage skills are impressive, but he lacks real combat experience. Frida continues in a ruthlessly calm tone and says she has heard this story again and again, a promising mage defeated by a weaker enemy. Their common trait, she concludes, is a lack of experience. She bluntly says that the mages she read about lost because they were too arrogant. Their harsh verdict clearly throws him off balance. He answers calmly, measuredly reciting an ancient proverb. To know the enemy and know yourself, you must never fear the outcome of 100 battles. Alicia looks as if she understood his thought, and Karina adds, an accurate understanding of both your own strength and the enemy's strength guarantees that you will not lose even over many battles. Frida cuts into the conversation and explains, knowledge of the enemy's plan is their greatest advantage, so they will be able to turn this very strategy against them and capture everyone together with one devastating strike. Karina interrupts her tactical analysis, grabs her shoulder, acknowledging that she understands Daichai's logic but insists he is still acting recklessly. Danny, standing behind, silently supports. The sight drips with sweat and realizes they do not trust him at all, considering him just a naive rich boy. Inside he admits has little experience, but his vast knowledge compensates for it. He insists that his confidence comes from countless books and dramas about war, and that finally testing this knowledge is more important than any fear. But his thoughts scatter instantly as Alicia suddenly announces, they are already here. Hearing her warning, the whole team tenses up. Karina shouts for everyone to get ready and orders Alicia to apply enhancements. Daichai remains calm. The enemy is a kilometer away, so they just need to wait. On the side, Captain Jeffrey growls a warning. It's not just 60 bandits. His words turn out to be terribly true. They face an unexpected clash. A horde of monsters, among them 6 huge king apes, rushes toward them along with bandits, and the whole team freezes in shock. The Daichai party encounters an impassable obstacle. A huge gang of bandits blocking the way, reinforced by monsters resembling ape-like creatures. Immediately he asks where the royal monkeys came from, and Karina, with a tense face, asks if he is going to use his powerful weapon unknown without a name. Before he could answer, Alicia calmly reports. She senses 66 bandits and 6 king apes under their direct command. Daichai recalls hearing that these creatures are used as a military force, and Karina grimly concludes the situation is critical. Distance Jeffrey confirms their fears, noting that the numbers are much larger than expected. Frida urgently yells at Karina, insisting they must retreat immediately. But still Daichai estimates the speed of the bandits and understands. A safe retreat is impossible. Energy crackles around his hand. He declares that he will hold them back alone to give others time to warn the guild leader Klaus. Karina dismisses his plan as ridiculously stupid, but he responds without hesitation, saying, more enemies are just a reason to increase firepower. Karina freezes in disbelief, and Alicia calmly announces that she will stay behind with him. With a smile, he says that in any case he cannot use magic inside the village, but then he will be able to catch up with them with physical enhancements. Indifferent defiance drives Karina crazy, screams that she is the boss here, and that they must obey her orders and retreat from the enemy now, just about 700 meters away. The flash ends when Jeffrey intervenes and warns, the bandits are already too close, her will be no retreat. Agreeing with him, Karina turns the course and orders Denise and Frida to meet them. Daichai and Alicia provide support. Karina immediately recognizes the team. Jeffrey smiles ominously, but kindly he understands what kind of new strategy this is and sees trust in Daichai's abilities in it. They all, holding their position, watched as Daichai gave a confident double thumbs-up gesture, both thumbs up. Daichai estimated the distance to the enemy assault, 600 meters, but Alicia immediately corrected him, indicating the signal was at 500 meters. He closed his eyes, concentrated, and raised 4 fingers. Karina looked at him, his face revealed nothing. While the silent countdown stretched from 3 fingers to 2, the bandits, led by the mocking Jeffrey, marched steadily closer, completely unaware of the trap already being set. A thin trickle of sweat ran down his face as the reality of the situation finally dawned on him. He suddenly realized the enemy was now about 200 meters away, almost on top of him, and he was shaken by the thought of whether he could draw his assault rifle if this initial plan failed. His last finger dropped, the enemy was already within reach. Suddenly, the sky above the advancing horde was filled with dozens of cylindrical projectiles. These were stun grenades, non-lethal devices from one country, designed to emit blinding light and a deafening roar, temporarily depriving enemies of sight and hearing. Bandits and royal monkeys froze in surprise and looked up just at the moment when Daichai's squad covered their eyes. The grenades exploded one after another in a wave of sensory shock, and the bandits completely lost their vigilance. Karina watched the chaos unfolding below. Blinding white light covered the entire enemy force, their figures dissolved into blurry silhouettes against the scorching flash. The men at the front froze with wide-open eyes in shock and agony. Hitting the starting combinations precisely, Daichai calmly extended his hand and pulled a pair of dargoggles over his eyes, ready for the next phase. His strike left the bandits completely helpless. They staggered, clutching their heads, writhing in pain. Their formation finally collapsed. They rose from the ground, smoke rose from strange cylinders, and their senses choked from the deafening explosion and dazzling light. From a safe distance, Daichai and his comrades watched the chaos unfold. Karina, shielding her eyes, cautiously asked if the threat had already been neutralized. Her question hung in the air while Frida and Denny's voiced their own confusion, guessing aloud what had happened to the bandits. But Karina's gaze immediately slid to Daichai, and suspicion flashed in her eyes. She looked at him not as an ally but as an unknown quantity. Lowering her gaze, which cuts and searches, she directly addressed him and demanded to know who he really was. He met her gaze but gave no answer. Instead, he shifted his attention to what was in his hands. Shrugging habitually, he ordered everyone to start tying up the wounded bandits. Then he decided that simple ropes would not be enough. For safety, he would further restrict their movement and decided to use a net. While he prepared this, Karina watched, understanding the process would not be quick. Their work was brutally interrupted. From the outskirts burst a monster white-furred king ape. A terrible roar spread everywhere and it lunged at Daichai. His companions reacted instantly. Karina and Frida shouted for him to retreat. Denny's noticed that the monster looked confused, and Alicia urged everyone to roll back from the chaotic scene. But he did not retreat, calmly brushing off their concerns, saying he was fine. His gaze was fixed on the beast until, in a trembling, rapid movement, Captain Jeffrey threw himself between Daichai and the monster. His armored hand took the blow with full force. Seeing that the captain had entered the fight, Karina immediately launched an attack and struck the king ape on the head, but the blow had no effect. Denny's, rushing in after, shouted that his fire magic also did not work. Karina realized the reason: this king ape was an enchanted armor. The beast, despite the previous assault, shifts its attention to a new target. Karina screams in frenzy over the wasted chance while the ape begins to accelerate. From somewhere on the side, Alicia shouts a warning to Daichai. He responds with calm determination and orders his comrades to leave the creature to him. From his inventory, he takes out and materializes a strange, long-barreled device. With firm resolve, he aims the device and fires. The projectile flies through the air and with a loud crack hits the king ape's armored hand, but the enchanted mechanism deflects the blow. He assesses the result with a cold gaze. He confirms to himself that the anti-material rifle is indeed strong enough to kill them. He turns to Karina and declares that he will deal with the rest of the ape itself. While she freezes, stunned, he aims again. A dull, heavy shot thunders a second time, and the second bullet flies straight into the star emblem on the ape's chest armor. The projectile tears through the metal plate, embedding deep into the creature's chest. She could only watch, her mind buzzed from the fact that he caught the beast with one precise shot. Daichai keeps his focus. The barrel of his weapon still smokes after the shot. The moment of victory is brief. As soon as one king ape falls, another, even larger and wildly roaring, rushes into the very fight. Without panic, he calmly assesses the remaining threats. Only 3 remain. He shoots again, and the bullet hits the second macaque right in the head. He mentally processes the results of his attacks. He understands, only the shot that hit the first monkey directly in the mouth passed through, the one that struck the armor of its body did not. This confirms his suspicion. Cursed gear is even stronger than he initially thought. Without stopping, he fires another shot, this time into the chest of the third monkey approaching. The overwhelming force left Alicia stunned. She could not believe how his shot so easily pierced the enchanted gear. Yet he felt the primal thrill of battle fading. He had nothing against killing monsters, but he realized that thrill was born from his weapon piercing their defenses up close. His gaze again fixed on the remaining threats. He declared, only 2 king apes remain. He ordered Jeffrey and the others to start tying up the bandits, assuring them he would handle the monsters himself. Jeffrey immediately obeyed the order. One of the last 2 monkeys let out a low, hoarse growl. She froze in tension for the final, desperate clash. His resistance met another precise, powerful shot. It tore through the air and hit the target exactly. When the creature finally froze, Daichai surveyed the last of the fallen beasts, the last one. He confirmed it to himself, the end. But just as victory seemed certain, several swirling orbs of dark energy materialized out of nowhere and burst straight at him. Both he and Alicia froze in shock, watching the sudden ambush. The blow passed through him even before he could flinch. Alicia screamed in horror. From the edge of the clearing, Karina and Jeffrey shouted his name. Their faces were distorted by masks of horror and disbelief. They saw their protector fall right on the threshold of victory. A terrible blow strikes Daichai, tears through his own jacket and flies forward, breaking into flight. His allies, Karina, Jeffrey, and others, freeze in horror. Alicia shyly calls out his name as he falls to the ground. The ground hard-inch twitches, croaking in pain. He writhes in a grimace, clenching his fist, fighting with all his might against the unbearable torment piercing his whole body. The same striking force throws Jeffrey. He trembles wildly and recoils backward, barely holding on his feet while the next bandit is thrown away. No one can fully recover. A bandit releases a volley of magical projectiles. From the ground, Daichai's eyes widen. Panic immediately sets in. He realizes this is very bad. A giant surge of power comes and he sees Alicia standing firm, gathering swirling vortices of energy around her. He shouts her name in a desperate warning. Releases magic with a powerful protective wave. When the energy subsides, Karina rushes to Daichai, grabs his hand and forces him to retreat with her. Ignoring Karina for a moment, he shifts his gaze to Alicia and asks if she is hurt or burned. She immediately turns with a bright, confident smile, assures him she is fine, and boasts that her enchanted gear is very strong. Nearby, Karina turns away, her face covered. She stops at her carelessness and realizes with frustration. She forgot to enchant her own gear, and the fight unfolding right now is her fault. The cheerful smile of the little one disappears. She yells at Daichai and demands, does he even understand how badly he is wounded? Daichai insists that everything is fine and that they need to save Karina and deal with the bandits, but the little one cuts him off, declaring that his wounds must be treated first. She leans closer, her face only a few centimeters from his. On it is an expression of deep, unwavering anxiety, and Daichai is confused by this and cannot utter a word. She stops him, insisting, first his wound must be treated. Puzzled and in pain, Daichai doubts whether his injury is really that serious. He suddenly seems to switch off. He quiets down and touches the spot on his shoulder where he was hit. He is pierced by the realization the wound has completely healed. He cannot comprehend how it happened, and has no idea whether it is his physical improvements until Nike lets out a quiet meow from Alicia's shoulder. His gaze falls on the small cat which is already squeezed in his hands, and he finally gets it. He understands. It was Nike who healed him after all. Only high-level water elemental magic could instantly patch a burn from a fireball. He fixates his gaze on it, utterly stunned. Alicia twitches and whispers his name, trying to make sense of the incredible discovery. He is capable of controlling water magic at such a high level. He looks away and with a hint of embarrassment admits that for now he is not very skilled at it. Shaking off the moment, he tells her they need to hurry and take the bandits under control. His attention is again drawn to the battle. Karina, Frida, and Denny's are holding on. He notices their feelings have not yet recovered, so they have to squeeze out basic magic to track the enemies. Calling them over, he apologizes for the delay and announces that he will handle the rest himself. He lunges forward headlong the moment his companions turn around and they see with relief that Daichai is unharmed. Next to him, a bandit, noticing his approach, goes mad with fear and begs for his life, mumbling that he cannot be blamed if he dies in this fight. The bandit is thrown into the air with a piercing scream. At the same time, Frida releases a whirlwind of power and Denny's disappears like a ghost, passing by another enemy. The combined power of Frida and the magic of another fighter explodes suddenly. The ground beneath them cracks, tearing apart with a wave of destructive energy. The concentrated power is enough. Daichai activates his storage ability. He disappears and instantly reappears, first hitting one bandit, then materializing next to Dennis, intercepting a blow meant for him. He dashed with blinding speed, his mace struck downwards, and one bandit after another fell. Frida and Denny's fought nearby, their strikes found their targets even in this chaos. His speed was not his only weapon. When a bandit rushed to attack, he simply pointed a finger and the sword vanished from the man's hands, dissolving into the air thanks to the storage skill. Before the disarmed man could recover, he called the stolen blade back into his palm and stabbed it into the chest of another enemy rushing at him. The rest of the bandits fell quickly and his comrades remained standing, mouths agape in astonishment. When the terrible threat was immediately neutralized, Frida rushed to him and anxiously began asking about the wound he had received earlier. He easily brushed off her concern, saying he had just relaxed his guard for a moment and had already healed everything with water magic. But she still did not believe it until she looked closer. Her eyes widened in disbelief because the bumps on his shoulder were completely uninjured. Seeing her stunned expression, he beamed with a smile and confirmed that there was no problem at all. Nearby, Alicia asked Frida if she had healed him, but Frida, still processing what had happened, clarified, Daichai did it all himself. The realization that he was injured and healed so quickly without her knowledge finally dawned on her. From the relief that burst from her chest, anger immediately grew. She snarled at him, demanding to know if he even imagined how much she had worried. Her sudden outburst of rage stunned him for a moment. Under her watchful gaze, he could only stammer out an apology. At that moment, Captain Jeffrey intervened. A heavy hand rested on each of their shoulders. He calmed the quarrelsome lovers, saying enough, and reminded them that despite having much to discuss, their first priority was to deal with the bandits they had already captured. The captain's comment caught her off guard. She nervously jerked her hand and sharply pushed his palm away with an exclamation. Despite the shame, she quickly pulled herself together. Her expression became sly when she promised Hei that they would have a good, long talk later. He agreed without hesitation. And together, they began tying up the unconscious bandits before they woke up. Under the evening sky, Daichi stood motionless, until behind him Alicia quietly spoke and said that she also felt uneasy. He turned to Haran, stopped as if in a stupor. His face was full of confusion when he began asking about her words. Her gaze was direct, their own eyes flickered as she clarified in a barely trembling voice. Her offense was precisely at him. She begged him not to make her worry so much again, confessing that she was already on the verge of tears. Lowering his gaze, Daichi sincerely apologized and promised to be more careful in the future. He inwardly reaffirmed his promise, and his thoughts turned to the apology he had just given Alicia. His gaze slid to Karanash, was skillfully tying up 3 bandits at once. He tilted his head back to the sky, clutching the torn remnants of his sleeve, and a familiar phrase about knowing yourself and your enemy echoed in his mind. He grimaced, not understanding how he could have once dared to utter such words of confidence. His self-judgment continued as long as he acknowledged his defeats. He underestimated B-rank mages and foolishly forgot to enchant his own equipment. He admitted that he just got carried away and he had no real knowledge of the enemy's true capabilities. He recalled the moment when the fireball slid sideways, pure terror pressed so hard that everything in his head reset. Even now, that memory ran a cold shiver of fear down his spine. His sad reflection was abruptly interrupted by Jeffrey and Frida. Now they were enthusiastically praising his performance. Jeffrey exclaimed that one shot at the king apes and the gear call was a crazy feat, and Frida confessed. Although she knew he could handle bandits, she never thought he would take them all down at once. Choking on their praise, he waved his hands dismissively, an embarrassed smile frozen on his face. He apologized and insisted it was too much for him to handle. Then he admitted a whole series of his mistakes. He got carried away when, after his attacks on the king apes, they reacted. He caused a rout on the move, not noticing the incoming fireball, and he failed to immobilize the creatures when they panicked. He also admitted his initial, foolish plan was to destroy both apes and mages. He continued to downplay his own merits, but Frida would not let him. She asked him to stop and simply accept the praise. She reminded him that they all fought, searching for a chance to break through, but he made a desperate comeback, instantly throwing out even B-rank mages. Jeffrey picked up on this, agreeing it was incredibly cool. Her words only confused him more, and in despair, he wished he could sink through the ground somewhere. Alicia, however, paid no attention to his embarrassment. She winked and encouraged him not to stop. Cutting through the praise, Karina gave a stern assessment. She acknowledged it was quite a feat, but noted he also relaxed a bit too much. Hearing her sharp tone, Jeffrey quipped that if he were a girl, he would have fallen in love with her long ago. He immediately agreed with Karina, admitting that there was no blame for his inattention and that he would have been dead if not for Nike. Jeffrey loudly objected, rejecting this idea. He said that an injury like Daichi's was just a scratch and definitely did not indicate inattention. He continued to defend Daichi before Karina, insisting that in their country travelers and mages need to keep their trump cards to themselves. Karina seemed to agree but questioned whether they had gone too far by hiding strong water magic until the last second. Caught between them, Daichi could only apologize awkwardly for his secrecy. When the dispute was settled for a while, their attention shifted to the invader bandits all tied up and gathered together. Karina turned to Daichi, on whom concern was frozen, and told him that everything was fine. Then she announced their plan to the group. There were only 5 of them, so they would be the ones to keep everything under control. They would escort the bandits to the southern village square. Her face hardens as she gives the final, unequivocal order. They will not allow any resistance from anyone. After that, she asks if there is any problem. The threat hangs in the air, and the bound bandits begin to tremble with fear. No one dares to challenge her. When the direct threat is neutralized, the realization of their situation comes. The knights will need 4 days to arrive and officially arrest the bandits. Meanwhile, caravan members like Lloyd and Colette can only rest and wait. While the caravan was preparing to move on, the guard took the lead and began interrogating the captured bandits. As suspected, their words about a strange number of goblins were complete fabrications. Captain Jeffrey weighed the situation. The bandits were too coordinated for ordinary thugs. A theory emerged that they were part of the feudal lord's army or perhaps disguised foreign soldiers. Although no concrete evidence was obtained, it was found that at least 5 of the B-rank mages among them came from other countries. Guild leader Klaus voiced his own conclusion. If they were simply working for an incompetent local lord, the guild would already know. He decided it was more logical to consider them foreign soldiers and that some of the B-rank mages were specifically sent to break security along the border. When the robbers were handed over, silence and calm followed. Daicha and others waved goodbye as the escort set off. He thought, he really considered this country peaceful, but the border areas were clearly tense. The caravan rumbled dully along the road. A board knocked the carts together. Nike let out a wide, sleepy yawn. The next morning, Karina announced to sleepy Daicha that the town of Karam was very close. He exhaled with relief, glad that he could finally rest properly. From another window, Alicia cheerfully wished Nike good morning, and Daichai confirmed that he had slept well. From afar, among rolling green hills and forests, the walled city of Karam appeared on the horizon. He peeked out from the wagon and for the first time properly saw the place they were heading to. Daichai asked if it was a large city, saying it was hard to gauge the scale from afar. Karina explained that it was the second largest city near the border, so for new traders it was quite a reasonable option. And the largest settlement in the district, the commercial city of Byron, was 20 days' ride east on horseback. Then she laid out their plan. Beltram's motorcade will stay in Karam for 10 days. After that, they will head to the royal capital. The journey will take another 20 days. She looks at Daichai and asks if he has already made a decision. He himself stands at a crossroads in his mind, weighing the invitation from the guild leader Klaus to the capital against the invitation to just stay with her in Cura. He leans back and with a relaxed smile announces that he will proceed as he originally planned. He decided to open his own shop in Korong. At his words, Karina closes her eyes and smiles contentedly, while Alicia looks at her with hope and a blush. Then she reminds him of one thing he said when they first met. Alicia recalls he wanted to find a city where he could trade with several countries at once. She continues telling him that his dreams are coming true. From the neighboring window, Daichai confirms he really said that, and Karina adds that she remembers him saying something very similar. She turns to him and admits this is a big plan and that she supports him. Then he shyly clarifies his immediate plans, peeking out from behind the wagon wheel. He admits, for now he will just be a street vendor. Her expression changes to sly curiosity. She leans closer and asks what kind of crazy goods he plans to sell. He asks if she is losing trust in him and swears not to worry. He will only deal with goods approved by her and the guild leader Klaus. Karina sharply replies, what interested made him think she ever trusted him, and calls his word focus suspicious. Alicia watches their exchange and says that Daichai is like a little child. Karina picks up, adding that it seems to her she can't take her eyes off him. From afar, Daichai eavesdrops and protests. Calling him a little child is too much. She pinched Daichai's cheek and teasingly said that even a little child behaves better than he does. After confirming that Beltram's company will be in the city for 10 days, she listened to his next words. Then he made a proposal. Would she agree to help him? Alicia opened their shop and during her stay gave advice. A barely noticeable sly smile flashed on her face when she agreed, but with one condition. He must treat her to some tasty sweets. The face of Alicia instantly lit up from the carriage. She picked up the conversation and exclaimed that she would also gladly taste some candies. When the deal was made, Karina turned the horse and set off on the road, while Daichai and Alicia watched her disappear from the carriage window. In a moment, Daichai and Alicia arrived in the very heart of the town, bustling. The streets were paved with sturdy stone, and the houses stood in wooden frames. He was making his way through unfamiliar streets, and his eyes slid over various signs as they searched for logic in them. Settling in, he stretches his arms high above his head and feels his body refresh and regain strength. Meanwhile, the thought is clear. All right, he is ready for the days ahead. Nike comfortably settled on his shoulder. Their first stop was a majestic, steadfast building, towering among other structures in the city. Inside, a young woman with bright, curious eyes suddenly looked up from her work. A smile wide, endless, spread across her face. And as if she sensed a new client, so ahead of their journey, a new meeting. Daichai extends his hand in a gesture of goodwill, thanks his new business partner for all the help, and expresses hope for their future cooperation. Another man shakes his hand in response, declaring his own readiness to work together for years. He is confident that the goods provided by Daichai will undoubtedly become popular in the royal capital. The deal was sealed with a firm handshake. Daichai looks at his new life, reflecting on the new city and the challenges that await him. Planned after a 10-day stay in Karam, the Beltram column set off for the royal capital. Watching them leave, Captain Jeffrey confesses to Frida that his soul is already beginning to ache. When the departing column left, its participants returned and shook Daichai's hand, thanked him, and wished all the best with his plan to open a store in the city. Firms that he will sell in this city for now, but he admits, when he feels more confident, he also plans to open a store in the capital. This statement makes Jeffrey grab him by the shoulders and tell Frida not to put such thoughts into his head. He insists that Pyron will be a more interesting place for the couple. The city they talk about, Pyrene, is a sprawling metropolis, the largest trading city near the border. It controls trade routes to 4 different countries and is the second largest city in the entire kingdom of New Indore. Glancing at the city, Daichai spoke to Karina. The capital really looks more interesting, but it is still far away. Inside, his business plans were already rumbling. Then he turned to Karina and said that he would be alone for some time, so she needed to take care of herself. She responds with a bright, disarming smile and leans closer. She whispers that she is a little nervous and warns, if he makes mistakes and gets into trouble, she will no longer be able to help him. She pressed him with words, demanding an answer. Could it be that her assessment was not true? He looked away, a drop of sweat gleamed on his forehead, and he admitted her words were harsh. He thought to himself that she had an amazingly good memory as she continued her list of his mistakes. For example, she pointed out that the fight with the bandits was the height of his carelessness, and before that he himself had provoked the troublemakers in the village. Eventually she raised her hand, acknowledging this fact. Hurriedly trying to change the subject, he grabbed Nike and lifted the cat like a shield, promising to do better and pleading with her to show some mercy. The play momentarily left Karina speechless, while Jeffrey watched the scene with a smile, amused. Her face softened into genuine anxiety. She looked straight at him, earnestly begging him to be careful. He clenched his fist with determination and confidently said he could handle any trouble that came his way. She acknowledged his strength but reminded him he was still in a foreign, unfamiliar country. He responded with a confident wink and Nike settled on his shoulder. He declared, next time they meet, he will show them how reliable he has become. It seems Nike echoed this thought with a meow. Then she laid out the plan for their future business. If the seed goods entrusted to the company Beltram sold well, they would pay him the remaining balance immediately. After that, they would send a caravan to Pyron to replenish supplies, and she hoped she would be assigned to accompany that very column. With a confident smile, she extended her hand and said she would wait. By her return, he would already be fully capable of taking care of himself. He agreed, and they sealed the promise with a firm handshake. When they parted, he suddenly remembered the gift. He handed her a container, saying he had packed some cake inside, and asked her to eat it as soon as possible before it spoiled. Her stern expression vanished instantly. Her eyes widened and sparkled with genuine delight as she shouted with joy through the cage. Then she turned to her companions and assured Captain Jeffrey and Alicia that she had brought some for them too. The captain repeated the word cake in surprise, and Alicia politely addressed Lord Asakura. Alicia was happy for them. Alicia also said that she herself wants to eat cake in the capital, and Karina added, having it every day would be a dream come true. After that, Captain Jeffrey asked Daichai why he adds such a popular item to his overall sales list if it will sell out instantly. He explained the logistical problem. The cake spoils quickly. He assessed the risk that someone might get sick from eating an expired cake as something that could result in catastrophic reputation damage. Sensible reasoning sobered the group. The displeased Captain Jeffrey supported his side and Alicia agreed this could indeed become a serious problem. Daichai outlined the worst-case scenario. If some nobleman gets food poisoning, it would easily be taken as an assassination attempt, and a nightmare situation would unfold. Captain Jeffrey shifted his gaze to Karina with a barely noticeable, all-knowing smile as if to say, this is yet another reason for her to visit Lord Daichai in the future. The sudden phrase threw her off balance. Before she could respond, a loud call echoed through the street. The departure was announced. The suddenness of the command threw her off balance. When Captain Jeffrey made a sweeping gesture, she flinched and, embarrassed, turned toward the moving caravan. Meanwhile, Daichai watched the scene unfold. Quickly, she ran up to the carriage and went inside, moving forward until its wheels began to creak alternately. Her position in the moving transport. She looked back and waved goodbye, promising to see him in 2 months if everything went according to plan. He waved back and Nike sat on his arm, and he called out with a confident smile as if she wouldn't even have time to recognize him before they met again. He watches as Karina gives him a confident smile and says she is looking forward to their meeting. Suddenly turning around, she leaves, leaving him standing alone. At the city gates, he sees off the caravan, officially parting with Karina and the others. His thoughts return to the past 10 days since Beltram Company stayed in Karam. During this time, while he was bustling about setting up a street shop, Karina and Alicia helped him find a dwelling that could be both a store and a home. Alicia cheerfully explains that she has been wandering alone for several days and that she gave her tearful farewells to the company. After that, she relays a message she received from the Merchant Guild yesterday. The property they had their eye on is already ready for transfer. Overjoyed by the news, he picks up Nike and promises to build a cat tower specially for him in the new home. He immediately apologizes for the sudden burst of enthusiasm. While rushing through the city, thoughts about money do not leave him. The deposit from Beltram for his goods covered the price of the property, although he immediately notes most of it was in the form of IOU. Fortunately, the generosity for capturing bandits gives him enough to not worry for several months. He triumphantly clenches his fist and marvels at how much his life has changed. Just a month ago, he was an unemployed college graduate in his old world, and now he feels that this new world is the best. Sighing contentedly, he walks through the square, stepping lightly, full of hope as he passes by the central fountain. He arrives even before the large, majestic building appears the Merchant Guild. He smiles, thinking about how reliable their support is, and Nike meows somewhere from under the hood. He tears the heavy door towards himself, bursts inside and shouts a joyful good morning to the person nearby. He entered the trading guild. Its polished wooden interior was bustling with business. Climbing the stairs, he already had one thing in mind, to finalize the deal to buy a new house in the storefront. A cheerful voice greeted him. A young woman with cat-like features appeared, Melissa, a sales representative of his real estate, and assured him that the meeting room was already ready. Just as they were about to move on to the property itself, she said that first they needed to confirm a few other points with him. She started with an unexpected question, whether he knew anything about rumors that someone was using offensive magic in Lent Forest near the southern gates. Dady, confused, could only confirm that he was hearing about this for the first time. That forest was the closest to the city. It was used as hunting grounds for beginners and mid-level travelers, and in smaller spots locals often visited gathering wild plants and herbs. Dady casually remarked that some people nowadays behaved like a real nuisance and sharply focused his gaze as soon as he saw Alyssa's mood. She paused, then said, the guild had received reliable information that he, Mr. Sukar, was seen exactly in that place at that time, and directly asked him if it was true. His composure crumbled. He quickly admitted that he had indeed used forbidden magic, but assured that he did it deep in the forest, far from any civilians. He added that he even saw someone else there practicing magic. Unfazed, Melissa informed him that an official complaint had been filed. He hurriedly tried to explain about the other person, recalling a girl who was sitting on a tree and using wind magic. She dismissed his defense, explaining that if it were just a student or low-level mage studying who was simply practicing a bit, no one would have complained. He had no objection to that logic, so he could only agree, and his shoulders dropped heavily while the papers for his purchase were being processed. Then she clarified the real essence of the problem. It was not a complaint about minor magic. It was about someone using magic that roared like thunder and was so powerful it could fell even giant trees. She continued to identify the weapon he used in the Forest M32 grenade launcher. It seemed he was confused that she knew this, but she simply advised him to be more careful from now on. After that, she asked if he knew any combat magic beyond the beginner level, and he quietly confirmed that he did. With a sly smile, she announced that this was not the end. He exhaled in surprise as soon as she explained. The second point of the conversation is the sale of monster materials and magic stones. He saw the clarification and asked if he was really allowed to sell monster materials in magic stones. She confirmed, yes, but with a critical condition, only in small quantities. Her professional restraint instantly vanished. She slapped the documents on the table with Fangsbeard and growled, demanding an explanation of how he could even consider his sales small amounts. He calmly noticed that they seemed to have differing views. In response, she pointed her finger at his notice. It described mountains of magical stones, animal horns, tusks, liquids, and entrails, and demanded that he explain himself. She continued her tirade, explaining that monster materials and magical stones must be sold wholesale through official channels, either through the Adventurers Guild or directly through the Merchants Guild. She emphasized that there was no way for an ordinary street vendor to trade such large volumes. Calmly adjusted her and explained, yesterday he was no longer a street vendor, now he had his own shop. She was momentarily confused but still insisted, the rule is written in the agreement. Selling large batches of monster materials without going through the Adventurers Guild is forbidden, shop or no shop. He admitted guiltily that he had simply overlooked that part. Then he asked to give an exact definition of small quantity. Looking exhausted, she agreed. Since he was from another country, she would have to start the explanation from the very beginning. She clarified, a small amount means leftovers after a non-trivial hunting trip, and also common materials from monsters that are exchanged in small batches only after the family has taken everything they need. She explains that the term small amount is not used just like that. Dady, nervously clutching a stack of documents, can only agree, the quantity he sold really was not small. Then he is caught by the third problem, registration in the Mages Guild. When Melissa asks when he registered, he mumbles uncertainly whether it was even necessary. His ignorance fuels her anger. She shouts that of course it was mandatory. Daichi tries to justify himself. He thought that joining the Merchants Guild forbids joining others, but she immediately snapped back, no such rule exists. Her anger dissolves into tears of despair. Leaning over the table, she begs him, just ask her for advice when unsure instead of making decisions alone. Confused by her sharp exclamation, he immediately agrees to everything. He promises, from now on, before doing anything, he will ask her and beg her to stop crying. He carefully tries to calm her down while the sobbing quiets and turns into sniffles. She puffs out her cheeks, and it is still visible that she is in pain. With a sudden burst of determination, he stands up, slaps his palm on the table, and calls her by name to attract all her attention. She raises her gaze, her face still marked by tears, and barely audibly mumbles about the fault of the mages. He immediately understands what she means and declares he will go to the guild immediately, but as soon as he tries to move she grabs his hand and insists that they go together. This surprises him. He wipes the last tear from her cheek. She suggests first visiting the Mages Guild before finalizing the property transfer. He quietly lets out a sigh of resignation. The road to their next stop stretches ahead through the cobblestone streets of the city. He walked beside Melissa, and she continued giving her lecture. She acknowledged that he was from another country and might not understand how everything works here, but still considered his actions irresponsible. Chasin he looked away and agreed to reconsider his behavior. Her voice cut through with irritation as she insisted, if he doesn't understand something, he must definitely ask someone. He quickly confirmed that he would do so, promising to talk to her more from now on. To emphasize his sincerity, he bowed deeply and offered his most sincere apologies. Still boiling with anger, Melissa poked him in the side with her finger and demanded, promise. He agreed without hesitation. After his dramatic apology, her behavior softened a bit. She said he didn't have to go that far. She admitted it was her own mistake. She had assumed that Beltram Company had taught him more than it actually did. Taking pity, she whispered for him to lift his head, hinting that they both should remember their mistakes and move on. While she tried to pull him up, she groaned heavily from his weight and declared that it was time for them to leave this area. Retreating into a quieter alley, Melissa cautiously peeked around the corner. Dathai whispered her name, but she silenced him with a glance. He asked if there was anything there, and she confirmed the path was clear. She turned to him, a little embarrassed, admitting that it was hard to walk when so many people were watching them after that public scene. Smiling with relief, she announced, "We can go." We were almost about to leave. Daiichi called her by name, and suddenly an idea struck him. He handed her a large bright candy roll on a stick with a spiral pattern and told her to take it. She could only stare silently in confusion. He proudly explained that it was a type of candy from his country. Melissa's eyes widened in disbelief when she looked at this huge sweet, and she began to doubt whether it was really candy. She tried to put it in her mouth but immediately protested, saying it wouldn't fit. Daichi cheerfully explained that she just needed to lick it with her tongue, and at this hint, she jerked back in shock, exclaiming that it sounded too vulgar. When the misunderstanding settles, Daichi enjoys his candy lollipop and thinks about how sweet and tasty it is. His companion Melissa experiences even deeper impressions. She exclaims that the candies are incredibly sweet and tasty, marveling at their complex flavor. It far surpasses any ordinary sweets she has ever tried. Her joy quickly turns into professional concern. Embarrassed, she asks Daichi how much such a treat costs, but he only smiles and asks if she likes it. She freezes in front of the big candy, stunned by its possible price, and insists that she cannot take either money or goods from clients. Daichi calmly tells her not to worry, suggesting they just keep it between them. To resolve this matter, he carefully takes her hand and suggests a different arrangement, let them just become friends. Before she can respond, he stuns her even more. He extends a whole jar full of multicolored candies and insists she take some. She stammers, completely bewildered by this gesture. Her thoughts race. Could this really be some kind of bribe deal? He explains his true purpose and says that instead he simply wants her to continue teaching him from now on. Understanding his simple request, her anxiety disappears, replaced by pure joy. She sincerely thanks him, and he warmly smiles in response, confirming his promise. With a conceited look, he mentally whips himself for the victory. But it was too easy. It seems even easier than with Karina. He concludes, in this world, candies are probably incredibly valuable. When Nike peeks out from under his jacket, Daichi thinks that with a smile like Melissa's, he can afford even more mistakes, even if this time he understood nothing at all. Holding her new treasures, Melissa joyfully announces, "It's time to go." She casually asked if he really went into the lint forest all by himself. He was sucking on a lollipop. He confirmed that he did. Hearing this, she understood that's how it was. And she thought, if someone from Beltram Company had accompanied him, they definitely wouldn't have let him cause such a commotion. He decided to find a companion for his next journey. Considering options, he remembered that Alicia was busy, and he knew no one else to turn to. Deciding that nothing would come of Melissa, he settled on the idea of trying to talk to the Mages Guild. In response to his thoughts, she said that the Adventurers Guild constantly takes on escort requests from people gathering materials, and then added a suggestion perhaps someone from them could accompany him into the forest. She considered her idea, it seemed plausible. Yet she continued with a warning, most adventurers who agree to such a simple request will most likely have a low rank. He was not worried. He understood that the work was just searching in the shallow waters of the forest, so even low-class adventurers should manage. She agreed. A month ago she would have felt the same and wouldn't have even thought about it. Her comment touched him, and he directly asked if there had been anything troubling in the forest over the past month. She clarified that the reason did not concern the forest itself. Her face sharpened even more when she, confirming this, said seriously that there really were problems. As soon as she managed to finish speaking, a commotion suddenly arose nearby. It pulled him from his place. She immediately identified the source and exclaimed that the noise was coming from the street market. Without hesitating for a second, he shouted for them to go and took off running straight to the place where the commotion had erupted. Taken aback, she rushed to call him to wait, but it was too late. He was already speeding away. He rushed into the crowd without a second of hesitation and left Melissa to fuss, catching up. Every half-second she gasped, screaming, clutching the lollipop as they pulled her along. Her thoughts were frantic. She urged herself to run and not fall behind. When Daichi and Melissa headed to the market, suddenly a commotion broke out. Melissa cried out in surprise and Daichi quickly pushed her behind his back. Nearby stood a group of rough men and their looks were threatening. The waves of chatter died down, tension thickened in the air. Daichi, looking around at the sudden change, could not understand what was happening. His gaze fell on a familiar figure among the tense spectators. He recognized an elderly woman in glasses and called out to her. The woman turned around and recognized him, though she called him Sonny Boy. He gently corrected her and said his name was Daichi. Melissa, intrigued, asked if he knew her. He explained. Her stall had been next to his during the 4 days he conducted business in Karam after leaving Karina's group, handling materials at the guild. While they were talking, one of these threatening men addressed the old woman and noted that she was late today. Then he pointed out, the seat next to her is no longer free. She snorted and remarked that someone probably really had a hard life, so she paused even though the weather was good. Sensing a hidden conflict but understanding it was not the time to ask, Daichi decided to act and cheerfully declared that he was taking a day off. Then he loudly and boldly declared at the top of his voice that he had already earned enough, so he would not have to work for the rest of the month. Melissa watched, stunned by the sudden outburst of volume. The loud proclamation immediately attracted the attention of the bandits. They grimly smiled among themselves, mockingly muttering that a lucky guy was walking among them with a money bag, and hinted that he should share his wealth with them. Melissa, still confused, aloud wondered if they were new traders. But Daichi, on the contrary, knew for sure what was happening. He had already managed to attract their attention and decided it was time to provoke them a little more. The old woman, pushing her glasses up on the bridge of her nose, waved off the men, saying they were ridiculous fools who only came for protection money. Daichi's initial plan had now fallen through, but he had already expected these people to be just like that. The thugs focused all their attention on Daichi. As soon as they got close, the old woman also acted lively, but it did not concern him. Then he leaned closer and ominously said that now they would have a good, long talk with him. He smiles broadly at the bandits, and neither their threatening stance nor anything else stops him. In a cheerful tone, he tells them that unlike them, he really works and has business, so he asks, maybe they will do it quickly. Nearby, Melissa watches, her eyes wide with worry. This reckless contempt for Daichi drives the man mad. The mustached hooligan roars, accusing Daichi of mocking them. The long-haired hooligan grabs his comrade by the shoulder and lightly pushes him, ordering him to be silent, while he takes the initiative himself. The long-haired thug squints, and his facial expression becomes sharply threatening. He leans closer and, repeating Daichi's words as if they were his own, ominously promises how quickly everything will go wrong. In an instant, he suddenly pulls out a knife and presses the cold steel to Daichi's throat. He warns the young man, whether he will be injured depends entirely on him. The sharp escalation makes Melissa and the other spectators cry out in shock and fear. Daichi, with the edge of the blade cut to the neck, changes expression. His face relaxes into a calm, understanding smile. He agrees with the bandit and calmly says that yes, perhaps everything really depends on him. And then a young man Dennis breaks forward from the crowd and shouts for the thugs to leave Daichi alone. Seeing a peasant trying to intervene, Daichi's face hardens with worry. This is a bad turn. He decides to end this quickly. His hand shoots forward and firmly grips the armed mercenary by the shoulder. He knocks his attention out of him, reminding him of his own previous words that the result depends on him. While the bandit manages to process the words, Daichi strikes. One powerful moving the fist hits the man in the head, knocking him unconscious instantly. 2 other bandits freeze, mouths agape, unable to believe how suddenly everything changed. He did not hesitate. The second sharp blow and the mustached thug falls to the ground. The third also flies down. Standing over 3 exhausted men, Daichi clenches his fist ready for the next one, even though the fight is already over. He stood over the fallen bandits when suddenly Melissa sharply shouted, warning, to beware. As he barely managed to turn around, another bandit flew into the air and landed on the cobblestones with a dull thud. His eyes widened, saw a young girl named Alicia, where the man had just stood, and exclaimed her name in amazement. She stood triumphantly and declared that she knew he was in the very center of chaos. But she was completely wrong. She decided he was a victim. When she stepped over one of the men groaning, the crowd roared with applause and began praising the young man for the victory. He turned back to her and fixed her with a gaze, asking if she wanted to continue their pleasant, long conversation. Alicia looked at him and fell silent for a moment, taken aback by the sharp tone. Next to the 2 thugs he dealt with earlier, they began to stir on the ground and mutter about the mage, insisting that they were fine. His gaze sharply turned to the troublemakers. He confirmed that they had come to demand protection money from the townspeople. His watchful, heavy gaze made the men flinch and stumble, weaving denials. Then some old woman slapped him on the back and greeted him. She said she knew he was a mage but was surprised at how skillful he was. The unexpected praise threw him off balance. Seeing the old woman, Alicia instantly froze in shock and shouted, "Grandma." The woman immediately turned to Alicia and began scolding her for putting herself in danger. While she was reprimanding her granddaughter, Dai Kai watched the quarrel in complete stupor. Finally, it dawned on her, she is Alicia's grandmother. Alicia blushed and corrected him. The woman, she said, is not just a relative, she is her great-grandmother. She looks at him confused, asks what he means. Dai Kai is still processing, says what a small world, and wonders, did she really think he was trying to flirt with her great-grandmother? He quickly denies her accusations, explaining that he was just with someone from the Merchants Guild. But suddenly, as Frito approaches closer, a familiar voice intervenes. He asks if it's the same one and gets into trouble again. When he turns around, another figure immediately catches his attention. He exclaims the name Melissa in surprise. Behind his back, Alicia watches the newcomer intently with a barely noticeable pow. With an energetic shout, Melissa stomps her feet, gains momentum, and rushes toward him with a wide, happy smile on her face. She bursts in, gasping from overexertion. Daichai apologizes for the commotion and explains that the street market falls under the guild's jurisdiction. Alicia sees that everything is settled and suggests they all get out of here. While they were sorting him out, the senior merchant who was stealing turned out to be involved and now, approaching Daichai, looked at him with gratitude. He calls him Sonny Boy and promises to come by later to thank him properly. Daichai, embarrassed, waves it off, says there is no need for thanks. Leaning closer, Melissa whispers to him that the old man is stubborn and cannot be convinced. Squinting and staring intently, she adds, she won't be at ease if he doesn't accept this gesture. Sighing, Daichai agrees to meet the merchant later. When the matter was settled, they moved on. The incident remained behind, and the markets again exploded with lively conversations and bustle. Walking beside him, Alicia asks what his plans are now. He says that he and Melissa are heading to the Mages Guild, and this clearly shocks her. Their destination is a district of impressive multi-story stone buildings towering against the sky. He walks ahead with Melissa on one side and Alicia shining beside him. Her joyful presence sharply contrasts with his own confusion. He silently tries to understand why she is walking with him. As they move forward, Melissa catches his gaze and explains that she wanted to bring this up earlier. She notes a troubling trend over the past month, a sharp increase in brutally-looking adventurers, causing chaos very similar to what they just encountered. He confirms her observation, admitting that he himself noticed the changes but simply assumed it was the local norm. Alicia agrees with his assessment, and behind them a group of troublemakers snorts disdainfully and laughs mockingly. Melissa unfolds the explanation. The problem is not limited to low-ranking ones. Refugees from neighboring countries are continuously pouring into the city, and all of them claim to be adventurers, which has swelled the middle ranks and those who cannot be identified. The consequences worry him. He looks up and asks if this means that as soon as a powerful enemy appears, these new travelers will simply abandon their clients. Melissa confirms his suspicion, adding, seeking escort from the Guild of Adventurers has become a lottery. Almost certainly unreliable people will be assigned. The expression on her face darkens as she continues. She says, fleeing is already one problem, but a much scarier one will arise if they conspire with bandits or rebel against their employers. The scenario sounds eerily familiar to Daichai, and memories of Takura village return to him. He turns back to Alicia and aloud contemplates the greater consequences. If such betrayals really happen, he reasons, then the entire trust in the Travelers Guild is at risk and possibly even its very existence. But Melissa interrupts, her gaze sharpens, and it becomes clear. This is not their only problem. A thought involuntarily flashes through Daichai's mind. Maybe it is safer for him to make solitary forays into the forest again. Meanwhile, they continue walking on the cobblestones. She reveals another urgent problem. A large number of missing persons cases have also been recorded. She adds the most terrible details: missing children. In the last 2 weeks, 10 cases have been reported. At this revelation, Daichai freezes in shock, his eyes widening sharply. His face hardens as the harsh reality unfolds before him. If children are disappearing, it means they are being kidnapped. Melissa confirms his fear, saying that this is exactly what they suspected. She explains that these 10 or so are only the cases that have become public. The true number, she warns, is very likely to double if one considers disappearances that were not reported from orphanages and slums. Although most victims are children, Melissa says, the chance that adults could also be targeted is not zero. She emphasizes that Daichai himself is a perfect target, as he is a business partner of the Beltram company and has enough capital to open his own shop. He grimaces at the very thought, realizing that he has effectively become defenseless prey. Melissa only adds fuel to the fire. She says she heard he is a foreigner and has no relatives in this area, so now he is even lonelier and more vulnerable. He tries to lighten the mood. He says that she is probably worried about the kidnappings and reminds her she has seen his true strength. Melissa agrees that he is definitely stronger than she initially imagined, but there is still a hint of restraint in her tone. Her doubt instantly turns into insistence as she grabs him and shouts, his strength is useless if he is caught off guard. Alicia rushes up to her, wildly catching him now he cannot be alone. She raises her hands to calm them and assures he is well aware of the dangers of going into the forest alone. She pats Nike on the shoulder, promises to be careful, and hopes to earn their trust. Since he needs to go into the forest, Melissa suggests a way out. He should negotiate with the Mages Guild. She explains, their guild is much more exclusive than the Adventurers Guild, so entry requires an introduction from a reliable mage. The best option, she concludes, is to hire one of them as a guard. He crosses his arms and, pondering her words, understands. The Magic Guild operates on a completely different level of scrutiny than the Adventurers Guild, which seems to accept anyone. At that very moment, Alicia clears her throat, her face flushes with a blush. She states that she needs to take care of a few things and abruptly turns around. Daichai, a bit puzzled by this change of mood, simply agrees. While Alicia quietly stood nearby, Daichai turned to Melissa and asked who exactly introduced him. He aloud wondered if it was the leader of Beltram, and Melissa clarified. The introduction was given by Karina Kirsch. She continued, her eyes shining, and explained that Lady Karina is the daughter of the famous Kirsch Count family. And Karina herself, emerging in his memories, added, as a B-rank mage, she is more than capable of vouching for him. Melissa sighed, admiringly noting how wonderful Karina is. He looked up, processing the new information, and as soon as the pieces fell into place, his face completely lost expression. Suddenly, the realization hit him as if physically. That insatiable girl he met was the Count's daughter. Later, while they were walking, Melissa reassured him. With such significant backing, the guild would definitely accommodate his requests for protection. And suddenly joy flared, she announced that they had already arrived. It stood before a huge, stately stone building, and the sound of heavy doors echoed faintly. Entering inside, Melissa briskly announced their presence in a quiet, solemnly official reception hall. He noticed that the building was smaller than he thought. Melissa explained, they say the Merchants Guild clings to appearances while the Mages Guild values practicality. She slyly winked and said it would be easier for them to see for themselves what awaited inside. In the Mages Guild, Melissa confidently approaches the registration desk together with Daichai and Alicia. She informs the receptionist that Daichai has come to register. Behind the counter, a calm official wearing glasses nods at her words. He confirms, this is the first step for the young man to join their ranks. David asks Mr. Asakura to give him a letter of recommendation. This request suddenly throws Daichai off track. He freezes and tries to recall what such a thing even looks like, while Melissa watches with a barely sly smile. Nearby, Karina whispers to Daichai, reminding him about the sealed envelope she gave him. The memory clicks into place. He simply threw it into the item box and forgot. Daichai quickly takes out the envelope and hands it to the receptionist. The letter and his professional composure cracks at the seams as soon as he reads the sender's name. His eyes widen in disbelief, and he exclaims that the recommendation came from Lady Karina Kirsch. He can handle this, Melissa interrupts. She clarifies, the next document is not an official letter of introduction, but a letter from the guild leader of the Beltram Company. Then she slides over a whole stack of additional letters and presses the recipients to accept them as well. The man freezes. Stunned by the mention of the powerful Beltram Company, everything in his head goes topsy-turvy. While the other letters were being unfolded, it quickly became clear that Frida and Jeffrey stepped forward. Jeffrey explained, there are also recommendations from 3 other B-rank mages just like Lady Kirsch's. Frida confirmed that one of them was from her, and the receptionist was completely speechless. He shuffles papers on the table, thoughts racing to understand what is happening. A recommendation from the daughter's account, another from the guild leader of Beltram Company, and now 3 more from B-rank mages on top of everything. Completely bewildered, the secretary leans forward and whispers, gasping in amazement. He can only guess who the young man standing before him really is. When the receptionist froze in place, Melissa glanced at Daichai and, leaning in, whispered something to the puzzled man. She admitted his version was the same as hers, and she also did not know who this guy was. The man slid a blank application form across the counter and ordered Daichai to fill in the necessary information and wait. Daichai hesitated for a moment. He told Melissa he did not want to write where he was from. She advised him to simply leave the magic section blank. He agreed. Gathering his thoughts, the administrator announced he would take a look at the documents. But as soon as he reached for them, he stumbled and crashed loudly into a stack of wooden crates. Daichai watched everything happen and thought, this man is finished. From behind the counters came a loud noise. Well, great. The bewildered man quickly apologized for the delay and thanked Daichai for his politeness. As soon as he spoke, a quiet meow echoed through the room. From somewhere, a sound came from Nike. He had just jumped onto the counter. The receptionist froze and stared, muttering that he had never seen such a variety before. Daichi casually confirmed, it's a funny kitten. The receptionist agreed, but he was already soaked with sweat, as if a small creature was radiating a threatening aura. Melissa watched the man's reaction with the same confident look and wondered if this was happening again. The receptionist's eyes suddenly widened in shock. When he stared back at her, his face became a mask of complete disbelief. He leaned forward and whispered to Daiichi, asking if this was some kind of monster, a cat-like creature, because it had just hovered in the air. Daiichi, stroking Nike, waved off his concern, saying it's just a continental kitty and cats don't fly. Melissa intervened and whispered a logical counterargument to the administrator. She reminded him that this creature had traveled with Beltram Company and several Burank mages, and they would definitely have noticed if it were a monster. The man agreed she was right and he understood everything. His panic immediately began to subside. He looked at the papers again. He announced that he would review the application once more, but his face still froze in complete shock. Sweat was pouring down his forehead. Daikai, noticing the shocked silence hanging in the hall, stood up and naively asked if there were any problems. He explained to the guild secretary that he had the impression that only what was convenient needed to be filled out. The man pointed his finger at the application form almost empty and asked again if that was really all he had written. Then he bowed so low that the bow itself became a thank you. The secretary seemed to calm down for a while, replied that it would be enough, and thanked him in return. Then the receptionist waved disdainfully in Melissa's direction. She looked with an irritated face. He sighed heavily, returning to work behind the counter. She leaned closer to Daiichi and whispered that leaving the nationality field empty instead of the place of birth was strange, and that even travelers usually indicate this information. He cheerfully suggested, instead of grilling him, she should just ask directly. Melissa immediately retorted, wondering what kind of inconvenience could stop a person from going to the place where they were born. The receptionist suddenly slammed his palms on the counter and roared. He shouted that he could not possibly ask Daiichi such a direct question, given that he was recommended by both Beltram Company and Count Kirsch's house. She sharply barked in response, ordering him not to bother her over every little thing. If she demanded this, then he should have no problem simply registering him without any questions. The dispute was lost. The receptionist, exhausted, slumped on the counter in defeat, agreeing to continue the registration. Meanwhile, Melissa was celebrating their victory. The matter seemed resolved, so he turned around and confirmed that the registration was complete. After that, he asked if they could now arrange to transfer the store downstairs. The man trembled and, adjusting his glasses, interrupted. Nervously, he asked if he could at least see Daichai's magic with his own eyes. Daichai paused for a moment, wondering if perhaps they were not finished yet. He inquired at the guild reception where exactly he would be allowed to demonstrate his abilities. The man peeked out from a nearby doorway and explained that since Asakura uses non-elemental magic, the courtyard was the best place for this. He agreed on the condition that 2 of his companions accompany him. The reception had no objections. Nearby, Melissa watched with a tired face, thinking this would be a complete nightmare. Only upon hearing that they were allowed to watch, Alicia, overwhelmed with excitement, grabbed Melissa and burst out shouting, demanding that they go. The group stepped into a huge open inner courtyard, framed by the impressive architecture of the guild hall. Daichai froze in silence, and the receptionist asked if he was surprised. He looked around with reverent awe and admitted that he had no idea how spacious it was here. Finally, he understood what Melissa meant when she talked about the guild's practicality. His companions were equally impressed. Melissa let out a grateful groan of admiration, while Alicia said that the type of magic brought back memories. Then Alicia asked Melissa if this was her first time too. Melissa confirmed she had only heard about it. After that, Alicia turned to Daichai and jokingly asked why he praised it so much if he had never seen it himself. The receptionist raised his hand, calling for attention. He explained the procedure. Since Daichai uses non-elemental magic, they would first check the strength of his enchanted equipment. After that, they would conduct a physical enhancement test in a light sparring match. Daichai became worried. Was this really the place for such a trial? As soon as he finished speaking, a figure on a distant balcony slammed a massive 2-handed sword onto the railing and immediately got ready. Then the swordsman jumped off the balcony and landed in the yard lightly like a feather. Daichai watched, impressed. He asked if his opponent was a swordsman. The registrar explained. Yes, he looks different, but in fact he is a mage, and like Daichai, he specializes in non-elemental magic. He looks his examiner in the face, a great swordsman who introduces himself as Alan. The guild secretary explains that Alan will be overseeing the trial. Daichai admits that he has no experience in sword fighting, but Alan warmly reassures him. He himself is just a complete beginner in fencing, so Daichai should not hold back. Then the receptionist proudly adds that Alan is a rank B mage and earned his rank using only non-elemental magic. Alan laughs out loud, admitting that this is the only thing he really knows how to do. We move on to the first part of the exam. The secretary directs Daichai's attention to a longsword lying on the stand. She explains, Daichai must use gear enchantment to cut through a series of thick wooden posts arranged in the yard. As soon as Daichai takes the sword, the receptionist gives a final reassurance. She says there is no need to worry. If he cannot cut through the columns, it does not mean automatic failure. She only advises Daichai to relax and try again. Holding the longsword, he strengthens his gaze, freezing in concentration. From the side, he hears Melissa and Alicia shouting cheering words to him, their voices filling the air with support. The reception announces the command to start and orders him to cut the wooden post on the left. Alan stands with his arms crossed, encouraging the boy to do it. In a moment he lunged forward, his body low, his gaze fixed on the target. A clean, swift arc of the blade effortlessly cuts through the thick post. The sound makes Alan and the reception flinch, their eyes wide with amazement. Below, Melissa and Alicia erupt with joyful cheers, impressed by what they see. Without losing speed, he turns and throws the severed top of the post into the air. Then he jumps to the next post, flies to the block of wood hanging in the air, and with one strike cuts it in half while his friends watch it fly away. He lands perfectly, and at that moment two halves of the wooden block fall behind with a crash, shattering from the impact. His gaze remains sharp, his posture ready. He stands over the broken remains of the test pillars, a satisfied expression on his face. The training he asked Karina to continue even after they arrived in Karam clearly paid off. With the last prolonged groan, the last part of the remaining pillar collapses. His creation fascinates the companions. Melissa exclaims that it is incredible, and Alicia wonders. The enchanted wooden sword is capable of cutting iron. Turning away from the ruins, he addresses the examiners and asks if his performance was acceptable. The guild receptionist is speechless, choking on words from disbelief. Seeing the man's hesitation, Daichai leans closer and fixes him with a heavy gaze, standing right up close to ask the guildmaster if he is finished yet. Suddenly, the registrar slaps his palms on a nearby table, sharply startling Daichai. "Stop," he shouts. "Wait." He demands an explanation of what the hell just happened. He continues his tirade, pointing out that Daichai was told to cut only the columns, but he, getting carried away, cut them all. The receptionist insists what he just saw should not be possible at all. Daichai, a little embarrassed, tries to explain that if he had just cut them horizontally, it would have been boring, so he added a vertical cut. But the receptionist cuts him off mid-sentence and shouts that his thinking is completely off. Why did he cut the iron pillar with a wooden sword? The man roars that he was only ordered to cut the wooden column with a wooden sword. Daichai defensively replies that the receptionist told him to do so, and this statement is immediately supported by Melissa and Alicia, who shout that they heard him say that. The tired receptionist finally, through irritation, clarifies the real rules of the test. Daichai was supposed to strike each pillar with the designated sword, bronze for steel and steel for iron. So by this logic, he shouldn't have been able to cut the iron pillar at all. He raises the wooden weapon, showing that despite the rules he still managed to cut them. So he concludes there should be no problem. The examiner, completely broken, can only admit that he is not wrong. From afar, the swordsman Alan watches the aftermath. He tells the others the examiner is crying. Melissa mutters, "What a poor guy." In the background, the receptionist is seen trembling. She is completely overwhelmed. While the swordsman observed from the testing zone, the guild receptionist stood next to Daichai, sweating and practically hissing with disbelief. Breaking the stunning silence, Daichai calmly asked what they needed to do next. The answer came with a roar. The examiner's voice thundered through the hall, officially announcing that Daichai's non-elemental magic is serrated. He remained on his knees, completely crushed. The examiner could not believe that such strength was only C rank and feared that he would be underestimated. But Daichai seemed satisfied. He thought the result was not so bad after all, and politely thanked him. This made the examiner feel even worse. Now he felt that his own B rank was worthless, since Daichai was already deciding on the next step. The guild secretary suddenly panicked and quickly pushed Daichai forward, insisting to immediately register him as a C rank adventurer. In a moment he sat on the floor in the waiting hall and nervously shifted between silent Alicia and Melissa. His anxious state was interrupted when Nike suddenly jumped onto his lap. The secretary screamed as the cat began licking his face, and Melissa teasingly asked if he had already lost his footing. The answer he was embarrassed to admit. When the registration was completed, she returned to Daichai and handed him a metal token marked with a C. She confirmed his new status as a C-class mage and warned him not to lose the important item. He took the tag and remarked that the process took longer than he expected. At that moment, a loud growl erupted from his stomach and it stopped Alicia. She noticed that it was already past noon and suggested postponing the property transfer. Then Daichai turned to the rosy-cheeked Melissa and asked if she was hungry too. Her face flushed as she suggested going to the nearest shop owned by a friend. Daichai happily embraced the idea, and the group decided to have lunch first before continuing their affairs later in the day. Market streets buzz with bustle. The air is filled with chatter from buyers and sellers. Stalls are overflowing with goods. Everything around is alive and loud. Among the crowd, Daichai, Alicia, and Melissa wander the market, each savoring different snacks from street kiosks. They ate. Daichai noted that it was pleasant to eat during a shift at the Gophers. Melissa, mouth full, nodded enthusiastically and declared that she simply had to try everything. Daichai announced that there was one place left to visit before they finished everything. Daichai, intrigued, asked if it was her friend's home. She clarified and asked if the friend also ran a street stall. Melissa explained, "No, nothing like that. Her friend is a church sister. She helps run a kiosk for the local orphanage to raise money." Remembering her kindness, Melissa pointed with her hand to the place they were heading to. Nearby, their target was already visible. She waved her hand and enthusiastically called out with a joyful greeting to someone named Fiona. Her call made the young woman in dark nun's attire suddenly shudder with surprise. Her face was hidden by bangs and a veil, and someone nearby quietly whispered the name. Melissa recognized her. The children by the counter recognized Melissa, but one of them sadly reported, "Lunch was over, only leftovers remained." Daiichi, looking at his sister, asked if this was the girl they had come for. Melissa confirmed that her name was Fiona but added that her face was hidden. Daiichi looked around with interest. She almost freezes in place when Melissa leans closer, pats him on the head, and casually says that leftovers are normal. The warm patting and the children seem to be lifted from their spots. One exclaims excitedly when big sis Melissa got herself a boyfriend, and another laughs with joy. Daikai finds himself between them and can only think that he doesn't even have a tail like she does. Then attention shifts to Sister Fiona. They mockingly tease her, saying she lost to Melissa and now has to try harder, causing the sister to stumble and blush. Playful curiosity continues. The children surround Fiona. Someone offers to help her forget about Daiichi, while others accuse him that he only leads her on or even betrays her. Next to the awkward boy, Alicia shyly peeks out from behind him. At the noise, Sister Fiona bows low, apologizing for the children's behavior. Daiichi tries to brush it off, saying they're just kids, but Alicia questions his composure. Nearby, Melissa bursts out sharply denying that Daiichi is her boyfriend and declares that she can't be led by the nose like that. She explains, "He is just a client from the guild," and her outburst has already been noticed by the children. She officially introduces the group as pesky little rascals from the shelter, quickly correcting herself, "Precious children." All the children, including Rick, Jack, and Nina, greet warmly. She further introduces Daiichi as Mr. Asakura, a merchant and a valuable client of the guild. When she says that Alicia is a B-rank mage, the children freeze in delight. Sudden warm hugs causing Sister Melissa to shudder. Melissa introduces her friend. This is her sister Fiona, a childhood friend who now serves as a priestess in the church. The sister politely, with full formality, bows and introduces herself. Daiichi extends his hand for a handshake, introducing himself as well. While he does this, Alicia tugs Fiona's sleeve and insists that she just be called Alicia. Suddenly, both of her hands grab his hand. Fiona reaches out to snatch it and her pennant shifts, revealing even more of her face and a pair of incredibly shining eyes. With a sincere plea, she must manage to be allowed to buy everything he has left, and because of this, both Daiichi and Alicia freeze, completely stunned. He is still confused by Sister Fiona's sudden and painfully persistent business proposal. She squeezes his hands, her own are trembling as she implores him. Nearby, Alicia secretly watches everything and thinks that her sister has once again conquered someone's heart. The moment breaks when Melissa pushes Fiona forward and shouts Daichi's name. She explains aloud that Fiona is simply incredibly shy. After her outburst, Melissa starts dragging both Fiona and Alicia behind her and declares that their departure has already been decided. Daichi is still kneeling, pressing his gaze after them, muttering about what this could have meant, and warns, "Let them not come to him crying later." He quickly gets up and grabs Melissa's hand, stopping her. He asks why she is in such a hurry to leave, reminding her that they have been friends since childhood. Sighing, Melissa admits she was careless and let her guard down. Then she explains Fiona's behavior and shows that because her sister is so sweet, men have constantly approached her since childhood, and because of this, she developed a strong fear of them. While Daichi stands stunned by this revelation, Melissa grabs him by the hood and holds him back. She says he should have spoken earlier, and now that he knows the whole story, he must not pull Fiona by the hands or do anything similar again. He decisively changes his facial expression. He insists this new information is even more reason to return. He feels really bad that he scared her, and he announces he will come back to apologize. Realizing the sincere pleas, Melissa sighs and relies on his words, saying she trusts him. From around the corner, Daichi asks her to believe in him, and Alicia quietly confirms that she trusts him too. Just as the matter seemed settled, a sudden piercing scream cuts through the relative silence, and Daichi, Melissa, and Alicia instantly go on high alert. The scandal is sparked by a gang of thugs who are terrorizing orphans at their stall. One of them slaps the table and maliciously demands whether any brats from the shelter can do business or count a tan. Daichi's face hardens and his gaze becomes a gloomy murmur. He sees that the children are in trouble and immediately bursts into the crowd, deciding to help. As they set off, he throws out that he has recently finally seen enough of his share of idiots. Melissa agrees, mockingly clicks her tongue, and adds that in the last few months they have multiplied like cockroaches. Alicia, who has not yet grasped the city's underbelly, asks if such people are really that widespread. The city was truly overwhelmed by a huge influx of adventurers from neighboring towns and small towns. But most of them, unable to make ends meet, were low-ranking people with a very bad reputation. In short, these were exactly those whom the city did not welcome. His gaze sharpens as he surveys them from a distance, and he notices, this is cheap and poorly maintained equipment. Despite their appearance, he warns his companions not to let their guard down. He sees that among the crowd there are both mages and skilled adventurers. And he says that since he arrived in Karam, his connection with Klaus from the trading company has allowed him to browse mountains of high-quality weapons, so his intuition in these matters has sharpened. He thinks that he has already learned from his own bitter mistakes about how carelessness ends. Melissa, pointing at him with her finger, says that he looks like some naive optimist to her. Daichai confirms with a stern look. He understands the price of risk and does not intend to lower his vigilance. Turning to his companion, he says Nike that he is counting on him if it all turns into a fight. A little kitten pokes its head out of his hood in response. She lifts Nike confidently and knows she has the most reliable partner one could ask for. Kit lets out a determined cry. And in the market, one of the orphan boys shouted at the gang, saying they had already closed and should go home. The big scoundrel roared back, threatening to teach the mommy's brat how to respect elders. And the second scoundrel aloud wonders, I wonder if anyone will notice if they take and sell 1 or 2 extra kids. After all, new ones appear every day. Sister Fiona steps forward, bowing her head low. She apologizes for childish rudeness, pleading with the men to forgive them and let it end there. As she speaks, steel hardens in her words. I watch the scene unfold, with the children standing behind Fiona frozen in shock. While he watched, the situation rapidly worsened. One of the bandits roared at the crying orphan to make her stop, then his gaze fell on another girl, as if she looked like someone who could fetch a good price. The children sobbed terribly, and Sister Fiona desperately tried to calm them, insisting that everything would be fine. Then the man decided he needed another target. He reached his hand through the children all the way to Sister Fiona herself. Melissa, who was standing nearby and watching, launched a fierce protective hiss. How Fiona widened her eyes in fear when she was sprayed with gas. Fear? As soon as the bandit's hand managed to touch him, Daichai moved. He saw the wrist and twisted it back with icy cruelty. The man screamed in pain, and Daichai gave a calm smile, told him to take his hand back, and apologized for the scare. Fiona's sister could only freeze in shock. The sharp cruelty made her tremble and press her lips together. Words would not come. Tears rolled down her face as she tried to comprehend the sudden turn of events. From a close distance, Alicia and Melissa watched the scene. Melissa glowed with smug anger, while Alicia's face was more restrained. He tightened his grip even more, spoke quietly, and asked the thug if he needed to twist his arm off. Writhing in pain, the thug begged him to stop. Daichai looked at him contemptuously and called him pathetic. He saw how the thug swaggered when women and children were nearby. But as soon as he was pushed against another man, he immediately collapsed, becoming a helpless ball of whining. The other thugs, seeing that their accomplice was neutralized, laughed with threats. They demanded to know who Daichai was, warned that he would pay for messing with them, and swore that he would be in tears once they called the guards. Daichai simply blinked in response, indifferent, without any impression. The difference between his parts seemed to provoke the spectators. They looked at him with ominous fury. He pondered their words, trying to understand if they were really serious about calling the guards. Suddenly, Melissa stepped forward, introduced herself as an employee of the Merchants Guild and a witness. She sharply pointed at the bandit leader, loudly declaring that his man was the first to strike. The bandit's face twisted with rage. He realized he would not slip out of this situation so easily. And the witness's announcement made those present freeze and sharpen their attention. One man pointed at the rapist whose hands were being twisted and shouted that he was the first to attack Sister Fiona. Others in the crowd quickly picked up on it. They readily agreed to be witnesses as well. This open audacity enraged the bandit leader. He roared at the crowd, threatening that when the guards arrived, they all better keep their tongues behind their teeth. He swore he would remember each of them, their names and faces. Then he again shifted his frightening gaze to Melissa, leaning in very close. Mockingly, he asked what exactly some lady from the Merchants Guild was doing and demanded to know her name. Meanwhile, another bandit wearing a helmet told Daichai that he better release his comrade right now. He snorted, confident that as soon as the guards arrived, they would get Daichai's name one way or another. Daichai's response was wordless. He squeezed even harder, and a dull, disgusting crunch echoed as the bandit's arm broke from the pressure. The man screams from terrible pain. The helmeted thug shouts at Daichai, warning about the consequences when the guards arrive. This confirms Daichai's suspicion. It turns out these people have connections inside the guard. This realization makes the situation interesting for him. His face hardens, his gaze becomes sharp. He asks the thugs if they really think everyone will remain intact when guarding the ride. His sudden, threatening threat stuns the bandits. They freeze and stubbornly stare, confusedly asking what he is talking about and whether he has lost his mind, while the very air around him crackles with tension. Seeing the situation relentlessly sliding towards extreme violence, trembling, Sister Fiona steps forward. She imploringly begs Daichai, asks him not to do anything reckless for the sake of the orphanage. He turns to her and his threatening aura completely disappears. Throwing her a reassuring wink, he introduces himself to Miss Fiona. His name is Daichai Asakura. You ignored her. Sister Fiona, gripped by fear, begged Mr. Sakura to stop and wait until the guards arrived. Her pleas went unanswered. Daichi remained silent as before, while she and the children huddled behind her trembling, their eyes wide open with anxiety. While he stood motionless, Melissa also urged him to wait. She admitted that the bandits boasted of connections, but doubted whether they really had that much power. The children screamed together, begging their older brother to listen to their sister in terror that he might get hurt. He ignored their joint pleas, turning his head just enough to look at Alicia. She met his gaze with a calm, confident smile, silently assuring him she would cover for him. With her support, he grew even stronger. He looked ahead again, and with grim certainty he noted, now he held the complete attention of the entire crowd that had gathered. His quiet observations were shattered by one of the Gopniks suddenly lunged forward. The man demanded to know exactly what Daich had said, accusing him of suddenly falling silent and acting scared. The young man simply pinched his Nosei's face without a hint of emotion. "You stink," he said coldly and walked away, leaving the bandit and his partner momentarily bewildered. The insult hung in the air, causing several spectators to quietly giggle. Daichi did not stop. Thinking aloud about the disgusting smell he kept noticing, and rudely asking if that man ever washes, the thug could only stammer in stunned shock. He narrowed his eyes in contempt. "That's what they are, stinks," he explained. A scared coward pressures women and children, then hides behind guards. The faces of the thugs twisted with rage. As soon as they moved, dark, crackling energy spilled from Daichi's hand. "That's my line," he barked, his voice cut through the fury. "Don't you dare mess with me." His only unwavering thought was to protect the orphanage. In the crush of the market, a gang of thugs loomed over Fiona, Melissa, Alicia, and the children, their faces distorted with rage. They roared warnings, implying they were not to be trifled with. Others retreated in fear, while Daichi Asakura looked calmly, steadily, without averting his gaze, only one thought in his mind: protect the orphanage. Suddenly he strikes with a flick of his fingers. A small object spins in the air and crashes into the helmet of one of the thugs. Then bouncing off, with a sharp, dull thud, it flies straight into another's face. Both men freeze in shock from the swift, precise attack. Third can react. Daichi closes the distance and with a dull, tumbling strike butts the man's face with his forehead whack. The crowd gasps. Fiona and Alicia call his name anxiously, and nearby a merchant shouts, "Then adventurer just headbutt a traitor." He is thrown backward by the force of his own blow. He shakes his head, scratches it with his hand, and mumbles about the pain. Below, the defeated henchman of the day gets kicked by one of his own stunned comrades, his eyes wide with shock. Thag, seeing his men falling, shouts for them to wait, denying that he has given the order to engage in battle yet. His two subordinates stagger unsteadily, clutching their heads in dizzy stupor. He ignores him, turns back to the group, and deliberately cracks his knuckles. His eyes narrow as he announces, "It's time to pay for everything." The rest of the gangster shudders and his face turns into a mask of fear. He struck like lightning. A fist hits another extortionist's jaw squarely. The blow sends him flying into the air, and the rest of the gang collapses in a heap on the cobblestones. In furious rage, the leader draws a sword and roars, calling his men. But before the blade can start its arc, Daichi lunges forward and kills with a fist deep into his stomach with a loud thud. The shockwave throws the leader into the air. He spins, flipped upside down, gasping for air. He crashes into the ground and settles, trembling. Daichi stands over the fallen opponents, the direct threat instantly neutralized. Suddenly, another man lunged forward, swinging his sword. Daichi easily dodged to the side of the attacker, caught nothing but air, and fell. Looking up fearfully from the ground, the man met Daichi's calm advice: "Watch your feet." He raises his gaze exactly at the moment when the foot of his new opponent comes down. With a powerful kick, the force of the impact thunders through the air. The dagger of the disguised man clinked against the ground a moment, and Daichi was already sliding inside the stranger's guard. He grabbed his arm and neutralized the threat. Barely an effort, and the disguised adventurer collapses to the ground, defeated. Daichi stands over him, face unchanged, while the bandits, already dealt with, lie nearby unconscious. He exhales quietly as the crowd of spectators erupts with applause and cries of joy. One man shouts that his performance was incredible. Sister Fiona and the children watch what is happening with relief. The townspeople, boiling with excitement, express their satisfaction with the result, but already begin to whisper and speak aloud, guessing who this mysterious young man might be. Ignoring the crowd's question, he stubbornly looks at Alicia standing nearby. Nike peeks out from the collar of his hoodie, watching what is happening. He returns to her and meets her with a warm smile, briefly asks if she was worried about him. Alicia simply shakes her head in response. She looks at him with complete confidence, directly says that she never doubted him for a moment. Her unshakable faith leaves Daichi a little bewildered. Their moment is broken by a sudden clatter. Both turn their gazes to see the crowd growing and roaring louder and louder. The noise grows as armored guards break through the crowd, shouting for everyone to step aside and clear the way. He watches as armed figures approach and maintains a calm expression, quietly acknowledging their arrival. The moon, from the clinking of their weapons, cuts through the market square, now strewn with unconscious bodies of militants. and a disguised traveler whom he has just eliminated. The clatter of armor rings out. City guards burst onto the scene with footsteps on the cobblestones. Their faces are grim as they survey what remains after the clash. Nearby, one of the fallen men whimpers in pain. The lead guard kneels to check his men. This is how he controls the chaos. But in response, one of the conscious bandits gasps for air, barely moves a finger, and accuses Daichi of an unprovoked attack. The young man remains silent, his gaze as firm as accusations are directed at him. Nearby, Alicia watches and her anxiety only grows. Accepting the gang's account, the guards shift all attention to Daichi. The captain states that they heard about a fight between travelers, but this has gone too far. Another guard sneers, warning that it will not end like this for him. Before they can act, Sister Fiona pushes past 80, standing between him and the guards. She begs them to wait and insists that he was just helping them. His sudden intervention catches everyone off guard. A faint blush spreads across his cheeks. Though Fiona trembles, she stands her ground, her gaze resolute. Her courage inspires the orphaned children. They burst into a clamor shouting that she is right, that Daichi did nothing wrong, and that the thugs are the real villains. The children's cries awaken the crowd. Witnesses' voices rise from all sides, confirming the story. They say it was the thieves who started the conflict. They harassed the sister, and the fight was entirely justified, and the support to defend their protector caused a real uproar. In response to the loud public outcry, one of the city guards roars into the silence and declares that all explanations can be given at the station. The guard's shout jerks Sister Fiona. She flinches as he roars, demanding that everyone not directly involved immediately clear the area. Daichi steps forward, his face hardening. He tells the guard there is no need to shout at women and children, accusing him of trying to scare them. The guard lowers his gaze, muttering an insult. The leader of Mustache Guard turns to his subordinate and admits he does not know about the other 3 attackers, but the 2 conscious ones are undoubtedly guilty. Then he sharply shifts his gaze to Daichi, who barely flinches. The guard leader hints this is how Daichi ends up on the side of the criminals, which, in turn, opens their eyes even more, implying that they will get away with everything. Before the tense crowd escalates into a fierce confrontation, a new voice sharply cuts through the air. A young girl with cat-like features quickly stands between Daichi and the guards and states that it seems there has been a misunderstanding. She introduces herself as Melissa from the Commercial Guild and offers to be a witness to the entire incident. She confidently states that the blame lies entirely and completely on the adventurers. Daichi was only defending himself after they attacked his sister. Her testimony encourages those present. One man shouts that they will support her, and another adds they overheard the group discussing the kidnapping of children. The confused guard orders them not to interfere, but his words are lost in the increasingly loud commotion. The noise is cut off by the sudden arrival of a higher-ranking officer. The other guards freeze, and the expressions on their faces change to alertness as the stern-faced commander surveys the scene. He clears his throat, drawing the subordinates' attention to himself. The commander points at the wounded thugs and gives his first order: find a mage who can heal them. He scanned the crowd, his voice thundered, as he called on everyone capable of controlling water magic to provide urgent aid until a real healer arrives. Among the spectators, a hand timidly rose. His attention turned to the source, a young sister from the church. He asked if she could do anything for the wounded. She nervously replied that she could at least a little. When the urgent medical situation was dealt with, he shifted his sharp gaze to the very center of the commotion, introduced himself. Aaron, commander of this squad, he is currently being treated. He demanded to know what happened. Melissa, still holding Daichi's hand, began to explain that they rushed here as soon as they heard about the fight between the travelers, gesturing to show that Daichi was entirely to blame. His eyes narrowed, he was looking only at Daichi. And he, not believing what he heard, asked if that young man really managed to disable his entire squad by himself. Before Daichi could answer, Melissa panicked and pushed him to show his guild identification to the squad leader. Understanding the intention, Daichi began to look for it. He handed over the ID. As soon as Aaron's eyes fell on it, his face froze in disbelief, sweat appeared on his forehead. But Daichi met his stunned gaze calmly with an attentive, inquisitive expression, as if asking who this man was. Daichi hands the document to the guard, and he widens his eyes as soon as he recognizes the seal. It is an official trade guild ID. The commander, stunned, asks if Daichi is really a merchant. With a calm smile, Daichi confirms, yes, he is a merchant. His companion, Melissa, bursts out in protest, grabs him and demands an explanation why he shows a merchant pass when he has a Mage Guild ID. Daichi, embarrassed, explains he was told that the Mage Guild is not trusted here. The commander listens, and an expression of understanding appears on his face as he notes Daichi's skill. But Melissa persistently points to the document and demands that he check the issue date. While he manages to do so, Daichi raises the peace sign and calmly announces that a Sakura was registered the same day and immediately certified as C rank, and those present freeze in silent shock. His words trigger a wave of whispers among the gathered crowd, while he and Melissa stand at the center of attention of all present. Our commander processes this new information. He thinks, For a C-rank mage to cause a commotion, it's not so surprising, and suddenly he bursts out in loud, heartfelt laughter. He turns around and grabs one of his subordinates by the collar, ordering the frightened guard. He should be thankful they are still alive after running into someone at this level. Meanwhile, another guard approaches Daiichi to apologize and says it is clear that the other side started the violence first. The commander watches the exchange from afar. He reads, "The situation is different. This is a real fight." One last glance and he turns around and walks away. He landed on the cobblestones, stitching the events together. It seemed that the overly confident traveler had already started the violence, and the young man simply retaliated. The commander inquired about the details of what happened. Pressing himself onto his legs, he assessed the situation. No matter how he looked, the boy seemed stronger than the 5 men he had just defeated. He concluded, it is better to yield. Starting a fight is not the best move. Daichi felt a wave of calm wash over him from within. He was struck by the realization, even among city guards, there are people with such an amazing character. Soon his comrades joined him, their presence clearly eased everyone's breathing. He tried to downplay the scale, explaining that he acted only out of excessive self-defense, and his water magic was nothing special. From afar, Karina watched and sighed with relief. It seemed they finally understood. The guard commander approached them, his tone was official. He stated that an investigation was needed and asked Daikai and his company to accompany him to the station. The words struck Melissa and Alice with a painful alarm. They clung to Daichi and worried. If they go to the station, the guard might change their mind and not let them out. Seeing their confusion, Daichi quickly spoke to calm everyone. He sharply named his connections. His guardian was from a Sakura guild, his patron from Bertram Trading Company, and another guardian from Kirsch Mages Guild. The admission completely stunned Melissa. When the group moved away, Karina watched from afar and pondered the news. Now Daichi was a ward of Bertram Noble House and at the same time connected to her own family, Kirsch. She thought it would be problematic if he brought trouble to their name but decided, let him go to the station. They just need to handle this delicate situation carefully. The guard commander also noticed their departure and returned to his subordinate. He gave a word of instruction, thinking aloud about how to deal with this tangled matter. Daichi paused for a moment and looked back at the unconscious travelers being loaded onto the cart. For a second, he thought they might know something useful, but he immediately dismissed the thought. He speaks with the guard commander, smiling confidently, saying, yes, he is really strong, but there will be no problems as long as he is treated properly. If there is still not enough evidence, he shows one more document. The commander's eyes sharply widen in shock as soon as he recognizes it. A letter of introduction from the head of Bertram Trading Company addressed to Lord Denali. He calmly points out that Lord Denali is the commander's employer and asks if they meet the commander to convey his apologies. A drop of sweat crawls down the commander's face as he tries to comprehend what is happening. Finally, he barely utters who Daichi really is. The young man only smiles in response. After that, he explains, he did not intend to lay all this out just to justify his actions. Returning to his companions, he outlined their next step. They will eat and then deal with the matter regarding the property. And he added, for now he cannot appear either in the church or in the orphanage. At these words, Karina noticeably shuddered. He looks back at the commander and confirms that such an arrangement is acceptable. The commander quickly agrees, assuring, everything is fine and he will keep the other adventurers under guard until Daichi's report is finished. He makes one more demand. The commander must refrain from interrogating the sister or anyone from the orphanage until he finishes his statement. The commander yields, admitting that he can handle such a volume. Slightly bowing his head, Daichi thanks him for the cooperation. Once the immediate threat was removed, he walks through the city together with Alicia. Entangled connections between thugs, kidnapping, travelers, and the city guard are already spinning in his head. He watches as Sister Fiona calms the children and says that now everything is fine. When she comforts a crying girl, he decides there is something he needs to investigate. Just as he manages to grasp this thought, a lavish feast appears on the table before him, and everyone nearby shudders in surprise. He lifts a rice ball, smiles warmly, and explains that none of them can eat properly, so he hoped they would join him. Children burst into applause and joyful cries, excitedly asking if he is serious. Someone shouts with happiness, "Big brother," and cannot contain their admiration, calling him extraordinarily generous. When everyone eagerly starts eating, Karina turns to Melissa, who looks with a confident smile and asks if she bought all the food. Later, Daichi finds himself outside near a sturdy stone, building the local real estate office. Inside, Melissa gestures towards the estate and strongly recommends it. Daichi, with Nike sitting on his shoulder, says the dimensions are impressive. She agrees and adds, the previous owner thoroughly renovated it. Alessia suddenly appears and adds, the main requirement of the previous owner was that the building stand firmly. When Daichi asks why she is here, Melissa explains that Alessia had some business to do and has just returned. He examines the floor plan, considering it ideal for his needs, but still remains cautious about anything that looks too perfect. Melissa tells him the building was constructed 3 years ago and has been empty for the last year. He presses further and asks why the previous owner stayed only 2 years. For a moment he is confused, and immediately Melissa asks him to wait while she looks for the necessary information. After a moment, she triumphantly raises a document and declares she has finally found the answer. She begins to tell the story of the former owner of the estate, gesturing towards a luxurious portrait. The man in it, she explained, was the 80-year-old fifth son of a viscount. He was invited to Royal University as a researcher and worked as an associate professor of pharmacology. Daichai listened, somewhat stunned by his overly prestigious background. While he was digesting this in his mind, his gaze slid to the exterior of the building. He ran his hand along the sturdy stone wall and noticed. For a viscount, the building was exceptionally high quality, built from first-class materials by top-level craftsmen. Quality was felt throughout the estate, even in the solidly built workshop adjoining the main house. From the balcony, Melissa confirmed his assessment. Then Melissa revealed a key detail about the former resident. He was the best craftsman of magical tools in the entire town. This struck Daichai directly. His interest sparked instantly. Master of magical tools, he repeated, and felt compelled to verify. She asked if he had an interest in magical instruments. On the other side of the yard, Daichai confirmed with extraordinary enthusiasm, saying yes, he was indeed very interested. His mind raced through the options. His unique ability-not invention, but skill allowed him to combine modern things with items from his world. He could not create something from scratch, so he realized. Acquiring the knowledge of a master who crafts magical tools would be an invaluable asset. While he was thinking about it, Melissa remembered that Alicia also wanted to become a master of magical instruments. She advised him to talk to her about it someday and gestured for him to follow her inside. She led him through the spacious room, noting that a store of this size could easily handle the stock and all sorts of goods, just like Sakura's business. Daichai immediately agreed. Their tour led to one specific door, and Melissa confirmed that it led to the workshop. Holding a glowing object that cast a small pool of light, Daichai stepped forward and immediately noted how dark it was inside. At his touch, the door creaked and opened. When the door suddenly swung open, the darkness immediately scattered. A blinding light flashed inside. Melissa screamed in surprise, and Daichai froze, bathing in the sharp glow. What happened? She turned to him anxiously. He watches as Melissa excitedly points at the bright lantern glass, asking if it could be the item they will sell. A murmur is heard, wondering if any magical tools were left here. Melissa says that the previous owner most likely took all the valuable things when he moved to the capital, leaving only what was removed from the mounts. Then he asks if he can request a change through the guild, and Melissa enthusiastically confirms that he cannot. She leads him to the large stone warehouse, where the mysterious lantern still softly glows above the wooden barrel. He notices that the space seems a bit cramped, but Melissa quickly reassures him this is more than enough for the frame. Confidently winking, she states that since he does not need a workshop, he can simply use all this space for storage. He clarifies his plan. He intends to convert the workshop into the main store. If he does this, he explains, he will not need such a large warehouse. Melissa considers his words. Then he shows that he has an item box and a physical warehouse is no longer needed. Melissa's initial surprise quickly turns into understanding. After assessing the first floor, he suggests going upstairs to look at the second floor, and she agrees without hesitation. She is the first to enter the furnished room and cheerfully announces their arrival. Pointing at a row of doors, she boasts that the view from the balcony is the best feature. Daichai looks silently, and in his eyes is genuine admiration. He stepped out onto the second-floor balcony and was surprised when he saw two familiar faces on the opposite balcony, Melissa and the young girl Alicia. When he exclaimed Alicia's name in surprise, a door behind her opened. An elderly woman peeked out and looked around curiously. She in turn recognized that she was. The woman Alicia's great-grandmother addressed him directly. She said she had heard that someone was eyeing the neighboring house but did not expect it to be him. He smiled, feeling how strangely lucky he was. It was truly a strange coincidence. Then the great-grandmother asked him directly and frankly if he really intended to buy this property. She further explained that the house had been empty for some time, and if he planned to do renovations there, it might cause noise and create a lot of trouble for them. In response, Daichai only smiled warmly and waved his hand in greeting. He cheerfully said he looked forward to becoming her neighbor. Her granddaughter's face lit up with genuine joy. Clasping her hands together, Alicia happily exclaimed that the feeling was mutual, thrilled by the new bond being born in a new life. With a cheerful smile, Melissa raises a finger about to start laying out the next steps. All right then, she begins. Meanwhile, Daichai, with exhausted submission, signs the document with his eyes closed. Inside, he sighs. Even in this new world, paperwork is still the same. Having finished, he allows himself a few seconds and Melissa immediately reviews the form. From the floor, Daichai asks if everything is okay. She confirms that it is and reminds, their next places are the orphanage and the church. Daichai nods, agreeing. She then revises the plan, says she agrees but suggests first stopping by the security post. Looking up at her, Daichai thanks her and says he will go with her. However, he feels the need to explain. Since only he was called, he cannot expect her to do so much for him. Melissa immediately and sharply objects. She explains with incredible force. Even if it is true that only Sakura was called to the fight, she still went with him. In that case, she had a job to prove her own identity, so she is not indifferent to his affairs. Her thoughts race wildly, her eyes spin, and suddenly she realizes. There must be a hidden meaning in all this, a deeper connection that she has been overthinking for too long. You sharply snap back to the present, she cheerfully raises her hand. All right, I understand everything, she exclaims. From now on, I will officially accompany you. Daichai agrees, relieved, and says he will be in her hands. He lays out his own strategic thoughts. Despite their goal being the guard post, he suggests first stopping by the Merchant Guild. If they manage to get the guild's permission to travel together, everything will be fine, he reasons. When the guild is aware of their visit to the guard, it will serve as a kind of insurance in case something goes wrong. Hearing his plan, Melissa sharply stands up, immediately understanding everything. Then let's hurry back to the guild, she declares. But Daichai, on the contrary, is stunned and covers his mouth, thinking it would be better not to. The priority is to visit the orphanage and the church. He sits at the table while Melissa leans forward and confirms that the plans have changed. She insists the priority should be their other destination, the right move, and adds that even the platoon commander understood this, so the security station can wait. He agrees with her conclusion. As they finalize the decision, a voice comes from the nearest door. An elderly woman in round glasses calls someone, calling them mumpers. Gage sharpens his gaze as he extends an invitation and tells Nike and everyone else to come inside to have some tea. Daichi looks stunned by the sudden proposal, and Melissa gives him a meaningful wink, encouraging him to accept the invitation. After that, she privately confirms once again that the guild is still the most important thing for them. He walks beside the woman together with Melissa, whispering that she is Celia Heartland, the most famous figure in the city. Melissa quickly corrects him. She explains that the woman is actually one of the 5 best masters of magical instruments in the entire country, and having her among acquaintances would be incredibly beneficial for Daichai, which conveys his distrust. Confirmation by Melissa nod. This is the great-grandmother of the girl Alicia, who runs a shop next to theirs. With new understanding, he smilingly accepts the woman's hospitality. When they approach the women's establishment, Melissa lowers her head in a respectful bow. She sees her daughter, and observing, thinks to herself how cunning and calculating she is. The door opens. A friendly young girl, Alicia, appears on the threshold and greets Daichai by name. He smiles and explains he came for tea because he heard about her from a monk. The old woman asks Alicia not to disturb their guests, and the embarrassed Melissa objects to being called grandma. While everyone was sitting at the table, Daichai inquired about the house. Alicia's great-grandmother explained that she had just signed the contract and told him, let him ask about anything. Then she handed him a cup of tea, whispered, and herself sank a little into his chair. He accepted it and spoke a word of thanks in response. In a moment, they brought a large tray with freshly baked pies and suggested discussing matters while they ate. Next to the abundant sweets, Alice and Alicia gasped with excitement. Their host encouraged them, eat as much as you want, there is enough space and sweets for everyone. After biting the cookie, Daichai said that the property is both sturdy and spacious, perfectly suited to his requirements. The comment made the old master look sternly. She said that a sturdy building is a necessity for anyone expecting explosions from their workshop, like such a person, not an ordinary merchant. Daichai looked back surprised, as if trying to figure out if that was really the case. She continued with a proud smile, explaining that her own underground workshop is a magnificent place. Then she added, next time she builds it, she wants to make an even stronger version also underground. The announcement made Daichai suddenly sit upright in his chair, and he growled in his voice, interrogating underground workshop. Great-grandmother confirmed this without any hesitation. She explained that it was in that very workshop that she passed on her secret techniques. Her hand clenched tightly into a fist. Catching Daichai's gazetteau focused and silent, asked what was wrong with him, while Melissa and Nikki looked embarrassed. He enthusiastically advises them to review the drawings. Melissa agrees and adds that she might have written something there. With a confident gesture, the architectural plans are spread out on the table. While they review the document, he asks where the workshop is located. The finger traces the lines on the paper and stops at the marked spot. Alicia's great-grandmother confirms the place. She says there is a hidden step leading down to the underground workshop. Melissa seems confused by the discrepancies in the drawings, and Daichai's face darkens as he imagines the secret workshop beneath the noble pharmacist's sleeve. This sounds like expression hardening. Daichai asks if the Merchants Guild conducted an on-site inspection. Melissa confirms the guild rules require this and the owner must be present. Alicia adds that the original owner is currently in the capital. Daichai presses further, is the staff and the person responsible for the time still at the branch? Alicia replies, yes, both are still there. With the new data, he announces that he will make the 2 responsible parties take the blame and responsibility. Melissa enthusiastically agrees. Before they could act, great-great-grandmother calmly intervenes, takes a sip of tea. She declares that she is the one who built the hidden stair so there will be no mistake. She offers to lead them to confirm, noting that if Daichai did it, the guild guards will arrive soon. Alicia sharply turns to her great-grandmother, surprised. Did she really have to make that hidden ladder? The old woman confirms and says it was a successful meeting. Melissa is uncontrollably joyful about the upcoming inspection. The great-great-granddaughter sips tea and Daichai is silent, quiet, focused. Alicia turns to him and cautiously begins to speak. Alicia Flower looks up at her great-grandmother and asks if the previous owner of the house was a pharmacist. The elderly woman confirms and adds that he was a descendant of a noble family. This revelation clearly confuses Daichai. Looking at his reaction, Alicia allowed guesses. Was the mysterious workshop used to make suspicious drugs, or is it an updated version of a previously existing secret laboratory? He writhes and in his head swarm images of dark apothecaries and alchemists, convincing him that such people are always involved in underground affairs. He reasons. If they knew about the hidden stairs, then they must have built them themselves. His thoughts immediately turn into action. He lays out priorities on pieces of paper: the underground workshop, the orphanage, the church, the security post. And he decides, the most urgent is to confirm the condition of the workshop. Spreading out the notes, Melissa leans over and points out. His chosen order looks strange. She says the guard post is usually the last place to go with a message and asks why he is making so many requests at once. Her words make Alicia also notice the oddity. Then Melissa decisively declares that she will go to the guard post alone, and this causes protests from both Daichai and Alicia. She stands ready to set off and says that for now they need to return to the guild and call the person responsible for everything. Daichai watches her with a farewell gaze. But before leaving, she looks back and approaches Daichai as he sips his tea. She asks what exactly he was doing while she was away in the Merchants Guild. He looks up and says he wants her to accompany him to the meeting with a Sakura. Help will be very valuable. Then he adds that before they go to the security post, he needs to check something else, and he intended to use this time to gather information from her. Her face softens in a smile that understands everything. She asks what he wants to find out, hinting that she might be able to provide answers to what he is looking for. When the conversation had just started, the background was already set: the city itself. A place where, according to local rumors, disappearances and kidnappings had become eerily frequent. Daichai confirmed that he had heard the same and clarified. Kidnappings of children from the local orphanage seemed to be on the rise. Hearing this, the old shopkeeper looked at him through her glasses, and her face became serious as she asked why he was inquiring about such things. She explained, after the morning hustle, another incident occurred. Adventurers staged a show. It was then that she heard something disturbing. She recounted hearing a man with a very sinister appearance say, "For so many people who have already disappeared in the city, kidnapping and selling one or two more would not even be noticed." He was heading towards the orphanage. Daichai pondered her words, his gaze drifting far away. He thought, if these were just empty threats, that would be one thing. But he could not shake the thought that these people might be involved in the kidnappings, in selling the children they abduct. Then he clarified his position. It did not matter whether they knew nothing that could prove the pharmacist's innocence. His investigation was purposeful. The old merchant looked at him intently and asked if he was driven by a sense of justice. He quietly stroked Nike's head, dismissing any such noble intentions. He admitted it was all entirely for his own convenience. He picked up the little kitten, and a warm smile spread across his face as he explained his simple dream. He just wanted to live in this city without trouble. He finished his explanation, and the old merchant considered his words. She stated that his selfish motive did not bother her in the slightest. On the contrary, such a simple reason seemed much more reliable to her. Having made her decision, she offered to share everything she knew. Daichai accepted gratefully. And the merchant added, if we are to take the Lord's words, then we should also commit to doing it fully. While they talked, Alicia watched gently, without excessive emotion. She thought that since she would have to stay in this town for a long time, she wanted to make it comfortable for her grandmother to live there. But Melissa had a more pragmatic thought. She reasoned, since there is a ghost nearby, it would be foolish not to take advantage of the opportunity for her own benefit. He suddenly caught himself agreeing with Melissa's feeling. It was not that he disliked such thinking. He turned back to the old merchant. He asked her to officially teach him everything she knew, although inwardly he was confused by her straightforwardness. A moment of silent understanding passed between them. Each gaze was fixed on the new agreement. Breaking the silence, Melissa cheerfully announced that she intended to join the Merchants Guild to kill some time. The old merchant stopped her and advised her to use the couriers from the tailor's shop that Alicia had opened. Alicia immediately confirmed the arrangement. The advice seemed to delight Melissa incredibly. A broad, cat-like smile spread across her face. Her playful manner vanished instantly. She turned to Alicia with a serious face and placed the cup on the table. She confirmed, recording for the record, that Alicia understood what they had just discussed must not be repeated. Listening to the stern warning, Daichai barely tensed, swallowed hard, and quietly confirmed that he understood. He begins to present the grim facts of their investigation. Over the past year, kidnappings and disappearances have sharply increased. The number of missing children, especially from the local orphanage, is abnormally high. The tragedy is emphasized by a single dirt-covered child's shoe abandoned in a puddle. Alicia, with a grim expression, confirms this and says that such incidents used to happen much less frequently. Melissa adds to the grim report, clarifying, the matter is not only about orphans. During the same period, the number of disappearances has increased. Children from ordinary families and even adults have gone missing. The old merchant woman, listening intently and folding her fingers in a thumbs up, establishes a connection between the dates. The increase in disappearances, as she notes, coincides exactly with the rise in the number of wandering adventurers in this area. When they sit down at the table, someone asks aloud if everyone understands the situation and says, the real reason is about to be revealed. It is Melissa who brings the stunning news. She states that a significant part of these so-called wandering adventurers are citizens of the Talonor Kingdom. Daichai's eyes flash with disbelief. While she calmly confirms what was said and is still digesting the news, Daichai asks what Town Art Kingdom is. They are even more shocking when Melissa explains that the army of the City Art Kingdom supports these vagabonds. She insists, it is impossible for the military kingdom not to be involved if so many of their people act the same way. He sharply turns to the old merchant and demands to name the source of this incredible information. Calmly takes a sip from her cup and she gives a brief two-word answer, Night Order. The answer leaves him completely stunned. He leans forward, his voice ringing with disbelief, and he demands an explanation of how she could have obtained such sensitive information from the Night Order. He listens while the old merchant explains the origin. About 10 days before this, Beltram Knightly Order handed them a group of thieves for investigation. Daichai's gaze narrows, he recognizes those she names. She lays everything out clearly and says, she made the confession drug herself and slipped it to the thieves. In exchange for selling this dangerous mixture, she managed to get valuable information and, she adds, she only got an additional dose last night. He looks at her intently and does not believe her methods. The thought does not leave him. Did the deputy commander of the Night Order come to buy drugs? He demands that she state by what authority she acts. Before the old merchant can respond, Melissa leans closer and explains the hierarchy to him. The vice commander, she says, is a high-ranking officer. According to her, although the use of confession drugs is officially prohibited, among them it is an open secret, and she confidently asserts that he will be able to convince the vice commander to buy the forbidden substance. The old merchant continues her report. She says she investigated 5 people. After she gave them the drug last night, all 5 were completely immobilized, and she emphasizes this fact not for public knowledge. He slowly swallows a gulp, and his face hardens as he organizes the grim new information in his mind. The gathered information paints a dark picture. Over the past year, disappearances have sharply increased, especially among vagrants, adults, and children. This alarming trend began exactly when travelers from the Talonor Kingdom started arriving, and it was confirmed. The kidnapped thieves were actually soldiers from that kingdom. The conclusion becomes inevitable. This means there is a very high probability of direct involvement of the army of the Town Art Kingdom in the kidnappings. He looks away and with grim finality says, the city is still very far from peace. The old merchant shakes his head, exhaustedly agreeing, and calls what is happening a complete disaster. His face turns to stone. He states that this is not something that can be ignored. Since the Night Order concerns that party dealing with the drug, he will use his status as a local lord and make them an official request. Of them, he leans back in his chair, a shadow of relief on his face, and says that at least he managed to obtain one reassuring piece of news. Melissa, looking at him, asks him to explain what he means. He explains his anxiety, staring at the luxurious chandelier. He was troubled by the thought that this very house, which he just bought, is somehow connected to the recent series of disappearances, and admits that such a property is frightening. He snaps his fingers, thinking that kidnappings now happen less often because the suspicious pharmacist has already disappeared. Melissa, holding a small vial, agrees and adds that she herself was a little worried. She unfolds her anxiety, explaining that time is suspicious. The apartment emptied almost at the same moment. The disappearances began to spread like an avalanche. This thought makes him flush, and he waves his hands dismissively, begging Melissa not to voice such grim assumptions. Unmoved at all, she only asks what he intends to do next. At that moment, Alicia, who had been looking out the nearby window, announces, a representative from the Merchants Guild has already arrived. Her announcement voice stirs them even more. Daichai clenches his fist in determination, and Melissa, with a fierce expression, declares that this very person is responsible for all the problems with the estate. He stands firm, his gaze frozen in determination. Behind him are Melissa, Alicia, and the old merchant. And he declares that this is exactly the person he has been waiting for, ready to fight for the peaceful life they deserve. In a well-furnished room, Melissa kindly and gladly offers to introduce themselves. A stern man named Richard, the property manager of the Merchant Guild, introduces himself and his colleague Edward, the current person responsible for this property. Daiichi watches them, understanding. All the key figures connected to the house have already gathered. He explains that as soon as he heard the name Cecilia, he immediately rushed here and then had to note everything in a letter. And then he asks, is what is written in this letter true? The question prompted Daiichi to recall the key points of the letter. The presence of a basement in the estate, the connection with an increasing number of missing people, and the fact that the man from Bertram Trading Company who presented this property also disappeared. The mention settles within him and his gaze flashes with determination. The letter also reported that the name Cecilia belonged to the wife of the first blacksmith, the guildmaster, a woman who is also a senior figure connected to the second magic guildmaster. It was precisely the appearance of this name that clearly caused a commotion. He looks at the web of connections and grimly thinks whether this is some kind of social death sentence. Meanwhile, the old merchant turns to Alicia and says that now they need to confirm the truth in this matter. Victor admits that there might be a mistake, but Daiichi quietly confirms. He understands what this man feels about this matter. Then the old merchant speaks directly to Alicia and confirms. The underground workshop really exists. She explains that she saw it with her own eyes, even helped build the walls of the workshop as a favor during the construction of this house, and looks embarrassed as to why she is being questioned about it again. She unfolds the explanation, recalling. When the walls were being built next to the neighboring house, she was asked to construct a special wall for a magical instrument, one through which it would not be easy to see anything. She is met by a former guildmaster who sternly demands to know if Bon Bon, who built the underground workshop, is still here. And from this she looks openly exhausted from hunger. Regarding this discovery, Daiichi insists that he had no idea about either the underground workshop or the hidden stairs. This is the first time he has heard of it, and Farrell never mentioned anything. Melissa, however, recalls that the previous owner, Farrell, was a former nobleman and pharmacist. The former guild leader presses the old merchant woman against the wall and asks if she heard about it from the carpenters during the land survey. She hesitates, but eventually admits she did hear something. She explains her silence. Supposedly, since she knew that Cecilia was involved in everything, she could not bring herself to ask questions, especially when the carpenters themselves remained silent. The dialogue steps zero clarity. The former guild leader decides that an on-site inspection is necessary. Daiichi clarifies, does he mean outside the small high? Instead, the old merchant leads the group up the stairs inside the house, explaining that the workshop is already ahead on the first floor. Just having entered the room, Daiichi points to a specific spot on the wooden floor, says, here it is, and touches the surface. She notes that there seems to be nothing there, and Melissa agrees. She sees only a wooden floor smooth without any signs. Then the old merchant turns to him and says that the hidden stairs she built were not meant to be easily found. She adds, no matter how you look at it, part of the blame in this situation falls on Cecilia. She orders him to direct the magic into the floor. The idea resonates with Daiichi. He feels a magical device activating. The boy kneels and firmly places his palm on the wood, ready to pour his power into it. He poured magic into the floor, and with a sharp crack, the boards began to shift under his touch. The rumble grew until the hidden hatch slid aside and revealed a dark passage beneath it. The whole group hovered over the newly opened opening. Daiichi was the first to speak, pointed to the structure inside the stairs. He froze, mesmerized by the spectacle. Although he knew there were secret stairs somewhere, he had never heard of such. They could be pulled out simply by pouring magic into the floor. The mechanism was completely different, unlike anything he had ever seen. The others were just as stunned, frozen, eyes wide open, not believing what stood before them. The Viscount's son finally broke the silence and confirmed the rumors were true. Without hesitation, the old merchant moved toward the stairs, ready to descend. Daiichi quickly stopped her, sharply demanding to wait. He warned they did not know the conditions below, so they needed to proceed more cautiously. She looked at him with a barely noticeable smile, asking why he cared so much about her. She said he was a good young man, nothing like the one rumored to have destroyed her family. His face hardened with determination. He declared he would betray first and ordered the others to stay very close behind him. With that, he led them forward down the stone stairs into the darkness. Their footsteps echoed dully in the narrow passage as Alicia and the old merchant followed behind him. He led everyone down the steep, narrow stairs, holding a lantern overhead to pierce the suffocating darkness of the hidden passage. The others followed closely, without separation, their footsteps quietly fading in the tight space as they descended deeper underground. Reaching the bottom, Daiichi examined the small chamber and reported that it seemed empty. But the Viscount's son pointed deeper, noting that the far wall looked unfamiliar, and asked what it was. The path abruptly ended at a solid brick wall like an impassable dead end. In the silence, a dull echo sounded. Something had struck its surface. In a fit of irritation, the Viscount's son kicked the wall. He lunged at the old merchant's wife and angrily demanded an explanation for why she had built such a wall if she claimed to have no memory of. He continued to torment the old woman, questioning why she was building a wall and then claiming that he had cursed her. He revealed, it was he who demanded that the entire underground workshop be silenced of sound and deprived of smell through enchanting magic. The revelation stunned Deity. Now he understood the term enchanting magic in a completely different, harsher sense. The words hit right on the nerving. Deity burst out shouting in response, accusing the man of going too far. He could not understand that the son of Viscount had ordered the workshop to be completely locked down and not to let out any sound or vibration. While two men were arguing, Alicia Flower joined in. Her voice rang out in wild frenzy, and her words sounded full of distrust. She exclaimed, asking why the old woman would agree to such a suspicious job at all. Her anger subsided and anxiety took its place. She asked her great-grandmother if she knew what kind of magic was enchanted on the wall, then quietly asked her to wait a moment. Then she turned to the wall and explained that what she was about to do was similar to her great-grandmother's work, but she honestly admitted that she was clumsy at it. Concentrating, she pressed her palm flat against the cold brick, trying to feel the nature of the spell. When she finished the analysis, the former guild leader stepped forward and confirmed her conclusions. He said she did well, but the enchantment itself was shoddy work, assembled with just enough skill to hold together. He described the whole messy process. First, a layer that dampened vibrations was applied all over the wall, then sound insulation was added, and finally a deodorizing agent was applied, wiping everything with a damp cloth. Daichai listened, realizing the complexity of the execution even if it was done poorly. Having listened to the expert's criticism, Alicia quietly apologized, a barely noticeable shame on her face. Then Sadie turned to the former guild leader and asked for confirmation. He asked if this wall was there when his great-grandmother last saw the workshop. The old man confidently said no and stated that right after he himself finished work on the building, this wall was not there. Placing his hand on the false wall, he estimated that the real original wall was about 5 meters further inside. The realization struck Deity. It was a reinforcing structure, a second wall built in front of the first. His mind raced wildly, outlining the layout, the workshop, that mysterious empty area and the original wall behind it. He exhaled sharply and everything became clear. It was a hidden room. A troubling thought made him look back at his comrades. Their faces reflected various shades of shock as they processed his conclusion, spoken without words. Although Alicia only barely grimaced as if she had suspected everything from the very beginning. Meanwhile, the former guild leader pressed his palm against the brick and muttered about work for the crew. At that moment, a web cracked and crawled from his palm. With a series of crisp screeches, the entire wall canvas tore off, collapsed inward, revealing a dark, empty cavity beyond. The old man jerked back, shocked by the sudden destruction of the structure. The hand holding the lamp jerks it forward as if cutting through dust and darkness to illuminate the entrance to a newly discovered passage. He raises the magic lantern high above his head. The light pierces the darkness of the newly found passage. His eyes widen in shock as he and his companions peer into the space beyond. The young man can barely stammer. What is this? The lantern light highlights a gloomy, narrow corridor lined with prison cells. The air is stagnant and heavy, and on the stone floor of one cell stands a simple bowl with remnants of a meager Mila, silent sign of the one who sat here not long ago. Watching the cages, the old merchant quietly mutters that the Viscount's son was probably conducting some strange experiments here. Daichai is still digesting what he saw and can only stare blankly and not believe his own eyes. He turns to Melissa and asks what she thinks about all this. She grimaces, hinting that it might be a warehouse, but Alicia's voice trembling slightly corrects confidently, it's a prison. There is nowhere else. The Viscount's son Farrell freezes in horror and asks why such a place exists here. Nearby, a dark-haired woman covers her face and sobs. She does not know that she knows nothing. The old merchant takes a step closer to one of the cages, and her expression hardens as she carefully examines the simple but sturdy lock on the barred door. She is silent, her thoughts meticulously check every detail. She returns to the group with the results. She says the lock is not old, a modern thing probably from last year. Melissa, inhaling, adds that she detects a faint smell of wolfkin and suggests they were here about 2 weeks ago. From above, Alicia looks at the merchant and suggests calling security. Deity, on his knees, leans closer and carefully examines the ground, completely agrees. This is beyond their strength. The old merchant thoughtfully considers this, then glances at the exit from the aisle with a grim expression. She thinks that under these circumstances, calling the knights is a better option than relying solely on the city guard. As soon as the decision was made, Farrell's composure completely fell apart. He froze with a vacant stare, sweat pouring down his face, while the woman beside him trembled uncontrollably, pressing her hands to her head in fierce fear. He flinched when the old merchant poked him with a finger and ordered him to inform the knights about their find. The man could only tremulously mutter agreement, sweat pouring down his forehead like rain. She grabbed him by the collar, her voice quiet but sharp and tense. One message was not enough, she clarified. He was to bring the knights back with him. She demanded. He understands how serious everything is. Before the man could answer, the young boy declared he would manage on his own and took off running for help for the authorities. Daichai watched him go, a shadow of worry flickering across his face. Would the boy be left alone without proper protection? When the messenger disappeared, another man in their company began trembling from shock uncontrollably. Melissa sharply cast a sidelong glance at him, her face mixed annoyance and distrust of his cowardice. The gaze immediately caught the trembling man. The old merchant looked him straight in the face. Her voice was sharp. She asked if he thought he could escape by shifting the responsibility for it onto himself alone. Under a watchful gaze, he suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Melissa snorted, called him a mama's boy, and complained that his frightened reaction was not funny at all. She waited until it was possible to just waste time, watching his face contort until night came. Daichai glanced at how everything was escalating. He did not think the matter would go this far when knights had already entered the game. He understood the investigation would no longer be in their hands. It seemed his keen sense, a trait of the wolf heritage of the Vovchikins, was no longer needed here. Suddenly, with a brisk smile that cut through the tension, he turned back to the others and suggested everyone return upstairs for a cup of tea. A brief rest before the inevitable arrival of the authorities and the increasingly tangled mystery. Daichai set the table for tea. A small teapot and cups were already in place. He smiled warmly at his companions Melissa, Alicia, and Richard who had gathered around. On the side, Alice's great-grandmother expresses her surprise. She says that he even kept a full tea set in his subject box. She suggests everyone take a tea break. Dramatic faint Daichai takes out the main event from the box, proudly shows a large exquisite strawberry cake, announcing it as the new set from the homeland. Melissa and Alicia freeze eyes wide with admiration. They lean closer, enchanted. Alicia excitedly exclaims that this is a cake, and Melissa marvels at its pure white color and fluffy texture. Karina, also present for the occasion, gives an admiring thumbs up. She says that such a sweet dish is a rare delicacy in this country, known only to the chosen, and that she can't wait to try it. Daichi shifts his gaze to Richard and warmly invites him to taste it as well. The stoic man looks away, giving only a quiet, restrained, and weighty confirmation. Without any pause, Melissa takes the first bite. She lifts a forkful of tender cupcake right to her wide-open mouth. The taste hits immediately a sharp shock. Her body is filled with a pulse of pure pleasure as she savors it. Her eyes involuntarily squint before she declares with undeniable certainty, "It is delicious." Alicia also takes a sip and her face blooms with a blissful smile. She says she has tasted cake before, but this one is incredibly tasty. Seeing their joyful reactions, Daichi beams with happiness. It pleases him that the gift is to their liking. Even Richard allows himself a barely noticeable, satisfied smile in the background. He suddenly felt gently but sharply scolded by Alicia's great-grandmother. She made it clear. He had been walking with a young, sweet girl for 5 days straight and had never done so before and warned him not to say anything that could be misinterpreted. She cast a sidelong glance at him, asking if it was just because he was being nice to a young, pretty girl. Irritated, he assured her that Noit was not like that at all. While they talked, Alicia continued eating her cake. Her cheeks puffed slightly as she savored the tree. For a moment, he had the thought to be gentle with the young, pretty woman. But the image of Melissa flashed through his mind and immediately disappeared, because she was definitely not the one those feelings were directed at. He quickly explained to the old woman that it was not about being affectionate with a young girl. Nearby, Alicia paused her eating for a moment and turned her head as if she heard him object. Then great-grandmother thought, if he tried to sell cakes and cookies on such a crowded street, it would definitely cause a huge commotion. Daichi imagined how a curious and greedy crowd would press on him. He agreed, explaining that this was exactly why he was restraining himself. Noavan, the idea of even more elaborate sweets, was already dancing in his head. Meanwhile, his friends continued enjoying the cake. Melissa ate with obvious pleasure, and Karina remained composed. Alicia, on the other hand, seemed lost in thought, so Daichi quietly added that he did not want any misunderstandings. Then he shifted his gaze, winked, pointed, and smiling brightly declared that Alicia was indeed lovely. Direct praise suddenly threw her off balance. She raised her gazeth fork froze near her lips and a deep blush covered her face. She remained completely embarrassed, blushing and swallowing piece after piece while Daichi joyfully enjoyed his cake. Nearby, Melissa was also devouring her dessert, playfully licking it. While they continued eating, Daichi pointed to another dessert and said he wanted to try the white one next. Alicia's great-grandmother declared she would take the yellow one, and Melissa agreed without hesitation. His appetite drew a warning from great-grandmother. She reproached him that too much sugar is poison for the body, so it must be eaten in moderation. Daichi casually replied that it was fine. If he felt bad, he would just make medicine. This made her order him to give up his unhealthy habits. She continued teasing, complaining that if he fell, Alicia would be simply extremely upset. Then the great-grandmother clarified, Alicia worries, not him. This angered Melisash slammed her palms on the table and demanded a cake for Daichi. The old woman only ordered her to stay away. Daichi looked at Melissa, who was now hissing at the old woman, and with slight irritation noted, just a moment ago she was on the verge of tears. Now she looked as if she was completely ready to hand over her duties to someone else. She explained, when she does find real estate, if it is poorly controlled, it can be seized as evidence and she could not allow that. This news made Alicia freeze in place, and shock froze on her face. After a few seconds of silent stupor, she slowly raised the cup and took a thoughtful sip. Melissa continued, complaining that it seemed to her the rent was already paid since the landlord disappeared. She decided that if this was really the case, they would just have to look for another property. But great-grandmother, however, smiled slyly, as if to say she had found a peer she had long wanted. When Melissa cheerfully asked for more, Alicia, in complete despair, slammed her head on the table. A chaotic sequence of events left Daichai stunned. He looked at the empty bowl and the terrible realization slowly came. Had everyone forgotten what had just happened? Somewhere else, the Viscount's son, Farrell, held his head in his hands, his face bloodied with an expression of pain. Despite his inner torment, Daichai forced himself to smile brightly and joyfully. While the group sits in tense silence outside near the disputed property, Alicia slowly takes a cipher, eyes wide, as she absorbs what she sees. Silent observation is shattered by the clinking of armor on the cobblestones. A knight rushes towards them, announcing the arrival of the knight. Orderan. Daichai, frightened, raises his gaze. But still, great-grandmother reacts to this with annoyance. She shouts that their arrival is too early, waves her hand towards Melissa, and grumbles that she hasn't even finished her cake yet. Disregarding the culinary complaint, Farrell turns to Daichai with a grim face. He says he will go to the first floor to meet the night shift, and Daichai soberly agrees to go with him. By the stone entrance to the building, a heavily armed boot thuds dully against the ground, thus declares the leadership of the order. The young man in a white cloak steps forward and introduces himself. Captain Chief of the squad, Bradley from Hazelgrand Knights. He says he forgot to mention something, and this makes Melissa ask about Viscountess Cecilia. Great-great-grandmother listens attentively, not averting her gaze. He calmly explains. Due to her recognized skill in Cecilia's alchemy, she was granted the title of Viscountess for only one generation, despite being born common. Daichai is noticeably impressed by this. The old great-grandmother expresses immense relief. She admits that she was afraid. The people Farrell sent came to drive them out. Assuring that she trusts Bradley, she turns around and leads Daichai and Melissa down the stone stairs. When they descend, a heavy stone slab grinds with a rumble and crushes the entrance behind, closing the passage with a resounding blow. On the other side of the sealed entrance, Captain Guard Bradley stands in the dim corridor with two subordinates, their faces hidden by helmets and hoods. He touches his chin, his gaze thoughtful and unreadable. He walks away and leaves the rustle of his cloak. Watching him go, Daichai says it's already getting a bit warm and suggests heading to the garrison the day after tomorrow. Melissa immediately cuts him off. His timing is chosen far too conveniently. Leaning forward, she points to the suspicious coincidence of time. The knights are already investigating the same place where they are now standing, and he suddenly suggests going to the garrison. She objects. It is simply impossible. While Daichai stammers, Melissa admits, delaying departure is unprofitable, but the situation is still too suspicious. Alicia picks up the idea. Let Platoon Commander Bradley write them an official note. Melissa enthusiastically embraces and praises the idea. Their conversation is interrupted by great-grandmother. She declares that she was ordered not to let them out of the trap. Melissa whistles in admiration of Cecilia Sima's foresightan. Daichai freezes, unable to comprehend anything, silently staring into emptiness. He starts sweating. His thoughts rush to their plans for the shelter and church tomorrow. Melissa notices that he finally seems to have understood the priorities and adds, he should have worried more about his own situation. Daichai, defending himself, insists that he understood everything anyway. She straightens her chest confidently and states that she is fine. As the junior on this task, she explains, she was responsible for the property only for the last 2 weeks. Continuing to explain, she says that about 2 weeks ago someone was caught snooping around the territory. She heard the knights discussing it and believes that now the army has gotten involved. Her tone changes to teasing. She asks Daichai why he is so interested in Fiona and jokingly wonders if it was love at first sight. Embarrassed, Daichai sharply exclaims in response to she suddenly brought up this question. The ancestress quietly thinks that this is probably love at first sight and notes how hopeless the young men are. Melissa agrees, but questions what mindset one must have to fall in love so easily. The outraged Daichai cuts in that most young people are not such gullible simpletons. While he protests, Alicia sharply turns around and pins him to the spot with a burning, continuous gaze. While the conversation continues, the old trader brushes off any fabricated rumors, but still confirms that the number of missing persons has sharply increased over the past year. Perhaps this is somehow connected to the underground. At the same time, she adds that the number of adventurers has also gone up. Daichai listens, his face tightening with tension. He gloomily adds an important detail to her report. Half of the victims are children from the shelter. And he explains, this is why he tried to gather information in the church. All sorts of people come there, and it is the perfect place for intelligence gathering. The old merchant runs his fingers over her chin. Understanding appears on her face. She concludes, he has already made his move and his supposed attachment to Fiona was just a convenient pretext. Daiichi confirms this with his steely gaze and admits, it was all for his own convenience. At that moment, Alicia speaks up and calls him by name. She notes that he acts on his own and consults no one because of this. People mock him. While she speaks, in the background you can see Daiichi hiding a small hearing device. Alicia quietly apologizes. Her observation is interrupted as Melissa leans closer to Daiichi with a sharp expression. She says, although she understands his motives, directly asking Fiona is inappropriate. Embarrassed, he asks, why? Before she could answer, the old merchant gave decisive context. Disappearances sharply increased a year ago, but before that their number had already been growing for 2 to 3 years. Then she asks, was Cecilia already in the city then? The timeline clicks into place for Melissa. She sharply turns and, pointing accusingly at the frightened Daiichi, exclaims what this means. He should have asked Fiona about the situation back when she arrived in the city a little over a year ago. He panics, stammers sharply, and begins to explain that it is a very delicate topic. Then he says, Fiona is his longtime childhood friend who left this very city at age 10 with her parents. His composure instantly shatters as he waves his hands dismissively, overwhelmed by shame. He insists that asking about such grim matters concerning an old childhood friend is very difficult. Melissa watches his flustered gestures, and on her face is deep interest. The knight approaches him and, apologizing, explains he did not intend to eavesdrop but admits it was a good opportunity. The knight shows a small hearing device and clarifies. It is only for verification, not for intelligence gathering. Then he offers to bring someone from the court to accompany Daiichi. It might be useful. Daiichi immediately gladly accepts the offer, says he already has questions for the guards and would appreciate the company. The knight is slightly surprised by his enthusiasm but agrees anyway. As if to confirm the agreement, the knight nods and says he will accompany Daiichi to the shelter and church tomorrow. Daiichi confirms the plan for the next day, although inwardly he notes that this outcome was unexpected for him. The prospect of working side by side with a handsome knight terrifies Daiichi. It seems like a punishment to him, while his companions are clearly delighted by the very idea. After a long and exhausting investigation, the knight apologizes for taking so much of their time and reports that it could not find what he was looking for. Their search led to hidden doors behind crates and barrels in the storage room on the first floor. A woman named Cecilia points out a complex mechanism, a wonderful secret passage that allows one to descend directly into the basement without being seen. Unknown to others, Richard and the former guild leader watched as the hidden doors were found. Later, Bradley at night contacts the side invisible to him. He confirms that his subordinates were listening in on this area and asks if they noticed anything suspicious about Cecilia. After that, he orders them to report everything they can recall. He explains to Daiichi, the owner of this house is a man named Asakura. Since there is a chance that a criminal event occurred on the premises, the house will be placed under night management for some time. Daiichi processes this and asks how long this arrangement will last. He admits he does not know what happened in the basement, but he cannot feel comfortable living there. He further expresses his anxiety. He says that even if he knew what happened, he could not live there with a clear conscience. Bradley listens, a faint smile barely visible on his face. Suddenly, a man with slick-back hair and a trimmed beard Klaus interrupts the conversation. He addresses Daiichi, Asakura-sama, and declares that he will immediately prepare a new residence for him. He adds, Merchants Guild will cover the living expenses until he settles in. Daiichi, confused, asks if he can choose the hotel himself. Klaus confirms the Merchants Guild will arrange everything. An old woman in glasses, an old merchant, places her hand on Daiichi's shoulder. She tells him not to worry and explains. Since he is not used to the city, they will give him the best possible accommodation instead. Laos, with a determined expression, again confirms his dedication. He states that, of course, they will prepare the best room for him. Daiichi hears the old merchant say that this will be a great help and asks him to spend the night at their inn. Then she adds, as soon as the lodging is settled, she wants to invite him and Alicia to dinner. Daiichi, looking away, understands her true intention. He turns to the old merchant and tells her that it is unfortunate, but he must decline her offer. He explains he already has a prior arrangement. The old merchant looks disappointed and Alicia appears behind, raising her gaze to Daiichi. Alicia lowers her eyes, her face showing disappointment, and quietly mutters, "Oh, really?" Indeed, Daiichi stands alone, his face detached, and sad after he declined the dinner invitation. Noticing the opportunity, Klaus turns to the old merchant. He suggests, if they are already making additional arrangements for Alicia, then everyone should have dinner together to discuss matters. The old merchant looks tired. She has no idea how many more arrangements she will have to make. He politely interrupts and explains that, although he appreciates the offer, he himself is already stopping where he reserved a private room for dinner. This news noticeably shocks Alicia. Her hopes are shattered. At that moment, Melissa cheerfully announces that Mr. Asakura is staying at the Calm Leaf. Klaus and the old merchant are stunned with surprise. Klaus recognizes the name. It is a high-class establishment, much better than the one he had in mind. He peeks out from the luxurious building and realizes, this is truly a luxury hotel. He is plagued by doubt whether he can stay there at all, especially considering that the head of the Merchants Guild just introduced him. Realizing this, Klaus sharply turns and barks an order to his subordinate Edward. He commands him to immediately run to Calm Leaf and book a private dinner at any cost. The stunned Edward quickly agrees. Then he turns again to Daichai and makes a loud announcement. The Merchants Guild will pay all his accommodation expenses at Calm Leaf, including all amounts incurred so far. He is dying. She thanks him for the kind gesture. Melissa steps forward and confirms that she will continue to be his liaison for any problems. With a playful wink, she adds, let him tell her if he needs a girl. Her own courage immediately frightens her. Inside panic, finding the estate is one thing, but presenting herself as a victim is quite another. Still, Laos is satisfied. He pats her on the shoulder and says that she and Mr. Asakura seem to have good interaction. He praises her for being an excellent worker and adds that he feels comfortable entrusting her with matters. At his command, Melissa sharply slaps her palm on the table. She declares, if she completes this task without any problems, she will demand a special reward. Laos, looking boldly smiling, agrees to her terms, promising a promotion after her success. Nearby, Edward remarks that it sounds like dirty work. Another place, Daichai hears the commotion and wonders what tense conversation is taking place before the night squad. In the background, Edward frantically shows a written oath and demands it be signed immediately. Klaus agrees. Daichai remains completely bewildered. His thoughts are interrupted by Platoon Commander Bradley. He returns to him with a friendly smile and asks if he should call him. Bradley explains that he only mediated in the previous conversation and asks if Daichai has been waiting long. Edward intervenes, assuring that he will keep everything he saw to himself. He continues to insist that the night dirty work does not concern him and that bringing forward someone as capable as Daichai is just unnecessary trouble. Daichai is frankly stunned by his bluntness. Meanwhile, Melissa, full of energy, announces that she is ready to set off. Nearby, a slightly depressed Alicia confirms she will go with her. Returning with the escort, Bradley announces, it's time for everyone to head to the security station. Daichai squeezes Nikki's hand and tells him not to get distracted. His anxiety grows as he contemplates his strange new companions. Edward watches, thinking that Daichai does not understand what is happening at all. In the city stands a formidable stone building the local guard. Side Daichai, Alicia, and Melissa sit before a stern official, the captain of the guard, whose vigilant gaze is fixed on them. Alicia looks around the well-kept room and notes that for an interrogation, this is quite a cozy room. The captain of the guard, folding his arms across his chest, sharply corrects her. He explains, there is no interrogation room here, this is just a reception area. This only confuses Daichai. He asks why they were brought here. The captain sharply replies that he does not have to pretend as if he knows nothing. The captain's thoughts again roll back to the moment when Daichai handed him a letter of introduction addressed to the Lord. In a brief memory, Klaus confirms to Daichai that he was the one who wrote the letter. Daichai, satisfied, had asked him to do it so as not to waste extra effort himself. He considered the letter merely a formality. Returning to the present, the head of security approaches his captain and asks why there was that trial arrest of 2 people from that past incident. He says it is an impossible task. The guard captain looks fiercely and says he does not understand what was in those people's heads trying to arrest them with such force. Daichai listens, completely bewildered by the captain's sharp reaction. The captain clarified his position and said that the 2 people from his past were not his subordinates. He just happened to be nearby them. In response, Daichai firmly asked the captain to at least keep his own team under control. Continuing to question why they are being arrested and treated like the lowest criminals, Daichai stated, the captain's own stubbornness is more than enough reason to protest. The captain, enraged, declared their behavior mockery and refused to tolerate such insolence from the guard. Despite his outburst of emotions, the captain extended his gloved hand, explaining that he brought them here for their own safety. He offered his help if they decide to accept his protection. Daichai coolly asked if this was some kind of loan. The captain's expression brightened a little. He admitted that he hoped Daichai would take it exactly that way. Weary sighing, Daichai dismissed this thought and said that if the loan could not be created, there was no point in getting stuck on it. He called their converging circumstances simply a coincidence and suggested leaving everything as it was. The tense confrontation ended as soon as the group was led to a luxuriously decorated room. The high ceiling was dominated by an elegant chandelier. Inside Alicia Flower, they immediately said to her face and asked if she was the heir that the famous Heartland family was so proud of. She replied with a modest bow that she was still just a student and had much to learn. The captain of the guard's face twisted in shock as soon as he heard this. At that moment, the guard commander, Aaron, approached his subordinate and said it was time to move. The anxious captain hurriedly apologized for holding them up. When the heavy doors slammed shut behind the guards, Alicia turned to Daichai and asked what had just happened and why he had really detained them. Dady was silent for a moment before the doors closed with a bang. He turned to his companions and explained that they were in the reception area and that he had arranged with the guards how to deal with criminals. Elsewhere, the captain kept apologizing to the commander, promising to do everything he could. Eren only acknowledged the apology and said, "If the worst happens, he will handle it." He sharply struck the table with his palm and thundered at the guard captain. He needed to know exactly what Captain Boyd thought, why he was handing over criminals to the support division. Commander Eren insisted that Boyd calm down and explain. He continued his tirade, poking Dady with an accusatory finger, declaring that Dady was fooling the guards and that he would surely regret it. Dady and his companions silently watched, bewildered, not understanding if the commander was talking about them. Anger surged like a wave. Eren clenched his fist and shouted, demanding to know who gave Dady permission to speak. Nearby, Klaus noticed that the commander was clearly displeased, but coolly decided it was none of his business. The clash ended abruptly. The guard captain grabbed on and, stumbling, fell back with a loud thud. Eren did not have time to react. He was clutching a small pouch in his hands, while Boyd meanwhile rolled onto the floor. Falling backward, the captain theatrically poked Eren with his finger and rehearsed that he would be sent to the chopping block for this. Daikai and his friends watched in complete stupor, racking their brains over what was wrong with that man. In the commercial environment, Klaus directly addressed Captain Boy and firmly stated that the Daichai group are not criminals. He explained that Stone's report clearly shows the other side is guilty, so he does not accept any charges. But Commander Eren went his own way of investigation. He came across a subordinate guard and demanded an explanation for why he wrote the report. The guard said that he did not compose the incident report himself, he only added a few lines to the patrol law. The whole team was now gathered in the office. Daichai, Alicia, Melissa, and Klaus sat on the sofa, while Commander Eren and the subordinate guard stood before them. Tension was felt in the air. The captain of the guard, mumbling as if he understood, pondered the situation. He admitted that Stone might have overstepped his authority, noting, "It is strange to keep those who were attacked in custody." Eren, listening attentively, habitually caught on to how exactly the captain used the word victims. He firmly confirmed his conclusion. The captain stated that the seriously wounded were left without proper medical care. His gaze sharpened as he turned it to Sella. Klaus shuddered in shock. He could not believe that they would really hand over such a criminal to the support department. He leans forward, his face sharpens, and asks why the appearance of a new suspect after he took the original criminals into custody would be strange. His sharp question hung in the air, and a wave of tension rolled through the room. Klaus Dab wiped sweat from his forehead while Daichai, Melissa, and Alicia watched, their eyes widening with anxiety. The commander of the guard and his subordinates froze motionless. The captain of the guard turns to Klaus and asks what he intends to do. Confused, Klaus demands to detain Daichai and his group and immediately take them to the interrogation room. Commander of the guard, Eren, looks at this in disbelief and asks what exactly he is supposed to explain. Before anyone could carry out Klaus's order, Eren takes control of the situation. He states that he received permission from the commander-in-chief to use this very room and will conduct the investigation here if necessary, but adds that there is a condition. He concludes his statement with a sharp look directed at the captain of the guard. Faced with this assertion of higher authority, the captain grimaces but still yields, saying he has no choice. As the two commanders stand against each other, Daichai watches from the side, squinting thoughtfully. A broader picture of the conflict unfolding right before him begins to form. Having secured a place for the investigation, Eren again turns his attention to the captain of the guard. He accuses him of excessive stubbornness, hinting that he is merely taking advantage of the incompetence of the guards named Stone and River. He further explains what he believes is the captain's true motive to frame him, showing it as if he helped a group of exemplary travelers and then falsified the report. Eren admits that this sequence of events turned out to be beyond anything he could have expected. When the accusation hangs in the air, Daichai contemplates how the drama unfolds. He understands this is truly a spectacle that must be seen. The observation is interrupted when Eren suddenly turns around and points directly at him. The guard commander demands an answer as to what crime Daichai is being arrested for and on what grounds. Daichai can only look back, completely taken aback. He stood silently while the security commander, with a calm but firm face, invited him to state the nature of the crime. The captain of the guard standing next to Daichai clearly flinched at the direct question. The security captain, with a face twisted in anger, began to speak. He declared that according to the report, a fight occurred on Haines Street during which Daichai's group unilaterally and brutally attacked defenseless travelers. He further insisted that he wrote the report himself, having just verified the details with two of his men who were on the scene. He insisted there was no mistake while Klaus observed from the side. When the captain finished, War Commander Eren, sitting more comfortably, remarked that the captain should learn to better discern character. After that, he announced that he himself would take the helm of the matter. Then he took a thick file from the table, saying that it was the report he wrote about the incident, and began reviewing its contents. Aaron presented the document and explained that it was compiled based on interviews with 3 people who were in the same room: the victims, Lord Asakura, as well as witnesses Lady Melissa and Lady Alicia. The word struck the security captain with force. He froze, looking shocked, stammering victims. Aaron calmly confirmed that they really were victims. Then he began to present his conclusions. The 5 adventurers involved were actually the culprits. His report detailed that besides the incident on Suhain Street, these 5 individuals were registered as adventurers in the Kingdom of Talner's Guild. The conclusion in the document was devastating. The culprits infiltrated the markets led by the orphanage and incited Sister Fiona to commit crimes. As these words were read, the nun was seen crying, held on both sides by 2 of those threatening travelers. When rumors about the official report spread, the city watchman read aloud on the street the conclusions permitted for announcement. The listening townspeople immediately became noticeably angry, learned that numerous complaints had already been filed against 5 adventurers. Meanwhile, the guard commander Iron continued telling the unbelieving guard commander about the situation. He recounted how this company of fools started the clash. They provoked Daicha when he was just out shopping, and did it only as a pretext for their attack. The captain guard, with a mask of irritation on his face, demanded to know where Aaron got such confidence. He insisted that there were 5 opponents, so it turns out they caught Daicha during a sudden attack. From his place, Daicha calmly corrected him. It was not a sudden attack, he explained, because he deliberately made it seem as if their group of 5 had started the fight. The captain guard sharply hit the table with his fist and shouted that it was nonsense. He asked how 2 people could possibly take on 5 adventurers rank 3B and rank 2C without sustaining any injuries. In response, Daichai simply showed his own guild card. Then he asked if the captain was also a mage, hinting that he should understand. The captain, still boiling with anger, snapped. He couldn't accept it because Daichai was only C rank. At that moment, Melissa raised her hand and politely asked for permission to intervene. Guard Commander Aaron, maintaining a calm appearance, gestured for her to continue. In every respect, Melissa made a stunning statement. Daichai's strength easily matched that of an A-rank mage. The whole room froze in silence. The captain guard, Commander Aaron, Klaus, and Alicia stared ahead. Their faces were frozen in shock and deep thought. Melissa insisted, addressing the security captain, who was frozen in shock, asking if he was familiar with the officer from the Magic Guild tests, Alan, and emphasizing that he was the most trusted user of the granted less magical tribute in the entire city. He froze in shocked silence while Melissa continued explaining. She said directly, Daichai Asakura defeated Alan, and added that Daichai registered in the Mage Guild the same day and during the exam completely outplayed Burank and Alan. The captain of the guard could only stammer, "What did you say?" when this information reached him. The situation really complicated. Daichi tried to explain this to Alicia, but she only smiled. In her thoughts there was only his kindness. The captain flinched from the revelation, stammering that it was the first thing he had heard. Klaus, dejected, admitted that under such circumstances the current outcome was inevitable no matter the objections. The captain found it hard to digest the news, so the guard commander Aaron stepped forward. He handed over a stack of documents and stated that there were witnesses and testimonies confirming the events, sharply asking what the captain was implying with his distrust. His disbelief exploded with rage. The captain slammed his palm on the table and, roaring at his subordinates, demanded an explanation for their actions. He met the captain's fury with a calm explanation. Aaron admitted that the squad had also encountered a situation too convenient and could not believe that the travelers would attack first without any reason. He continued, explaining that he also believed the travelers' words about being seriously wounded, and added that there are other significant testimonies worth considering. He recounted their arrival at the site and clarified, there was no time to assess the situation or gather intelligence. The main thing immediately was to rush to the travelers and pull out the wounded. The captain seized on this, voice dripped with accusation. He twisted Aaron's words, claiming that he blindly believed the witness and tried to arrest Asakura as a criminal. He emphasized that the travelers only sustained minor injuries and fled since then, while Aaron's men headed to detain the one who had momentarily lost capacity. His commander dared to take a harsher stance, admitting to himself that the captain's words were sound. Yet he still lifted his gaze from the papers in his handstand. The counterargument was already forming when he addressed them. He shifts his gaze to 2 city guards. His voice is low and angry in tone. He asks if they have already forgotten what he said at the scene of the incident and reminds them they, like the rest of the adventurers, counted on his help. The captain of the guard silently watches the interrogation with a grim expression on his face. In response, one of the guards, sweat on his face, eyes closed, remains silent, while the other nervously insists that he knows nothing. Varda presses even more with questions about why he ended up in that place, although he and his partner were supposed to be on a break. He stammers, they just took lunch near the food stall. Then his partner remembers something. He says that just before the mercenaries appeared, one of them threw out a phrase about how to lure and sell an orphan. From a distance, Daichai listens to the conversation. Standing nearby secretly, Melissa whispers to Daichai and Alicia. This is probably related to the recent series of kidnappings in the city, and she asks if the guards themselves might be involved. Turning back to the interrogation, the mustached guard shouts that he knows nothing and insists he is telling the truth. His denial drives the chief of the guard mad. With a roar, he clenches his fist and it hits the guard right in the face. The guard commander Aaron restrains his superior and orders him to calm down. The enraged captain looks through anger at the two frightened men. He warns, they must be prepared for a thorough interrogation. The second guard, now in tears, says in a trembling whisper that he was only doing what he was ordered. The tense confrontation breaks the calm voice. A young man in a white cloak steps forward, a silver pendant dangles on his chest. He asks if he can join the interrogation. The guard captain immediately recognizes the uniform, chokes on his words, and insists that he is from the Night Order. Sergeant Bradley confirms this and says he will take the helm of the process himself. He calmly shifts his gaze to the two frightened guards, informing them that the Night Order is investigating cases of kidnapping and will take them into custody the next day. He calmly holds his position while the guard captain demands an answer whether he intends to work all night. Guard Commander Aaron cuts into the conversation and insists. The data must be obtained tonight, but the senior in the unit dismisses the rush, saying tomorrow morning will be enough. When the matter is settled, he shifts his gaze to Daichai and Melissa. He informs them that they may be questioned later, but for now they are free. Melissa looks a bit confused for a moment at such a sudden address. Daichai hesitates for a moment, focused gaze, then asks a sharp question: where are the travelers they detain now? His request catches the guard's attention. The watch commander Iron off guard sharply turns around and sudden concern flashes in his eyes. However, the guard commander avoids eye contact. A drop of sweat crawls down his temple as he quietly admits that he was the one who let them out. Hunger drives Aaron to madness, grabs the captain by the uniform, and shouts for him to immediately prepare wanted posters. Leaving all this commotion behind, the Daichai group sets off from the guard post. He sighs and says he is tired. Melissa supports him. Yes, the visit was necessary, but it seems it raised a lot of problems inside. Daichai can only agree. He and Alicia watch as Melissa announces her intention to return to the guild and submit a report. Then she turns to them and asks about their own plans. With a cheerful smile, Daichai suggests dinner at the hotel, eagerly anticipating a relaxed and elegant evening. The idea causes Alicia to gasp with delight, while Melissa watches them with a distinctly indifferent face. During training one day, Daichai suddenly receives a sharp blow from Karina, his eyes wide open in shock. This session is hell. A flurry of wooden sword strikes collide. He desperately defends against Karina's relentless attacks, his face a mask of exhaustion and panic. Such a blow has enough force to send him stumbling and tripping backward. Karina, looking completely composed, explains, since they arrived in the city of Kafna, she gives him this basic swordsmanship training every morning. She sits on the ground, exhausted, and points out, his fencing still limps, but eventually agrees since he has non-elemental magic and unique skills, maybe his swords don't have to be perfect. Irritation grows. Daichai pounds his fists on the ground and declares his determination to find a way to make Karina admit defeat. In the background, Jeffrey tells the others that this should be an easy task. He gathers his companions and outlines a plan, ordering to first pin her against the wall, then strike sharply at the chin. Karina, hearing this from behind, watches increasingly irritably. Demonstrate, Frida practices the move on Jeffrey, hitting him in the chin, while Daichai watches to confirm the correct strike location. From a distance, Nike follows the plan. The cat thinks to herself, the technique is not bad, but too delicate, it will take too much time to benefit her. A more direct, perhaps rougher method would be much more effective. The next day, the competition takes on a completely different look. Daichai, now in a baseball uniform, triumphantly points at the scoreboard and announces victory in a friendly match by strikeout. Shocked Karina, also in uniform and with a catcher's glove, can only exclaim in surprise. Daichai explains, the winner is the one who collects the most limited edition jewels and the uniform itself is the prize. He points at Karina and demands, praise and pamper him for the victory. She immediately retorts that he has gone too far and insists that she is not for him, that's how things are. His participation in the fantastic competition ended in a crushing defeat. The scoreboard showed Karina's victory 8-4. He froze in disbelief, looking at her status. It showed not only S-rank swordsmanship and adventure levels, but also S-rank skills in creation and throwing, plus fire and wind attributes. Here one could only choke loudly in shock. He slammed his fist on the table in despair. On the other side of the imaginary field, Karina looked at him reproachfully and said that before that, he should have checked her status, and now it was time for their real training. The next day, he did not lose enthusiasm and approached Karina with a box in his hands, announcing that today's tournament would be a game of shogi. She looked bewildered by this proposal. She explained that the board games from his homeland were much more complex than anything she had encountered before, and confidently lifted the game piece. His surprise, Karina agreed, but she was embarrassed by the luxurious traditional riases he insisted on wearing for the occasion. He explained, it was necessary to get into the proper fighting mood and he was sure this time he definitely would not lose. But everything turned out the same. Another indisputable victory of Karina left him completely stunned. As soon as he sank into the stunned silence, she calmly asked why he hadn't told her that there are similar board games in this world. His irritation grew, and the next day he got up, already in the boss's uniform, and roared. Their next challenge is a culinary showdown. She sighed heavily and accepted the challenge with her tired yes. Daichai, brimming with confidence, declared that this time he would win all thanks to the power of modern culinary science, and Jeffrey would be the judge. The competition started with the dish deity, a magnificent spiny sea crab. Both Karina and Jeffrey clearly reacted with amazement to its incredible taste. Confident that he had finally won, Deity celebrated his seemingly victory. Next, Karina showed her work. It was a big sandwich, just meat, vegetables, and cheese stuffed into bread. She called it Gatani Subburger. Jeffrey took a sip and the reaction hit immediately with full force. He declared that it was so delicious that the taste had seeped into his very being. Karina smiled, pleased with the result, while Deity could only stand aside and silently freeze in shock again. She froze in shock stupor when Karina was announced the winner of the culinary contest. She quietly and restrainedly threw a brief encouraging fist pump while Jeffrey and Alicia cheered her on. Then she turned to Daichai with a barely noticeable smile and asked if he finally understood that it was all a waste of time. He rasped with irritation and could not comprehend why she even had his soul food for cooking. Not wanting to give up, he announced the final competition. Jeffrey, hearing this, questioned the decision, noting that Daichai would probably win with that, but Daichai weakly admitted it was his only option left. When the final challenge was announced, the two sat at a table piled high with giant stacks of pancakes. Daichai was eager to start the competition, while Karina calmly flipped a pancake on her plate and was ready for the decisive round. He devoured the pancakes with wild energy and finally pulled ahead. But as he ate, a thought surfaced in his mind. At what point did his goal in training shift to a simple victory? He could not understand why this victory tasted so bitterly empty. A young man with light wavy hair and a confident smile introduced himself as Bradley, leader of the squad who came to help them. Daichai and Fiona looked impressed. Daichai, flanked by Alicia, Melissa, and Nike, eyed the man suspiciously. He demanded an explanation of why Bradley was here and what exactly he had done. The squad leader gestured down the cobblestone alley and told Daichai not to frown so unhappily. He informed them that now they were all heading to the church, and added with a sly smile that he never said he would accompany them. The statement left Daichai in complete stupor. He did not understand what that man could be occupied with at all. But Bradley, on the contrary, cheerfully assured that everything was fine and asked permission to join them anyway. The two paced back and forth. Fiona stepped forward and, barely restraining her excitement, asked whom exactly Bradley was addressing. He shifted his gaze to her and officially introduced himself, Bradley of the Knights. Fiona slightly tilted her head in response, calling herself Sister Fiona. When the formalities were over, Bradley said he came to thank Asakura for the help yesterday. Since they both were heading to the church, he suggested going together. But Fiona leaned toward Daichai and whispered, it would be better if Bradley went alone, because their paths to the church do not coincide. Then Nish asks if two more girls are coming with them. Alicia and Melissa cheerfully confirm that yes, and Bradley agrees he will take care of them during the journey. When everything was settled, the group set off down the alley. Bradley walked ahead, followed closely by Fiona, Melissa, and Alicia, while Daichai lagged behind, carefully watching the new building with a thoughtful expression. Bradley interrogated him and showed that the conversation on the way revolved around how Daichai could possibly get out of the mercenary post duties. Nish hinted it would be very difficult for him to just leave. The commander of the night group then cheerfully suggested to vouch for him at the church, saying, given his position. Daichai immediately looked stunned by such an offer, while Sister Fiona stood by, hesitating, clearly doubtful. Then he turned to Sister Fiona, extended his hand, and advised her not to raise any unnecessary alarm among the people in the church. Calmly smiling, he declared that it was time for them to move, and Fiona was momentarily speechless. When their group moved, Daichai spoke and told Bradley that he needed to talk to him about something. He asked Nish not to be so wary of him. He asked if Bradley had come across the Traveler's Stone and the river after their interrogation. Bradley confirmed that yes, and that his two subordinates were currently searching for them. Then he clarified. Did Daichai mean travelers connected to the recent incident? The knight explained that those travelers took bribes either to turn a blind eye or to help with underground affairs. He waved it off, calling it a simple though effective strategy. Daichai pressed further, clarifying if only those two agreed to take bribes. Bradley corrected him. Their leader, the senior in the squad, along with more than 10 others whose names were on the list, were already in custody of the guards. He said with a hint of cynicism, it's a pity they took 10 corrupt guards. His gaze was sharp. He watched how Bradley reacted. Bradley revealed the truth. He was the one who released the adventurers, not because they had valuable information but because he was watching them. Daichi supported the tactic, emphasizing that no one noticed illegal smuggling until this moment. Bradley's face brightened. He exclaimed that with Daichi's help they could capture the entire mercenary organization and their huge funds. He pondered for a long time, looking at the city from above. Ransoming the adventurers for a huge sum and secretly setting up the mercenaries, it's not easy. The main question: who exactly is pouring such a crazy amount of capital into them? He understood that. He continued to break down the scale of the operation with an example. In terms of size, it was such that forces like the heavy infantry of the Kingdom of Tarnak had to be involved. Daichi listened intently with a serious expression, while Nike sat on his shoulder. Alicia cut off the conversation and pointed out that even adventurers like them have only slightly more information about security. She looked intently at Bradley calculatingly, coldly, and wondered what he had really planned. Changing the subject, Daichi reminded him that he also expects an investigation of the basement of Sakura Mansion. After that, he directly asked when he could expect the house to be returned to him. Bradley matter-of-factly replied that the Merchants Guild would cover their accommodation expenses, so there would be no problem. He asked if Daichi still so strongly desired to have his own house and shop. Daichi confirmed. It was his sincere wish, and this thought reminded him that Asakura had once been a merchant. After that, he delivered the bad news. The best property, one that fully met all their requirements, especially being quite large enough for Alicia and the Ristoise, no longer suitable. He stated that no other property would do. Suddenly changing the subject, Bradley began to say that he had heard something from Alan. Daichi, confused by the sudden transition, asked what he was talking about at all. He clarified that it was about the registration exam for Major's Guild, and then, with interest, asked why Daichi had specifically come out to listen to his story. Bradley waved it off, calling it a trifle, and added that he had often had to extract cooperation from Jeffrey on top of his reluctance. Off-screen, Jeffrey muttered while Daichi looked at this unexpected connection in surprise. He unfolded the explanation and stated that his confidence comes from knowing Jeffrey's abilities well. He also reported, Jeffrey is a top-class mage in the country, and his only limitation is specialization in attribute-less magic. Daichi, completely bewildered by such high praise, insisted that calling him top-class was a cruel exaggeration. He explained to Bradley that Alan saw him cutting through iron that was enough to recognize his abilities as a C-rank mage without a fight. Melissa chimed in, agreeing. It was, she said, very convenient. Hearing this, Bradley leaned closer, his gaze tense. He asked if Daichi had really spoken with Alan. The question struck Bradley's thoughts because of a conversation with Jeffrey, who once said that he had never even heard a rumor about a mage capable of cutting a wooden sword support beam so evenly. Returning to the present, Bradley admitted he himself did not know about the existence of such a mage. Then he threw Daichi a stunning question: could it really have been an A-rank mage, not a C-rank? He suggested this possibility and explained. At home, he rarely left the estate, so he hardly had a chance to compare his abilities with others. Lansing, glancing at his companions, confessed that because of this, he really did not know exactly where his own strength stood. Bradley insisted, if his suspicions were correct, Daichi must definitely better understand his own capabilities. He turned to Alice and hinted that she must feel the same but caught her off guard. With a sparkle in her eyes, Alicia twitched and admitted that she had a thought. After that, Bradley sharply changed the subject. He spoke about the difficulty of the Sanus trial and directly asked Daichi if it was his handiwork that things turned out the way they did. Daichi only glanced back, confused by the question itself. Before he could answer, Melissa pointed forward with a cry of delight. Somewhere far away above the surrounding forest rose a majestic temple with a tall spire. She announced that it was their destination. Arriving and filled with energy, Melissa declared that first they must greet the priest, and only then proceed to the other shelter. Daichi covers his reddened face with his hand and in the other clenches a fork. The food is so rustic, so unrefined that he grumbles about its coarseness. Sitting together with friends, Melissa explains. She did not know about this particular shelter at all. She says that in this city shelters are mostly well supplied, but Sister Fiona, who runs this one, is strikingly different from the other two. The children there, she adds with a barely noticeable anxiety, are in a miserable state. The city they found themselves in, Byron, was the largest trading center of the neighboring kingdom and belonged to the Denali family. The orphanage there was generously funded more than all others except the royal capital itself. Despite such generous funding, the reality was harsh. They did not know the exact budget figures, but it was obvious. The clothes the children from the shelters wore were of much poorer quality than those seen on other children in the city. The disparity pressed on his thoughts every time he ate. He pondered. For orphans in this world, simply being healthy and having enough food is a fortune he never even thought could exist. Melissa's explanation, however, painted a darker picture. She said that children from other shelters did not have the joyful spark that was in Daisy House. They were lethargic and withdrawn, said it as if any attachment to adults was instantly and cruelly betrayed. She added this exhausting atmosphere along with a heavy cyan, it reached even the staff. Daichai's account was burdensome. He understood that the children needed care, but what he could not comprehend was the complete absence of adult staff. He recalled seeing almost 10 orphans working alone, and their final destinations remained a mystery. The whole situation seemed terribly wrong. Noticing his anxiety, Bradley calmly explained the situation. Due to the large number of missing orphans, the Guard Corps was forced to place accomplices and informants in the orphanages. Then, casting a meaningful glance, he added that such measures were no longer necessary. He gestured toward the nearby building. Both the church and the shelter staff were indeed the main suspects. Then Bradley looked directly at Daichai and stated that if the church was involved, as they suspected, then it was not his concern. He put the glass down and he had a thoughtful expression. He thought it was too early to draw conclusions, so he asked Adi if he was thinking about something. Dadi denied this and clarified that there is simply not enough information yet to make a firm conclusion. Meanwhile, in one of the city orphanages, the senior nun complained to another. All of them are held back by clumsy and inexperienced sisters. At the same time, the same nun greeted the group and explained that the church handles staffing issues for orphanages, saying they have few employees but have managed to balance enthusiasts well even before offering them a table for four. Daichai's mind raced, dismissing the consequences. He entertained the thought that the unskilled staff and inexperienced nurse had deliberately gone to the other two shelters to concoct a pretext for the Crimean to make the church itself an accomplice. At the table, Melissa voiced her doubts. She found it hard to believe that the other sisters could be so incompetent. She argued, compared to Sister Fiona, the staff at other local orphanages manage their institutions much more efficiently. Sister Fiona explained that her staff is quite large and sisters are there every day. Therefore, she could not imagine that such problems could arise anywhere. While he ate, Daichai processed everything in his head. The Denali territory allocated a huge budget to orphanages, and the church was supposed to manage them. So there was no reason for the staff to be exhausted or neglectful. He reminded himself not to let Melissa's emotions cloud his own judgment while he sorted out the facts. He mentally reviewed the suspicious details: a wave of kidnappings, a strange basement in his own house, and the existence of an unnaturally clumsy orphanage. Bradley's warning about adventures that bring trouble from other countries echoed in his mind, and he knew. Mercenaries were already collecting their rewards. Raising his gaze with unwavering determination, Daichi asked a sly question about wanted posters. He confirmed that he had already requested them from the Adventurers Guild, and they are about to start circulating. At the same time, he admitted, he does not have clear evidence yet, but suspicions are growing stronger. He stood before the wall covered with wanted posters that confirmed his plan. He asked if there would be any problem if he detained the targets, and the man off-screen replied that there would be none. The Mana-confident adventurer with light wavy hair then voiced the proposal, as they were going to recruit guards anyway. He advised them to contact and register with the Adventurers Guild. The proposal made Daichai stop eating. A look of tired submission froze on his face, while Nike peeked out from under his collar. The guild again. It seems the way forward will once again lead him into the tangled world of the Adventurers Guild. Sitting at the table in the tavern with his comrades, Daichai receives a direct question from Bradley. What does he think about the Adventurers Guild? He explains, for requests coming through the guild, even those that risk death, the guild provides certain conveniences. Daichai listens, a thoughtful expression on his face. Bradley continues, noting that Daichai is already registered with a merchant in the mage guilds, then asks if there will be any problems if he also registers as a traveler. Having membership in both other guilds, you actually reduce the chance that troublesome assigned requests for the Adventurers Guild will be put on you. Confused, Daichai simply asks why. In response, Melissa bursts out laughing. She states that compared to the Trade Guild and the Mage Guild, the Adventurers Guild is of a lower class, and she boasts that it will be easy for her to apply pressure to instantly stop any of their unreasonable demands. Later, while the team is walking through the city, Bradley throws out the idea. If Daichai registered with the Adventurers Guild, his one trouble would finally disappear. He looks confused and asks what problem Bradley is talking about. He begins feverishly reconstructing the events in his head, trying to remember if he forgot something related to the guilds. Suddenly, Melissa sharply points at him, and a dramatic realization flashes across her face. She reminds him, he sells magic stones and materials from the forest without permission. If he were a registered adventurer, she says, there would be no problems. Daichai, embarrassed, asks her to stop looking at him like that. The Adventurers Guild system is generally simple. Adventurers take quests, and for missions involving taming, the use of any acquired magic stones or materials is left to their discretion. However, the guild has obligations to report these acquisitions to the state. When dungeons are explored, the guild receives materials directly to verify the completion of the order. Melissa explains that is why adventurers are forbidden to sell materials they obtain themselves. This way the guild cannot track the type and quantity. And when Daichai asks why, she leans in and, grimacing in a smile, hints that it is done to prevent tax evasion. She listened as Melissa explained. If he registers with the guild and collects records of contributions, he can avoid close scrutiny. She clarified that the Adventurers Guild is usually not too strict about minor unregistered sales. They take a lenient stance for those they cannot fully protect. While they were walking, she pointed to a huge timber-framed building, calling it the Travelers Guild. Daichai, looking up at the structure, could only note how impressively large it was. Melissa added that the building was once even grander. She told how 10 years ago the former guild leader insisted. During the construction of the main hall, they needed a large base of operations, and it sounded as if the statement came from a ridiculously muscular figure. He processed this and commented on how luxurious it looked. Sighing, Melissa waved it off, saying all this is just for show, and the emptiness, she said, is typical of an adventurer's guild. The heavy doors creaked as Daichai stepped forward, entering. At that moment, Melissa whispered advice to Alicia. They themselves do not care about inter-guild disputes, but those who crave them will have to distrust and stay alert. Inside, a wave of noise and bustle overwhelmed him. The hall was packed with rough adventurers. They drank, shouted, and jostled near the large quest board. Daichai's eyes widened in amazement. He suddenly realized that all this was exactly like the settings he had read about in light novels. He surveyed the noisy hall, absorbing for the first time the chaotic picture of the Adventurers Guild, while an immovable guard stood watch nearby. His impression was shattered when a large, bearded adventurer blocked the way, shouting that the entrance was no place for a fool and that he should get lost. Stunned, Daichai froze, while Alicia aloud wondered if this place was always so unfriendly. Before the conflict could escalate into a fight, Melissa intervened. She calmed Daichai and explained that many majors were registered here, so he would eventually blend in with the crowd. Then she pondered. Probably, he stood out only because he was a foreigner, and these words made Daichai realize that he did not fit in. She led him through the crowd to the registration desk, where a cheerful woman loudly greeted them. Melissa announced that she had brought someone from the guild merchants and asked which one exactly, so the receptionist immediately clarified. She hesitates, confused by the request, and asks them to wait just a moment. While she regains consciousness, Daichai glances around the counter to see if anyone else is here. He thinks that a referral from Klaus of the Merchants Guild might give him VIP treatment, but quickly dismisses the idea. He does not want to stand out. His thoughts shatter from the aggressive shout behind. The large traveler demands to know who just tried to sell materials without permission. The accusation hangs in the air. Daichai lowers his gaze, irritated that he was caught doing the same thing again. Nearby, Alicia looks on with concern. He turns sharply when the traveler approaches him directly and addresses him as Daichai Sakura. Daichai begins to explain what he was told. Everything is fine, but the man interrupts, saying that the Travelers Guild has rules that cannot be bent, so before the registration can be completed, they need to properly discuss it in a separate room. Before the situation could escalate, the senior guild receptionist stood up from the papers and asked if the registration was for one person. Just as Daichai was about to answer, Alicia jumped into view holding up 2 fingers and happily announcing that they would register for 2. Her sudden statement confused both Daichai and Melissa. He turns to her and asks if she is also going to register. Alicia confirms. She says she has wanted to for a long time and decided to take advantage of this and do everything together. Daichai exclaims with happiness that it is not a problem at all and that he is delighted. Smiling, he glances and Nike is visible from inside his jacket. His delighted reaction immediately puts Nike in full view. Alicia immediately starts petting the cat, half whispering how cute and fluffy he is. But Melissa cautiously examines the creature and asks if it is not a monster. Daichai quickly assures her that Nike is an ordinary cat. After a brief distraction, they return to business. Daichi finishes the registration form, makes the final corrections, and submits it for processing. The result was announced and Daichai froze in shock. He was classified as a C-rank mage. He looks at the document, not believing his eyes, and cannot understand how he could have become C-rank at all, having only elementless magic, but the verdict is written clearly. He listened as Melissa reasoned. The Adventurers Guild would naturally want to enlist a high-ranking mage. She added that most exceptional adventurers are either mages themselves or have some special skill. Then the receptionist shouted the next name, Alicia Heartland, 20 years old. At the reception desk, the registrar asked Alicia if by any chance she was a descendant of the Celia Heartland family. Alicia confirmed. Celia is her great-grandmother, and she was overwhelmed with reverent respect. The registrar bowed deeply and sincerely thanked her. The reception girl, confused and trembling with excitement, realized that before her stood a descendant of the famous Celia. She stammered, honored to invite both her and Mr. Asakura to their ranks. Meanwhile, Daichai and Melissa watch how this scene unfolds. She glanced at the registration document, her eyes widened sharply in disbelief. B-rank mage, she exclaimed, as if surprised, switching to Daichai. Apologizing for her outburst, she clarified if the information was correct. Alicia calmly confirmed, yes, it is correct. Stunned, they stood still. The registrar thanked them again and announced that she would immediately process both registrations, asking them to wait just a moment before quickly disappearing. While they waited, Daichai noted how high Alicia's magical rank was. Melissa explained, although many mages register with the guild, it is extremely rare for someone of middle rank or lower or higher to do so. She continued and clarified, the guild has a preferential treatment system even for mages below E rank. Thanks to this, they can show better results than adventurers without magic. According to her, the guild actively tries to recruit mages and priests. Daichai thought this over and considered that this might spark friction between those who have magic and those who do not. Melissa quickly corrected his assumption. She explained that the guild does not register just anyone as a mage. There is a clear and absolute difference in status between those who can use magic and those who cannot. To show the guild's structure, she spread her hands in a pyramid. At the bottom, ordinary adventurers divided into fighters and gatherers, above lower-ranked mages, and at the top with preferences middle-ranked mages and above. He processed this information and his brow twisted with concentrated thoughts. Then he pondered aloud, whether, like in the Mages Guild, the Adventurers Guild also requires an exam to confirm combat abilities. Melissa happily confirmed that, in fact, there is a combat trial. The news noticeably unsettles Alicia. She begins to stammer, asking why such a test is needed. He finds the reaction strange. He recalls how she fought on the front line against King Apes, and even yesterday stood up against local hooligans. With a sullen expression, Alicia explains her hesitation. She admits that she has some experience fighting monsters, but only because Daichai was nearby. She confesses. Without him, she is not very good, and she can only manage when playing a support role. The secretary reassures them, everything will be fine, and a simple demonstration of offensive magic will definitely suffice. Just then, a woman dressed as a nun Sister Fiona approaches the counter and announces that she has returned. She turns to the two and informs them, the next stage is a combat test on the training grounds. Daichai asks if this means they will have to face the examiner in a one-on-one duel. Before Fiona can answer, an angry adventurer shouts for them to stop joking. He emphasizes that no one in their right mind would become their opponent in a demonstration fight for a B rank or C rank mage. Alicia flinches at the sudden outburst of emotion and the man continues shouting, demanding to know where they think they are going. He insists he has matters to discuss right now just as their application has ended. Daichai turns and looks at the break. Fiona calmly addresses the angry traveler, calling him Lodi-san, and explains that Daichai and Alicia are still in the middle of submitting documents and are already heading to the combat selection. Lodi processes her words. His anger momentarily subsides. His rage quickly returns. Lodi brushes off any inconvenience, declaring that he will personally choose the examiner for their demonstration fight. After that, he growls at Fiona to hurry up and lead them to the training ground. Puzzled, she quickly agrees. The traveler shifts his gaze to Daichai and orders him to look ahead at the examiner he has chosen. Unfazed, Daichai just smiles and politely asks to be careful. With a defiant, almost mocking smile, he met the challenge and ordered his invisible opponent to be careful. Outside of him, both Alicia and Melissa watch, worried. In response, Lodi simply turned his back and walked down the corridor. He warned Daichai, don't even think about running away. He had no intention of running away. Clenching and unclenching his fists, Daichai announced his plan. First, he would properly beat the examiner, and then Alicia suddenly fearfully interrupted him with a scream. She sharply objected, shouting that Lodi himself was to blame, not the examiner. For the guild, it would be a senseless loss if the examiner were injured. Had she considered her argument, agreeing that maybe he should just beat Lodi, since the result would be the same anyway. It was then that the chosen examiner arrived at a formidable trio of travelers led by the majestic Captain Jeffrey. They confidently stepped into the courtyard. Seeing the trio, Daichai asked why three had gathered here. Lodi, standing nearby, explained, it was supposed to be a 2-against-1 trial and only Daichai would participate in it. Alicia immediately sprang up and shouted in protest, declaring she had never heard of 2-against-1. Lodi, his patience warned her in thin voices, sharply turned around and barked at her to be quiet. Ignoring the commotion, Captain Jeffrey turned to one of his companions, a woman with a mustache, and inquired about Daichai's combat experience. He needed her assessment to determine how difficult the trial should be. He calmly answered for himself, said he had participated in one normal anti-personnel skirmish against bandits and had also dealt with local thugs. Another examiner, a man with long, light hair, snorted arrogantly and said that was not much. Daichai glared in response. Those who know nothing often talk nonsense. But the examiner himself was already deep in thought, imagining what profit he could make if he sold any magical stones or materials Daichai might have. Daichai calmly explains to Melissa, nothing strange if a devoted adult guild member gets angry. The feeling of belonging to the guild must be very strong. Against this, Lodi wildly demands that he answer what Daichai is saying and accuses him of breaking the rules. The confident examiner orders Lodi to calm down, and the maimed veteran tries to catch his attention and asks what he intends to do with the monster opponent. Ignoring them, Daichai continues his report. says he has defeated dozens of king apes and also trained magic in the neighboring forest against goblins and orcs. Melissa reacts with shock, exclaiming in complete disbelief about the king apes. His mundane statement sends a wave of distrust through the entire group of examiners and opponents. They freeze and just stare, as if stunned, in dead silence. The silence is broken by Lodi's booming laughter. He brushes off this claim, calling it a crazy bluff. He orders Daichai to stop wasting time and get to work, while the maimed veteran persistently demands details, asks how he managed to defeat the king apes. Unflinchingly, Daichai calmly approaches a withered tree and plucks a thin, dry twig from one of the branches. He explains that he did it using his body, strength, and magic, demonstratively strikes the tree trunk with the thin twig, and a piece breaks off on impact. Then he adds that of course he also used other weapons, such as a knife. Holding the broken branch, Daichai reveals his official status, a C-rank mage. Melissa intervenes from the side. She says that Daichai single-handedly defeated Alan from Alan Guild, and his second companion, Alicia, is the heir of the B-rank mage Senria Heartland. This barrage of new information completely shatters the composure of Jeffrey and his two companions. They break out in sweat and have no voice. For Lodi, this is already too many revelations. He collapses and falls to the ground, foam at his mouth, while the other two examiners just stand and watch, utterly demoralized. After all the commotion, the guild receptionist rushes forward, her cheeks red from tension. She loudly declares that no mook boys are needed at all. A fight against a mage of such level, she insists, is out of the question. With her intervention, the matter is closed, and Daichai's adventurer registration is officially completed. Behind, Daichai simply looks on with a slightly bewildered expression, and Alicia exhales with relief, a gentle smile on her lips. In front of the huge building, Daichai Ascura notices a small commotion on the street. He turns to Captain Jeffrey and asks if it is okay if they do not intervene. Jeffrey shifts his gaze aside, indifferent, saying they have no obligation to intervene. Frida and the scarred veteran stand aside, listening. He folds his arms and elaborates on the situation. A C-rank mage approached them with the intent to kill. Jeffrey notes, at the sight of blood, the mage quickly flared up and had already taken down 4 opponents. And he tells Daichai that if he cares so much, he should go and teach the kid to carve out the harsh truth about adventurers. The moment switches to silence, and in it stands an unusual scarecrow. On its burlap head is a simple smiling face drawn, and on it a metal breastplate, shoulder pauldrons, and a conical hat. In the city, Daichai, with a determined expression, tells a young girl in a hat that it is time to leave. She shyly objects, insisting that he does not have to. For a moment, Daichai's resolve weakens, but he quickly pulls himself together. Alicia Heartland watches them leave, a faint blush on her cheeks, while Daikai and Nike wave goodbye from a distance and wish her luck. The girl in the hat, now beside Alicia, asks what exact mission she is undertaking. In the field, she addresses the girl and the armored scarecrow. Alicia explains that she can use all types of magic and asks which one would be best for them to see, a statement that unsettles the girl. She suddenly stiffens, clenches her fists, and sets herself resolutely, and declares she will cope with 4-element magic, with elementless magic, with spell magic, and even with alchemy. Startled and frozen, the girl Celia abruptly runs away, shouting that Alicia's grandfather was right. She fought side by side with a future great sage, while Jeffrey's company merely watches, confusion and surprise mixed on their faces. She turns and asks Alicia if she has any followers nearby. Just as no one manages to answer, a huge explosion of light and energy flashes in the sky above the training ground. Daichai and Melissa anxiously look up and see something rushing straight at them. The object whirls past Celia at incredible speed, and she suddenly cries out in shock. This is a small bird woven in blue flames. Alicia calmly catches it with her outstretched hand. Everywhere, including Jeffrey, people freeze in disbelief when someone recognizes the blue inferno in it. He asks if she knows what exactly she is holding. Alicia confirms, yes, it is indeed a powerful rank monster designated, but she immediately reassures him there is no danger. She insists that the creature is obedient, like a child, and does everything she says. Despite the assurances, deep skepticism is on Melissa's face. Alicia pays no attention to this and turns back to the armor-clad puppet figure. She announces that she will now begin a demonstration of her wind magic. Vin unleashes a mighty gust but completely misses. The blowing wind is so colossal that it tears apart a large building in the background, scattering it into pieces. Alicia looks as if she still does not understand what happened. She turns away from the ruins and exhales an embarrassed laugh, sincerely apologizing. With a guilty expression, she admits that offensive magic does not come easily to her. Her utterly ordinary apology meets a wall of stunned silence. Daichai, Jeffrey, the scarred veteran, Melissa, and Frida can only watch. Faces harden in shock from that mundane display of devastating, unquestionably excessive power. He finally breaks the silence and says, somewhere in this chaos, the planned target completely evaporated. She looks completely indifferent instead. She asks about her pet Pichon. And the little blue hell sits above on the smoldering, melted remains of the scarecrow. Its flame now burns even brighter. Daichi and Melissa remain stunned, unable to look away. Small, fiery birds calmly circle near the lick's head. She explains with a quiet smile that these are intelligent creatures capable of understanding her intentions without explicit commands. But Daiichi remains skeptical. His face shows indifference when he asks if this really means she can control them. She brushes off his concern with a confident light tap strike to the temple and states that such control is unnecessary. She simply orders her familiars to no longer use any offensive magic. In her thoughts, the next demonstration is already racing. She clenches her fist, but behind her, Karina and Melissa stubbornly and desperately interrupt, begging her to stop, saying she has already passed the test. The consequences of her previous spell harshly remind of her power. The structure has turned into a pile of split boards and broken stones. When night falls on the city, a full moon rises over the quiet streets. The group walks the moonlit streets, passing by a maimed veteran adventurer quietly sitting by the roadside. Her gaze stretches to the neighboring roof, and anxiety freezes on her face. She quietly wonders if everything was really fine, that they did not have to compensate for the damages. Hearing her anxiety, Daiichi says not to worry. The guild itself said it was unnecessary. Melissa intervenes and immediately blames a man named Lodi, insisting that his provocations were the root cause of the incident. The incident happened due to a flawed examination process. Powerful but unstable mages were forced to participate. Responsibility for all the caused chaos was placed on the examiners, especially on Lodi. His history of abuses had already sown bitterness among colleagues, and this time, against the backdrop of the latest disaster, the guild's submaster saw a chance to curb growing discontent. The submaster proved that Lodi must bear the full burden of blame for the damages caused. Melissa stands before the ruins and notes the scale of destruction, and also unexpectedly harsh reaction of the guild. Daiichi says that because of this, it now seems that everyone in the Guild of Lifters fears Alicia. He raises a document, explaining that the guild helped with all the necessary arrangements. His thoughts slide into the consequences. He imagines how furious Lodi and the other examiners finally answer for this entire failure. He decides how to act next, starting tomorrow. They will look for the postcard. He asks the group if they have any ideas specifically about where exactly the 3 people he was told about are currently located. He suggests starting with an investigation of the nearest building, but warns, do not expect much. This is only a guess based on how the man behaves and speaks. Holding Pichun, he diverts his gaze with thoughts to the real Gold Taltnart Kingdom. He recalls, that horse center which he was asked to join is also heading there. Karina explains the political situation to him. She assumes that he wants to trade with Taltnart Kingdom, but clarifies, traders who do so are forbidden from exchanging information or goods with any other nation. The consequences of this restriction weigh on him. Melissa notices his gloomy expression and tells him not to look so serious, reminding him that this is only a possibility. Determined to find a workaround, he returns to Melissa and begins to ask for help, but she sharply interrupts and cuts off the request without any hesitation. Her refusal does not stop him. He continues to press, begging for at least a bit of information. She shouts back sharply, no way. She explains that what he is asking for is private data about the appearance of trade from another country, so it is impossible to share. After a heated argument, Melissa somewhat relents but sets a condition. She orders, from tomorrow they will both look for adventurers from the list she will provide and no hints. This news breaks Daichi's spirit when he confirms that it will be only the 2 of them. While he is stunned digesting this new task, Alicia excitedly announces that their application for the party has been accepted. She cheerfully says that they must work hard together, and this finally leaves him completely confused. He heavily settles on his feet while Alicia explains what happened. She admits, she got carried away, and in the impatient zeal to accept the quest to conquer the Golden Head, she invited another Alicia to join their party to venture into a dangerous region. Nearby, Pichun is boiling, realizing that Daichi completely missed the diagram he was trying to show him. He insisted that this place is too dangerous for him alone, not to mention for him even with her. Alicia, snorting irritably, replied that she would not allow him to go alone. She declared with a radiant smile that Pichun would provide perfect support. But Daichi, staring sideways in anger, muttered that it is precisely Pichun who is the reason he is so worried. The attempt to find an excuse was cut off by Melissa. She appeared in the doorway. Daichi suggested he would go if Celia Obasing gave permission, but Melissa firmly rejected even the possibility. Alicia stated that she is already an adult, and Melissa only agreed, smiling as if she had understood everything long ago, so the result was obvious. When the sun began to set, its rays cast long shadows from the stone tower, marking the transition from day to evening. Later, Alicia quietly and embarrassedly admitted that it was her first time like this. Daichi admitted that it was his first time too. Even more embarrassed, she added that when alone with him, her heart beats wildly. Their conversation was interrupted as soon as they reached the observation deck. Below them stretched a slum area, a dense heap of cracked buildings under a darker sky. Nike quietly sat on Daichi's shoulders. Suddenly both flinched at a sound. Daichi let out a surprised cry. Alicia twitched and her little animals reacted the same way. Gathering her courage, Alicia gently stroked Pichan, quietly murmuring with a soft laugh that they were all in this together. They reached the doorway where Alicia stopped. She turned to Daichai, told him not to worry about what her great-grandmother might say to her, and insisted, now she was an adult. As if on command, the doors opened and revealed an elderly woman with a stern expression. She addressed Daichai directly, warning that if Alicia got hurt, he would have to take full responsibility. Alicia, protesting, sobbed and called out to her great-grandmother. Despite the harsh warning, he looked at Alicia with unwavering confidence. He told her everything was fine and promised to protect her completely. His assurance made her heart tremble wildly. He and Alicia entered the slums told her stone walls crumbled and cracked buildings leaned sickly. Wanted posters hung on a ruined wall, a common sight in such lawlessness. Soon they came across a group of men gathered around a table. With a cheerful greeting, Daichai approached one of them, a man with long dark hair who looked at them suspiciously. Unimpressed, he asked what they wanted, addressing Daichai as brother, and ordered them to leave if he came only to poach for the Graham family. He briskly explained that they were actually looking for the man from the same wanted posters he himself had printed. The long-haired man listened without any change in expression, then said those people were no longer in this area. Despite everything, Daichai continued, hinting that thanks to the man's connections, finding them would be a simple routine. The man considered this and asked if Daichai meant to imply he was lying. Daichai replied without unnecessary words. No. His suspicion melted into a faint glimmer of amusement. A slow, understanding smile spread across his face as he took a sip from his cup, interested by the boy's audacity. Realizing that the man was listening to him, Daichai said directly, he knows that he was aware of where the needed person is hiding. After that, he asked what exactly is needed to extract this information from him. The man's playful mood disappeared. He ordered Daikai to leave, warning that a rough company was about to arrive. But Daikai did not move. He offered to pay for information and asked if the man would agree to talk. The proposal hit right on the nerve. His eyes flashed with rage, and he slammed the cup on the table with a crash. It shattered lengthwise and crosswise. He barked, neighing harshly, and demanded whether Daichai was trying to buy a. Without flinching at the flash, he calmly explained his position. Let that man consider it a ransom, no objection. But Daichai came with something much better than just payment. The man leaned back, under released, and curiosity flared up in him again. He said that Daichai is quite an interesting person. He listened while Daichai clarified the intentions to us. They were not just going to buy information, they were rather looking for a partner for the deal. Daichai then laid out his conditions. First, a person must be happy, next sharp mind and ambitious aspirations, and finally he insisted that she must be reliable. And he directly asked the informant if it was about him, or if he knew someone from the Graham family who fits. Alicia added that the one they were looking for really turns out to be a lucky person. The informant pondered this for a while, then pointed directly at Daichai and announced, the first lucky one from the slums he met was Daichai himself. His words were immediately met with sudden, thunderous, mocking laughter. The surprised Kubikinshitsa asked if he had said something strange. Meanwhile, the informant, still chuckling, inquired if he was some kind of mage. While they were talking, another man with a blindfold approached them. He addressed the informant and stated, although he was confident in his own abilities, bringing a woman to such a place was reckless and unwise. Daichai's expression sharpened. He issued a calm but firm warning, if anyone touches Alicia, the entire slum district could erupt in a sea of fire thanks to Pichan. And he added that he said this only as a caution. The masked man flew into a rage. He thundered that he would not tolerate such talks from some child and demanded, let them get straight to the point. But the informant raised his hand and silenced his interlocutor. Unshakable, Daichai asked himself how that man could remain so excited with so many people around. He noted, the informant's confidence and Alicia's own composure were genuine. The informant's eyes barely widened. He understood the hint. Their composure was proof of the power they held in their hands. This realization turned the informant's gaze from head to toe. He sharply turned to Daichai, addressing him as brother, and asked if what he said was true. In response, Daichai simply smiled and said that he is very much looking forward to working together. He listened while the informant agreed to the terms. The man abruptly stood up as if they had moved to another location to continue the conversation. Then the informant led them from the alley into the building. As they walked inside, both he and Alicia passed a silent blind man with a bandage who stood guard at the entrance. In the new room, their guide gestured towards the ornate throne, solemnly inviting them into the domain of the Graham family. Sitting, the second man introduced himself, Gilbert Graham, the very one Daichai was looking for. Now it was clear he was a subordinate. He turned to Gilbert and suggested starting the deal, calling him boss. The current goal of Daichai Sakura was clear, to bring Earth civilization to this new world and prove its superiority. But he was thinking about something completely different as well. His thought cleared up and broke off into a decisive gesture. Now that he found himself in another world, this was one of the three most important things he wanted to do. This desire came out as a question to his friends Melissa and Alicia. He wanted to eat a monster. He asked if there was a culture of monster cuisine and Melissa responded with a confused huh. Alicia was calmer. She advised against it but left the decision to him. Alicia laid it out clearly, explaining, she had heard that in some regions parts of monsters were used as strange medicines, but it was not a common practice. She waved her finger, emphasizing that it was a weird thing. When he was stopped, Daiichi proudly showed a huge chunk of meat. He said he had found a monster that looked edible, a large spiky creature, and asked the Butcher's Guild to cut it into pieces to give him a slice that he thought was safe to eat. He started talking about how he would cook a big piece of meat over an open fire. Melissa grimaced at the smell. It was clear she was disgusted. Alicia, as always, couldn't resist and asked if he was going to add herbs. Daiichi confirmed. Yes, he would add them, and he wanted to cook it well to get rid of any unpleasant odor. He was carefully prepared, rubbed with herbs and citrus, then placed on the grill. Let it sizzle over the flame. As a result, a perfectly cooked monster steak came out, crosshatched grill marks and melted butter melting on top. Turning to his companions, Daiichi asked Melis what she thought. She impatiently waved him off and said, just eat already. Alicia encouraged him with words, let him do everything he can. Gathering himself, Daiichi activated the skill. His chest flared up and he proclaimed body enhancement, digestive system. He bit off a piece of the prepared monster steak and chewing carefully considered the taste while Melissa and Alicia waited, eyes fixed on him. Alicia wondered aloud if it tasted like chicken, but Daiichi remained silent, completely absorbed in the sensations. After a minute of reflection, one single thought was born in the head. It was simple in taste. Melissa snorted disdainfully without any impression. She noted that since they were eating a familiar monster, the taste would, of course, be unremarkable. If he really intended to eat monsters, she advised trying a goblin, king ape, or even Demomoris, and reminded him that he promised to stop after that last one. His eyes flashed with defiance. He declared that this was only the beginning and that he wanted to try the next one, and Alicia responded with harsher cursing. Then the mighty train echoed, to be born anew. This sudden statement left his comrades completely astonished. Daiichi tried to explain supposedly there are people who actually reincarnate in other bodies. Alicia found this idea damn suspicious. He smiled softly and clarified, this is not about death, it is about the desire to try to be someone else, not oneself. Understanding dawned on Alicia. She cheerfully suggested they consult with her against Cecilia, a person she trusted greatly in the city. Trusting her hint, they reached the workshop where an elderly man gave Daiichi a potion and ordered him to prepare his heart for what was soon to come. In a flash of light and a whirlwind of flowers, the transformation began to work. Daiichi froze and looked down at himself in horror. A new body, a girl, with cat ears and a tail. His companions stood still, silently looking at him. Their faces were a mixture of surprise and admiration. The first shock quickly faded to joy. Alicia congratulated Dana-san on becoming a Payat-Sakito Kainler, and Melissa added, his dream came true but warned not to jump to false conclusions. Daiichi, newly transformed with long dark hair, noticed his cat and called out, Nike. The little creature raised its head as if recognizing its owner despite such a drastic change. In the new form, he gently presses Nike to his chest. The old merchant explains, given that Nike's usual space has disappeared, he needs to come back for the cat the next day and leave it with her for the night. He lets her words pass through him, his face showing a focused expression when suddenly he is struck by an epiphany. He remembers the third thing he wanted to accomplish to return from this other world, but with a cheat skill. His sudden announcement momentarily throws both Melissa and Alicia off track, their faces empty with shock. Having recovered from the shock, they press him and demand an answer, asking if he really intends to return to his homeland. He looks away, hesitates before answering. His thoughts again reach out to his former life, a memory of how he joyfully worked in the tavern. He recalls the feeling of simple daily existence, without any special hope or aspirations. Memory fades and he returns to the present moment. Sensing his gloomy mood, the companions watch him anxiously as he quietly assures them that everything is fine. Then he turns to them with a bright, determined smile on his face. Nike settled on his shoulder, and he solemnly declares that he no longer intends to return home and has decided to find his third target right here, in this world. His sincere confession touches both Alicia and Melisathe. Look at him, filled with pure admiration. Even Nike seems to support him. A moment from Tinder cuts off. The old merchant roughly waves at them to take their sentimentality away from here. They catch the hint and leave together with their friends. After this decision, a new chapter begins in his life full of unexpected events. He finds himself in various situations and tries on different roles, from a maid's uniform to ordinary clothes, and with amazing enthusiasm embraces his new appearance. In the dimly lit room, Daiichi and Alicia sit opposite a formidable group. A man with long dark hair looking like the leader scrutinizes them closely, noting Alicia's tension, saying that dealing with the Graham family is a bad choice, and his hand. She sits very close to Alicia and feels her anxiety. He leans in to calm her and says there is no need to worry, is nearby. She looks at him and seems to find support in his words, then agrees to rely on him. The leader closely watches this quarrel and notes that Daiichi's expression does not change at all. With a cheerful smile, Dady replies that when Alicia relies on him, he feels a surge of motivation. The leader snorts, implying that he is just pretending to be brave. The shoulder of the man in the bandage next to him, the one explaining with a smile, as if to say he just doesn't wear his emotions on his face. The man with long hair looks further unconvinced. And then he officially introduces himself. His name is Gilbert Graham. He claims to be a representative of the Graham family, which controls the southern part of the slums. With enthusiasm, Daiichi introduces himself. Daiichi Asakura, an independent trader. Then he gestures broadly toward his companion and introduces her as Alicia Heartland, an alchemist apprentice. The name Heartland rolls through the room like a wave of shock. Gilbert's people mutter in stunned whispers, and Gilbert himself repeats the name, his tone changing as he begins to doubt. Is she really an alchemist? Pouring himself a drink, Daiichi casually asks if they know this family. Alicia picks up and her great-great-grandmother stands up and confirms to Gilbert. Although few in the country have even heard of the core alchemists, she heard rumors that one of them had already come to this very city. Alicia, embarrassed by the attention, stammers and says that she is just a student. Gilbert's gaze becomes stern. He asks to see her brother's ID tag. With trembling hands, she nervously reaches for the tag hanging around her neck. Before she can present it, Daiichi pushes forward two metal tags, probably her own, and the other belonging to her brother, and holds them out for inspection. He asks Gilbert if these identification marks were enough to earn his trust. Gilbert remains silent, crossing his arms. A drop of sweat crawls down the temple of the man in the bandage behind him. Gilbert finally gives in. It is already decided. In response, Daiichi declares that they can start the deal, reaching out his hand to his bag. He places on the table a long object hidden in a sheath with a dull, heavy thread and extends it as payment for information. Gilbert grabs the thing and pulls it out of the sheath. A shiny blade flies into the light, immediately capturing his gaze. Daiichi explains, it is a foreign sword, specially made and incredibly sharp, valuable even as a work of art. And Gilbert realizes, asks if Daiichi is also a foreigner. He confirms this, adding that in his homeland this type of blade is preferred outside the law, and urges Gilbert to consider it for future services. Having agreed, Gilbert throws a whole stack of wanted posters on the table. He points to the people. They arrived in the city about half a year ago and have a connection with the Tornado army, nodding towards the distant castle. Alongside pouring drinks, he begins to explain in detail. Over the past year, many people from Tornado Kingdom have flowed into the city. Daiichi listens, fully focused. Alicia, sitting next to Daiichi, presses for details. She asks what percentage of them are connected to the former Tornado army and whether he knows their names and locations. Gilbert's face becomes gloomy. He warns, this is the real danger, and admits that his own people against them are nothing. Daiichi meets his gaze without blinking and states that he fully understands all the risks. After that, he challenges Gilbert and asks if he has changed his mind. He questioned Gilbert's concern, wondering if he was worried about the other party involved in their deal. In any case, he thanked him for the gesture while Alicia watched. Intensive gay Gilberts met the informant, and then he revealed the name of the group they were talking about, the Giletti family. This name made Alicia shudder. He said that the Giletti family is an organization created by former citizens of the Tornado Kingdom. He confirmed there are 5 of them. Daiichi immediately asked to name their names and distinguishing features. While he was pouring the drink, Gilbert added one crucial detail. Besides the 5, more than 10 C-rank mages from Tornado also arrived here. That's exactly how, according to him, his current knowledge is exhausted. Daiichi quietly absorbed the weight of what he heard, stroking Nike, who was comfortably nestled under his jacket. He came to a calm realization. If he wants to live long, he must not overestimate his own strength. He sincerely thanked Gilbert for the warning. The informant smiled and said it would be a pity if such a promising opportunity disappeared. Daiichi looked around and asked in surprise what he meant by opportunity. Gilbert took a sip from his cup, and his face became thoughtful. He admitted that he intended to enter the frontline world as a legitimate trader and that Daiichi's appearance was a key part of his plan. He continued his explanation, thinking, although he had risen to the top of the underworld, in that life there were limits. The boundary between the criminal and legal worlds was blurring. He felt it was time to change the battlefield. Then Gilbert laid out a new proposal. If Daiichi wants more information in the future, he will have to grant Gilbert the exclusive right to sell his unique product zones that are not available anywhere else in the country. Daiichi's response was immediate and sincere. He said that if Gilbert's family decided to open a legal business, he would be only glad. Setting the cup on the table, Gilbert noted, Daiichi is truly lucky. You seal the deal with a firm handshake, their new alliance is officially formed. After this, he explained the conditions, stating that his product in this country is invaluable and cannot be reduced to money alone. Depending on the circumstances, it could mean life or death. And this, as they reminded Gilbert Graham, he had to remember, and Gilbert, listening attentively, seemed to feel the full weight of the warning. When her business here was finished, Alicia took a sip from the cup. After the deal was concluded, she immediately intervened and asked to move on to the next question, which trading companies traded with the Tornado Kingdom. Gilbert answered without hesitation, naming Godot Company. He added, although the Daichi brothers looked suspicious about their actions, he had not yet taken any measures. He outlined the company's recent actions. Godot had been reducing trade with Tornado Kingdom for some time, while increasing contacts with the neighboring kingdoms of Mistral, Delbia, and Chitamil. Daichi processed this information. The official reason for the shift is strained relations between the kingdoms of Neuendorf and Tornado. This was publicly stated by a representative of Godot. Yet he suspected that this might be a cover-up. Then she inquired about other merchant houses. Gilbert confirmed, there is another one, the Cairo Company. He explained that their trade with the Kingdom of Tornado suspiciously increased and that this firm was under investigation, the one connected to Daichi's brother. Complex fragments began to come together. In the last year, trade with Tornado went up directly through Cairo or through other merchants dealing with him. Now he understood the main difference. Both Godot and Cairo looked like ordinary trading offices, but in reality they were completely different. He reasoned that if the Godot Company suddenly took control of Tornado's trade routes, the Cairo Company would be in trouble. Gilbert confirmed this, adding that Cairo only pretends to smile to hide its difficult situation. Then Gilbert revealed critically important information. During the expansion of trade with the Tornado Kingdom, the Cairo Company hired about 2 years ago one specific man, Kyle. When Daichi stared at the wall covered with wanted posters, he was overwhelmed by a firm certainty. He had definitely encountered these people more than once. His thoughts were interrupted by Alicia. She appeared nearby, her eyes burning with excitement. She exclaimed that it was her first time and her heart was pounding with excitement. One of Daichi's little companions looked at this from under his brow, wondering if this was any different from some other event. She was glowing with joy and continued to explain that it was her first time to go through the slums and talk to people from that world. And with a confident smile, she added, she was not afraid at all because Daichi was nearby. Daichi, a little embarrassed by her statement, asked what he planned to do next. Alicia apologized for making him worry and promised that from now on she would ask him for help. While they continued on, Daichi's thoughts again shifted to the investigation. He weighed where to start, with Cairo or with Godot. Alicia noticed he was inward and asked if he was leading her somewhere. He replied that to bring her to the Jaletti family, some more preparation was needed. Their path through the narrow alley was suddenly blocked by 3 threatening men. The leader demanded tribute, mocking the lost lambs. Alicia screamed that bad people had appeared, but Daichi calmly said everything was fine. Her fear turned into determination. She loudly declared she was not afraid because he was nearby. Daichi acknowledged her trust, admitting he had a duty to protect her even if he himself was a little scared. In the slums, in a narrow alley, Daichi and Alicia cornered 3 brutal thugs. The leader, a giant with a shaved head, demanded tribute, all their money and the girl. Alicia sharply screamed in fear, but Daichi calmly ordered her to relax. The thugs backed off and, not waiting, began to shout nervously for them to finally pay attention. The troublemakers continue their mockery. The leader clicks his tongue, doubting their adequacy. Why have they wandered into such a dangerous place? His hooded partner agrees, only strange people can come here so openly. Despite the threats, Daichi remains calm. Neki, sitting on his shoulder, confidently meows while the bandits look at them with an evil challenge. Inside, Daichi decides to act. He activates body enhancement and enhanced vision abilities to assess the situation. His senses sharpen. His gaze produces an image with supernatural clarity. He prepares for the impending clash. He quickly analyzes the fight, recognizes a typical attack from the thickets. He is gnawed by a question. Are these thugs somehow connected to the Graham family, or perhaps a potential business partner sent them as a test of his abilities? To test his theory, Daichi asks if they are members of the Graham family. This question confuses the bandits. The leader clarifies if he is bluffing, and someone else laughs, as if they would retreat if he drops the name Graham. A dull shade of disappointment runs across Daichi's face. His guess was wrong. He concludes these are ordinary criminals who stumbled upon them by chance. After that, he issues an ultimatum. If they are ready to fight for their lives, they must attack. If not, he will spare them as soon as they leave immediately, enraged. One of the bandits declares that Daichi will not get out alive. Standing before them, Daichi admits, the fight is inevitable. He hoped to avoid conflict, not wanting to appear a simple brute before a potential business partner. A shout sounded and a bald thug rushed forward to attack. While the attack is just beginning, Alicia shouts a warning. Bad men are coming. The robbers swarm Daichi. One presses from the front and another approaches to strike from behind. He withstands the simultaneous attack. While one thug screams in pain, the blow is deflected and cuts him. Another hits with a fist right in the face, and a third, stunned, drops his weapon. The thug's blow, which he boasted about that he would crush a stone, stops instantly. A layer of rocky armor flares on Daichi's face, completely nullifying the attack and leaving the attacker stunned. Calmly blowing tiny crumbling fragments off his cheek and showing no anxiety, he says to the frightened thugs, he just summoned his magical armor. Their bravado crumbles. One of the scoundrels shudders and screams in despair from fear as he just realizes, in front of them is a mage. They immediately begin to beg humbly, asking for help and swearing they will do anything. Daichai watches them and understands. The title mage inspires more fear than their physical tricks. Behind his back, Alicia peeks out, watching how this scene unfolds. He refuses violence, saying he does not seek unnecessary deaths. He offers them a chance. If they apologize and show true repentance, he will consider whether to release them. They instantly bow their heads and frantically apologize. Deity cuts them off mid-sentence and says, "Words are not enough." He demands to prove sincerity with actions. He points ahead and, addressing the stunned thugs, announces that he is heading to the orphanage and they will be his escort. Alicia, still behind, quietly asks if such an escort is really necessary. He says that the way out of the Sloboda is still far, and that their presence will serve as an insect repellent to scare off other troublemakers. With despair, the Tugas quickly agree and ask if this act will bring them forgiveness. He clarifies the last condition. As soon as they reach the shelter, they will do some volunteer work, and only then will he consider the matter closed. While he is speaking, Nike appears calmly sitting on his shoulder. The completely intimidated bandits immediately agree to his terms. The leader stammers and insists that if this is all it takes, they will do it. Next to them, Alicia watches with a satisfied, almost self-satisfied expression on her face. He glances over his shoulder, checking that the man has left before refocusing on the path ahead. His thoughts immediately get buried in his fully scheduled timetable. He thinks, after gathering information at the orphanage, he must visit the trade guild and then report to the knights, and wonders what impression he leaves. There are still a lot of things ahead, but he feels satisfaction while he and Alicia walk further, and their unwanted entourage lags behind. Their appearance near the large building orphanage is met with a surprised look from a young nun sweeping the entrance. Below, Daichai greets with a friendly wave, and behind him appear Alicia and Melissa. But the monk's attention shifts past him to the men following them. Those three thugs, the leader, the elder, and the bald one, rush forward with an awkward, shy greeting, and Nike sits amusingly on the leader's head. He steps forward to explain the strange situation. He tells the nun that after he mentioned the walls and fence of the orphanage were damaged, these men insisted on helping with the repairs, so he brought them here. The nun, embarrassed but grateful, agrees their help would be very timely. But Melissa looks on with sharp suspicion, demanding to know the whole story about this sudden act of mercy. He offers a simplified version of events, saying he just happened to meet them. Then adds, as soon as he mentioned the church, they were suddenly inspired by the spirit of volunteer work. Behind him, the thugs wipe sweat profusely and nod convincingly. The abbess, Sister Fiona, looks at him, her face full of complete distrust. "I don't believe this at all," she replies dryly. Daichai begs her to believe in human kindness, and Alicia intervenes, confirming that the story is generally true, and that at least the men will definitely repair the wall, that they will install the fence. Her words were enough to calm Melissa for a while, so Daichai watches as the volunteers start fixing the fence near the orphanage. But Melissa doesn't believe it at all. She mutters that she will accept it only because Alicia vouched for it. Forward, one of the young orphans catches up with him in a moment, pulling on his sleeve. Calling him older brother, she cheerfully thanks him for talking with. With her, before he can fully respond, she quickly slides a small wooden board to him and excitedly orders him to look at the two gears turning on it. She approached, she proudly proclaims, a magical tool she just learned to use yesterday, the day her own magic finally manifested. The discovery shocks Daichai. He turns to Alicia and asks if magic is a gift from birth. Alicia replies that the potential exists, but usually it manifests during the first attempts to use magic. The young girl continues her story for the other children, explaining her success as a magical awakening training given to her by Sister Fiona. Hearing this, another girl adds that maybe she should take her own training more seriously. The words echo in Daichai's mind. Training, the idea of structured exercises to awaken magic, is new to him. His thoughts return again to the nun who runs the orphanage. Behind Sister Fiona's innocent smile seems to hide something more terrible. Behind it lies deception. Daichai proudly stands before Alice and another young orphan, boasting that he was the first to awaken his magic. The girls look at him, amazed that someone so small can already use magical tools. Alicia then calls him and asks how the training for magical awakening is going. As soon as he starts to sweat, Sister Fiona appears behind the children and gently reminds him that boasting is not for everyone. One of the orphans grimaces, and Alicia excitedly declares that she also wants to learn to use magical tools. The second girl supports her and says she wants to create magic. He quickly regains confidence and gives the children a calming gesture, a big thumbs up. He explains that they do not necessarily need magic because the world is full of many other convenient tools. His words are met with deaf, distrustful glances from two girls. Alicia flatly tells him that such things do not exist. Leaning closer and grimacing with a self-satisfied smile, he arrogantly tells them that an adult like him knows what it is. He boasts about a tool that can create light without magic and asks if they want to see it. Then he turns around and walks away, pressing a small device in his hand. A click is heard. One of the girls calls out to him, assuming he means simple things like torches or candles. Two girls exchange a glance, then peek around the corner followed by him. Suspicion grows on their faces. They suddenly appear right in front of the frightened Daichi. Alicia sharply points at him with her finger and exclaims that he does have magic after all. The second girl raises a small, unfamiliar object, a flashlight hand, asks if this is supposedly his magical tool, then challenges him. Demonstrate it. He watches as one of the orphans gasps for breath in amazement. The beam of his flashlight catches her wide-open, captivated eyes and astonished face. A cry of amazement echoes as other children gather together and also freeze in awe. One boy, crumpling his face in disbelief, demands an explanation. Why does it glow if Daichi does not put any magic into it? In the background, Sister Fiona approaches Daichi, worry on her face. She quietly asked him not to tease the children, but instead, he suggested they move to another place to talk properly. As soon as they moved from the spot, he opens the flashlight and inside two cylindrical objects are visible. He explains that they contain a special energy, which is converted and emitted as light. The explanation leaves Sister Fiona speechless. Her eyes widen in disbelief as she asks if it is really possible that the device requires no magical power at all. He confirms her suspicion simply, of course. Turning to the young girl, Alicia, Sister Fiona explains that Mr. Asakura is a merchant from a foreign land who sells many strange and convenient things that are not found on this continent. Later, sitting opposite him at the table, the nun is still trying to process what she heard. She asks once more to confirm that it really does not require magic, and he taps the device, silently confirming. Then her thoughts switch to practical consequences. Such goods will probably be too expensive for the poor. Not knowing exactly what Sister Fiona means by the poor, Daichi shifts his gaze to her with sudden determination and declares that he intends to make these products accessible to everyone in the country so that they can be freely purchased. He elaborates and directly says what he wants. These things should be used precisely by people without magic. Sister Fiona waves it off, saying it is an exaggeration, but Daichi's firm look reveals he is absolutely serious. This conviction was born from a strong first impression. He still remembers the moment he met Karina and her companions, and how immediately he felt a huge gap between those who have magic and those who do not. He unfolded his philosophy, explaining the fundamental divide of this world. Those who had strong and convenient magic could achieve a comfortable life with almost no effort, while those without magic, no matter how fierce their resistance, could not attain such a life. Filled from inside the building, Sister Fiona listened. Her voice trembled with doubt as she asked if such a grand ambition could even be realized. She agreed that perhaps it could not be achieved right now. But his face was unyielding. He firmly stated that someday he would help those without magic to obtain the prosperous life they deserve. Daichi flinched at her sudden change in behavior. Clenching his hands and his face flushed with emotion, Sister Fiona called his plan wonderful. Wonderful? Noticing that she seemed lost in thought, he asked what had happened. She waved it off, saying she was just remembering the past. Then Melissa intervened and, to the surprise of the astonished eye, said that Fiona had also once heard. She was not given magic. Magic? Then Fiona began to tell her story. She admitted that although her family was not wealthy, the time she spent with her father and mother was incredibly happy. Happy? She continued and explained. After the death of her parents, her maternal grandfather took her in and surrounded her with tenderness. She considered this a true happy sign that after her water magic manifested, she had the chance to learn from her grandfather, who was a priest. There is a known, though rare, phenomenon: magical abilities can awaken in a person after their 10th year. And yet our cases are like Fiona's sisters. She awakens and is able to use tribute-based magic. She confirmed this with a quiet smile, acknowledging that she belonged to those rare exceptions. While the group moved on, Melissa watched them with her gaze. It occurred to her that the awakening of magic in Karina was another such rare case. She explains that Fiona might have conducted magic awakening training with the children. Daichi, confused, asks what kind of training it is, and Melissa replies that it resembles a superstition. Continuing, she explains, there is no proof that it works, yet the practice spreads across all social strata, from nobles and wealthy people to the poorest families. Daichi is stunned by this revelation. She clarifies, for impoverished families, magic is perceived as the fastest and most direct way to break free from the chains of power. Beats in poverty. While the group moves on, she says that Fiona had never conducted such training before at Daisy House, but began doing so out of her own conviction. Demolition. Daichi begins to understand. Fiona's own past is closely connected to her actions. Melissa confirms his guess and explains that since Fiona's parents had no magic, they did not live in ease and already knew what hardship was. Well, with the new information, he finally grasped the reason why they moved to the commercial city. Byron, the commercial city Byron, although not free from the gap between rich and poor or discrimination based on magical abilities, has it significantly less than Column. Since trade thrives there, one can build a wealthy life through business affairs in the city, and a considerable part of local prejudices is directed outward. Melissa continues the narrative and reveals, Fiona's parents died shortly after they moved to Byron. Daiichi listens in heavy, silent silence, absorbing the entire burden of the story as they walk further. She recalls that Fiona and her family never truly awakened to magic even after leaving their old town. The conclusion is one they endured significant trials in Byron as well. Well, she finishes her thought and adds, the meeting with her grandfather was a turning point in Fiona's life, but she still lost her parents, a memory she probably finds hard to talk about. She explains, yes, for her it was a fortunate twist of fate, but she strives to give the children the same saving opportunity she once received, so they don't have to endure similar harsh trials. A hard life? Then he asks why other shelters do not conduct magical awakening training. Melissa looks down gloomily and says that Fiona is a truly noble person. And the sad truth is that no one wants to spend money to nurture a talent that might one day surpass their own children. Daiichi emits a muffled sound. Understanding, she confirms his thought without words and says it is a secret. Daiichi catches the hint. Fiona's sister probably conducted magic awakening training and is hiding. He reflects on this and realizes her secret efforts are born from genuine care for the children. Future, his thoughts are interrupted by Alicia. She asks if he is daydreaming. Melissa immediately takes over the conversation, changes the subject, and warns them not to make rash promises that would involve Fiona. Hopes up, she takes over the conversation and leads it to the lighting technology they discussed. She cautions, even with the huge capacity of Daiichi's item box, their supply is finite and their limits are clear. Supply, he agrees in his thoughts, understands that it is almost certainly impossible, and amusingly imagines himself trying to pull the entire planet out of his scent. He admits his thoughts were careless. At first, he planned simply to return to his homeland to replenish supplies when everything ran out, but now he understands it is not that simple. Due to distribution problems, which make it difficult to supply the entire country, he gloomily suggests that it might be barely feasible. Melissa thinks that, although Fiona may not take him seriously, she can still hold on to hope for his dream. Daiichi, with a determined smile, raises his hand and declares that he will do everything within his power. In his power, he listened as Alicia, her eyes wide with inspiration, recalled the dry power element, the very one that was in the tool he had used earlier. She reasoned that it might be possible to create a similar device used magic, and the proposal hit Melissa so hard that she squeezed Daiichi and sharply asked if it could really be. You just watch, equally stunned by the sudden. Alicia calmly explained, it will be difficult, but not from those tasks that seem impossible. The main obstacle, she clarified, is one, research in this particular field has not yet advanced very far away. She added that the key is to find a way to preserve magic. Her great-great-grandmother intervened. It is well known that the user must channel magic directly into the instrument. And the idea of a device powered by stored energy simply never occurred to anyone. Yet she expressed confidence. If they could use her workshop for research, the chance of success was very high. Daiichi decided that it was a great idea and promised to discuss it with Cecilia as soon as he returned. He briefly thought that major research at the university in the capital was the best option, but quickly dismissed the idea. It was unrealistic. For now, then Alicia officially asked if he would agree to cooperate with her in the research, warning that it might even require his help in the capital. He agreed without hesitation. If creating such a device is even possible, it is worth it, and he will gladly go to the capital. If necessary, his passionate yes made Melissa's fur stand up and puff up with excitement. She suggested they go consult her great-grandmother in. Immediately, before they could move, Daiichi's gaze slid toward the large fortified structure far ahead. He pondered how much reconnaissance data squad leader Bradley had managed to obtain. To gather, hearing the name, Alicia asked if their goal was to exchange information with Night Order. Then Melissa inquired if that meant they would accompany Bradley to the Jaredi family. The name made Melissa panic, grabbed Daiichi and demanded to know if he intended to storm the Jaredi family estate. He calmly denied any such intentions, then thoughtfully added, if the Knights ordered him to accompany them, he might have no choice. But before all that happens, he had one more reason to dress. He, together with Alicia, directly addressed Melissa. He recalled the topic they had already discussed earlier. His request was to provide information about the merchants and trading companies behind the sharp increase in foreign trade with the city over the past few years. He asked if she was now ready to cooperate. She responded with a stern expression, reminding that she had already categorically refused this demand. As a worker of the Commerce Guild, she stated that she simply could not leak such information. As if nothing had happened, Daiichi explained that this was exactly why in the morning, even before heading to slums, he was considering the next steps. Depending on the outcome of the future information exchange with the group commander Bradley, he might have to visit or even storm one of the main companies. His attention returned to the present, and he asked Melissa if she was really comfortable being present at the meeting. She confirmed that no, it was not PR. For her, it was a problem. Then she firmly stated that under no circumstances would she ever leak information about him and his affairs. The night order, their agreement was already established, so the door quietly creaked and opened. In the passage stood the squad commander Bradley. He gestured them inside simply. Welcome. Taking a step forward, Daichi accepted the invitation. Then let's start the information exchange, he announced, and added that the previous words were exactly what he needed. He praised her as an exceptionally skilled worker of the Commerce Guild. Bradley looked at them, barely smiling, and said he was looking forward to it. The information war begins, one where neither side can afford to retreat. In a luxuriously furnished room, Daichi Asakura sits opposite Squad Captain Bradley from the Night Order and his two subordinates. The purpose of the meeting is information exchange. Bradley smiles sincerely, truly impressed. He admits he could not have expected Daichi to obtain so much intelligence in such a short time. And Daichi, for his part, looks pleased with the compliment. Raising his cup, he feels a thought racing through his mind. The details provided by Daichi, the connection between runaway adventurers and the Jaletti family, and the alarming possibility that former or even current soldiers of the Kingdom Tarnak are involved, acting under foreign, false identities. Then he voices his surprise. Daichi's intelligence regarding the movements of Goddard and Kiro trading companies far exceeded the expectations of the Night Order. Daichi, looking a bit surprised himself, politely refuses to reveal his source. And as a distraction adds that he definitely heard nothing from Melissa about this. Suddenly hearing her name, Melissa flinches. Bradley remains focused on the interrogation, relentlessly pressing Daichi and demanding where he got this information from. He quickly apologizes for his bluntness but insists he must find out the source. Specifically a person named Kyle with whom there was previously no acquaintance in the Night Order. Daichi weighs all options to himself. He recalls Kyle hired by a person from the trading company with Carrot and Gilbert Graham, a possible key business partner. Not knowing the true motives of the Night Order, he decides that for now it is unwise to reveal Kyle's existence. His hesitation immediately gives him away. Bradley shows disappointment. Daichi deflects again, says the data is unconfirmed, and only then adds, he got it by visiting the slums that same morning. The answer confuses Bradley. Daichi presses further. The Night Order also visited the slums last night, so his efforts are definitely better than doing nothing. Bradley seems to give in, admits they are busy, and that having an ally like Daichi is a huge advantage for them. He again shifts his gaze to Daichi, and a slightly shy grimace appears on his face as he begins to speak. The cat Naki peeks out from somewhere nearby. While he speaks, Alicia Flower approaches, her face anxious. She asks what he meant when he said he wanted to check something about her great-grandmother. Seeing her concern, Bradley turns to her. She exhales with relief and asks him to explain what happened. Bradley explains, the investigation of items found in the basement of Daichi's new estate is complete. They only asked Viscount Heartland to check the medicine as a precaution. Alicia, confused, admits she was worried her ancestor could have been a suspect. Bradley reassures her, if the Viscount were involved, he would not have left such obvious clues. He adds, chasing a false lead is a defeat for them, and hints that the Merchant Guild is actually the more suspicious side. The conversation revealed, the building was previously managed by Klaus Bertram and his secretary. Alicia asked what the Night Order will do next, and Bradley assured her they will not act recklessly. Daichi agreed, noting, there will be a rough approach. He moves closer and lowers his voice to tell Daichi, what he is about to say is confidential. He explains that they must not let their opponents learn about the movements of the Night Order. He continues, showing that he is now summarizing the analysis of the collected substances, and plans to visit Viscount Heartland that evening to discuss it. Now sitting nearby, Bradley officially asks Daichi if he would agree to attend the meeting as well. He says that personally he would be very grateful for Daichi's cooperation, and he immediately agrees. Planning the visit, Alicia asks how many members of the Night Order will come. Bradley says it will be only him and two officials who handle the analysis. Alicia rejoiced and clapped her hands, declaring that she would prepare dinner for everyone including Daichi. She suggested, let everyone talk over a calm meal. Her chest swelled with impatient anticipation for the sake of the secret meeting. Daichi looked at her and understood. She was sinking deeper into the role of detective as well as into the underworld. Williams, Bradley, he almost imperceptibly calmed her anxiety. He proposed to have the conversation during dinner but warned, the topic of their discussion might turn out to be not so tasty. After his words, Alicia's smiling face immediately lost its color and hid in deep disappointment. However, he seemed not to have lost his mood, smiled, apologized for the inconvenience, and stated that it would be an honor to join. Then Melissa appeared, cheerfully asked if she could join. Daichi could only sigh, realizing the dinner to discuss drug analysis was about to turn into complete chaos. Soon Daichi, Bradley, and Melissa, the incredible trio, headed to the Viscount's residence. Daichi looked up in surprise as soon as they reached this impressive two-story building. Inside was laid out a luxurious banquet meal. Alicia, now in an apron, proudly declared that she had put her soul into it. Bradley praised how delicious it looked and how beautifully everything was served and earned a grateful smile from the young hostess. Meanwhile, in another location, Klaus Bertram was reviewing the report together with one of Bradley's armored knights. "Your assessment was correct," Klaus said, smiling satisfactorily. "You did well." The knight bowed gratefully. Returning to dinner, Daichai mentally verified the facts. According to the official investigation, 2 types of drugs were found. One of them turned out to be nothing other than ordinary sleeping pills. While the conversation continues over dinner, Klaus Bergtram develops the results. He confirms that one of the substances was indeed an unknown drug with sedative effects, but rejects this conclusion as insufficient. Sufficient, he leans forward and explains. If they had used a bit more imagination during the analysis, they would have come to a different conclusion. He insists that the answer is not in a simple label for the sedative. Bradley, his face suddenly becoming serious, asks what exactly Klaus means by the other conclusion. 2 of his subordinates remain silent and watch closely from behind. Behind his back, Klaus reveals the true, terrifying purpose of the drug. With regular use, it reduces the user's cognitive abilities and makes them indifferent. Bradley, pushed to the edge, immediately asks if this means people can be controlled at will. He clarifies if Klaus has any leads. The revelation visibly shocks both Daichai and Elite. Alicia, Bradley quickly brushes off his own question as if it is just a guess. But Daichai notices his reaction and thinks that this is how a person looks when struck by an unpleasant truth. And he begins to doubt whether the same phenomena are happening in other incidents. Convergence of circumstances. While Daichai is pondering this, Klaus notices his sharp intuition and thinks to himself, the boy is smart. The idea of leading people, I hold on to it in. In the air, suddenly Deity is illuminate. A thought strikes his head. His eyes widen as he calculates the options. If he changes the dose and frequency of intake, he can precisely adjust the drug's effect. Effects, he slaps his palms on the table, making others flinch, and begins to voice his theory from one very specific, for example. He asks Klaus if it is possible to adjust the drug so that it only causes a decline in thinking and willpower, so that the subject becomes dependent on others for decisions. Klaus confirms that this is possible, adding, 6 months of experimentation will be more than enough to determine the exact dosage needed to collect such. With Klaus's confirmation, the final part falls into place for Daichai. He fully understands that the puzzle must be. The problem was solved. He turned to the girls, an uncertain worry frozen on his face, and asked if the sisters and staff in the Lillian Rose houses really looked like people who could be involved in such a thing. That was the plan. Klaus told about the grim hypothesis. The medicine was given to the sisters and staff to create a breakthrough, a moment of weakness that would allow the children to be kidnapped. If that was their way, then from their wonderthing the same. Lines. Feeling this, Daichai immediately understood. The damage in Daisy House was so minor because frequent visits by Sister Fiona left no opportunity to administer that drug. And the connection between the underground room and the kidnappings suddenly formed in his mind. It was all one continuous link. Incident. With a shocking realization, his suspicion shifted. He noticed that this made the original owner of the house Farrell, the 5th son of the Viscount and a pharmacist who had already researched unknown medicines, much more suspicious. He had been wary of him from the start, and now his involvement seemed almost. Most likely, Klaus gently interrupted his thoughts, hinting that they would continue the conversation over dinner, which was already been prepared. In that moment, Alicia and Melissa spread out a grand feast. Alicia, slightly swaying from excitement, nudged him to eat before her dish got cold. While the group discussed plans, Nike and Pitchen were already enjoying their own food from a bowl on the floor. Melissa also began eating with half. Happy home. When night fell over the city, the decision had already been made. The former owner of the house, Morgan Farrell, was in the capital, so his concern would have to be postponed. Further investigation with the church and the orphanage was also postponed. Taking a bite of food, Daichai returned to Bradley. He recalled the squad leader's earlier words, rescuing victims is the main priority, but it is no less important to destroy the Jolty family. So he asked when they would finally do it. Make your move. Bradley met his gaze and calmly simply replied. This time Daichai's look in response stunned him. Suddenly, he staggered. I am. He did not say this directly, but explained that this was a strictly secret matter, and that all other accomplices except Daichai had already gathered in a separate place. With a frowning face, he urged Daichai to prepare himself. When he spoke, his subordinates were seen behind him eating. After that, Bradley confirmed the mission understanding with Klaus. Clarifying whether the target was the Giletti family, he said his squad would conduct a raid on Cairo Trading Company. Klaus clarified the plan for him. He said that simultaneously the squad led by Captain Bradley would storm the Giletti family, while a separate unit was to handle the trading company Cairo. Daichai listened, stunned. Revelation. Daichai and Alicia froze in shock, and Klaus turned to Bradley and asked if he had obtained the necessary evidence. Bradley calmly replied that what they had was already insufficient. He adds that they have already managed to confirm The Jolty family is hiding 5 wanted individuals including Peter and Jeffrey, and they are under surveillance, but they have almost no evidence against the trading company Kairu. Continuing, Bradley explains, it is quite natural to suspect that Kairu has connections with the Jolty family. Then the focus shifts to Kyle Palmer. He notices that Kairu uses him to strengthen contacts with merchants from Tar. He insists that the very presence of Kairu is already suspicious and concludes, this is the perfect chance to use him as bait. Returning to the present, Bradley's expression hardens as he declares that the Jolty family will be destroyed tonight. The rough smashing of a piece of food with a fork emphasizes his bloody determination, leaving Daich eyes revealed in horror. When night covers the city, Fiona's sister and one of the orphans look out the window, their gaze fixed on the nearby building that is under dark sky. In the adjacent alley, Daich and Alicia stand next to Bradley and his assembled squad of cloaked knights. Bradley surveys their forces and says they have gathered a fairly decent number. The assembled group stood before the target building, outlining the ruthless necessities of their mission. Bradley stated that they cannot allow any target to escape, especially when they have someone to save. He emphasized, without the force to crush resistance, they will not reach the key. Kidnapped children, Daichi confirmed, understanding, recalling that there are at least 3 targets to rescue. Bradley agreed but warned, he must keep in mind the possibility that there may be more. In mind, Daichi stated, 25 mages in their company including himself will be more effective than 50 guards. But one of those present, Alan, asked if there were not too few knights for the external contract. Daichi noted their amazingly high level of trust, considering that they have not yet. Bradley saw how he fought. Standing on the roof, he looked at the darkened city and turned to Daichi. He wanted to confirm the hint in their strategy, asked if this means their priority is destruction. Confirmed this grimly. The worst possible outcome, as he explained, is to allow even one of their targets to slip away. He said that every participant in the operation, except Daichi and Alicia, was specially selected for the ability to guarantee to complete destruction. Although Daichi considered the plan excessive, he accepted the conditions. He said he relies on them and will do whatever is necessary when the time comes. Below assembled forces. He waited for the signal. From the rear of the group, Alan spoke up, the fencing examiner. He sharply threw a question to Bradley, asking if he was worried that by taking command of the company, he would cause offense. For this mission, Alan's words made Daichi hold his breath. He remembered how Bradley explained he was given the order because he was too deeply involved in the kidnapping investigation. He glanced at Alan, who smiled boldly as if he understood everything. Bradley calmly admitted, most likely there would be offense, but he shrugged it off, saying he didn't care and that this problem for him. Alan looked impressed and noted that platoon commander Bradley was as bold as ever. Bradley interrupted him and said to Alan, drop the official titles. While they were in the field, Daichi doubted the decision to involve Alicia. He understood that she was being deployed into battle, but was not sure if the command knew about her connection with Pichun and her magical accuracy. He did not believe the words, but how could they be so crazy as to bring the treasure's daughter Viscount Heartland? In another part of the stage area, Bradley explains the situation to the concerned Alan. He says he had no choice. Not only did Alicia insist on participating, but Viscount Heartland himself asked to allow her to accompany them. Alan, with a tense expression, continues the explanation. He says that after long arguments, they had to agree for her to join Daichi in the assault team. After that, he asked to forget about the topic, clearly pained by the decision. Nearby, Captain Jeffrey eavesdrops and roars his own orders to Daichi. He declares that his men will handle capturing the targets, and Daichi's sole duty is to protect Alicia with all his might. In a closer episode, Daichi only smiles when Nike's cat meows. He responds joyfully, holding Nike up. He tells Jeffrey that this cat is his lucky charm, playfully hinting that now he has two things to protect. Alicia, hearing the conversation, proudly shows her own companion. With a wide smile, she announces that she brought a pie Chan along as well. Jeffrey notes their youthful confidence and says that wearing lucky amulets is a usual ritual for those who have to go into battle. He gives Daichi a firm, supportive path on the shoulder, then his mood sharply changes to complete focused seriousness. He looks Daichi straight in the eyes and once again gives the order with terrifying force. Ensure that no harm comes to Alicia. In the background, Alicia watches confused, not understanding what is happening. Sharp change of tone. She steps forward, thanks Jeffrey for his concern, but firmly reminds him to put the mission first. She states that she herself is capable of using powerful magic, and that if it comes to that, Pichun is. Yet Daichi crashes into battle with unwavering determination. He declares, his main task is to prevent Alicia from using combat magic and to stop a possible fierce attack by Pichun. And still he swears. He will not let the enemy go, and will not allow him to touch Alicia, even with a finger, confident that he can handle it. The confident look confuses and impresses Alicia. Pressing her mouth with her palms, she shines with her eyes, whispering like F. Whether he is reliable or not doesn't matter. Captain Jeffrey leans forward, his gaze stern, and throws a final, insistent warning. He emphasizes, Daichi must ensure that this capture operation does not escalate into Escape through the mirror. In a moment under the cover of darkness, Daiichi and others raise their heads to the walls. A gloved hand rises. As the hand lowers, a dazzling flash of light cuts through the sky and signals. Signal to begin the assault. In response, Platoon Commander Bradley roars an order for the 1st to 4th Squadrons to attack, and as soon as the command strike and lay them all down sounds, evil surges together. The raid begins and Daiichi's and Alicia's eyes widen as the operation is set in motion. As Daiichi and his companions prepare to storm the hideout of a man named Jaredy, a sudden, violent explosion bursts from inside the building and catches them by surprise. The explosion tears through a room full of armed men, scattering bodies and debris throughout the space. Its force is enormous, guards are completely bewildered and fail to recover in time. In this chaos, Squad Commander Bradley gives his knights a sharp command. He orders them to neutralize everyone so that no one escapes, and one of his men notices the strangeness of the sudden raid. One by one, the bandits inside, realizing they are under attack, panic and rush to response. Their leader roars, ordering them to engage in battle, and drives his men forward into the thick of it. A dark, deafening force strikes one of the mercenaries and he instantly loses the ability to move. Daiichi swallows his breath, eyes wide open, watching the brutal, merciless efficiency of the knights. His shock quickly changes to determination. His heart pounds wildly as he shouts to the knights, "Go forward but do not kill the boss." When Nike the cat rubs against his leg, he focuses on his thoughts. Now it is time for his part of the work. He manages to catch a moment a figure dashed down the corridor. Nike lets out a questioning meow, and Daiichi narrows his eyes and recognizes it's him. Pichan chirps on his shoulder and Nike lies at his feet. He calls Alicia, saying that the man ran into the corridor and they must chase. She responds with a determined yes. As they prepare to give chase, Alicia confirms the suspicion. The man who fled is Gerald Jaredy, the boss. He recalls the intel checked before the raid. Their target is Gerald Jaredy, a rank C mage, equally skilled in non-magical branches and wind magic. While this information whirls through his mind, some thug blocks their path. Daiichi quickly checks Alicia, asks if her body enhancement and magical equipment are ready. She replies that she is fine. Meanwhile, the thug growls loudly, and Daiichi orders her to stay close. In the blur of movement, he tears past the stunned guard and rushes straight to the door through which Jaredy escaped. He landed in a crouch inside the next room, and the heavy door slammed shut behind him. He stands up and looks around, no one in the room, a dead end. Suddenly, Alicia and Nike appear in the doorway. The little cat twitches, cautiously raises his head and his gaze fixes on one spot on the floor. Daiichi turns, surprised at how sharply he reacted. The cat found an almost invisible seam in the floorboards. "Well done, Nike," Daiichi exclaims, immediately realizing that his companion found the way. He presses on the floor and it collapses, revealing a hidden ladder. He explains to Alicia, the mechanism is crude, worse than those assembled by Cecilia. They descend into the darkness below and find a young woman lying motionless on the stone floor. Daiichi rushes to her and asks if she is okay. Alicia calls her one of the kidnapped children. When Daiichi acknowledges this, Nike sharply twitches his ear. His sharp senses catch something else in the shadows. The cat's warning is a moment late. A figure slips out of the darkness, Gerald Jaredy, and he drives a fist toward Daiichi, the fist crackling with energy. Both Daiichi and Nike are left staring in shock. The corridor echoes with that blow. Nearby, hearing the commotion, Alicia and Melissa call out Daiichi's name anxiously. In his mind, he projects a funny picture for them as if to say, he is fine, and holding a banner that says, "I'm okay." The mental projection fades. Relief does not let go of him. He stopped Alicia and Pachin from rampaging, but inside he scolds himself again. Because of him, they almost caused trouble. And he feels he has not grown up yet. His focus abruptly returns to the present. Jaredy, stunned that Daiichi is completely unharmed, grabs the captive girl and presses a knife to her. The girl sobs uncontrollably and begs for help with all her might, and Daiichi recognizes his opponent. Jaredy can only mutter, "Impossible." In response, Daiichi casually touches his chest with his palm and asks if that is all he has. He taunts the man, saying an attack of that level could not even make a hole in his clothes. Then he sharply points his finger directly at his opponent, his voice cold and firm. He declares, if the previous strike was the limit of Jaredy's strength, then he should simply surrender. Enraged, Jaredy shouts for him to shut up and lunges forward again. Daiichi calmly raises his hand to intercept the attack. At that moment, Alicia appears in the passage behind. He presses the advantage, claiming he sees through the man's plans, and asks if the wall hides a secret passage or if it's just a bathroom. For the third time, he orders him to surrender. Cornered, Jaredy tightens his grip even more, pressing the girl who whines and asks if Daiichi is ready for the consequences. The kidnapper, Gerald Jaredy, showers Daiichi with a furious look for his confidence. "Shut your isolated trap," he growls. Daiichi does not falter and replies that his words benefit Jaredy himself, which only fuels the man more. He switches to F. He continues, explaining that Jaredy's attack magic is useless and cannot even scratch him. Inside, Daiichi begs the man to stop because he is afraid any further provocation will force Pachin to act. Giretti can only watch momentarily stunned by this statement. His concern shifts to the children behind. He glances at the frightened Alicia. Although her magical armor will most likely protect her, his own magic is not enough to protect the others. He shudders at the thought that Peichin is about to move. Moving, at that moment the young girl Giretti holds her captive. Connie screams hysterically in fear, begging her older brother Daichi to save her. It seems the police have tightened the screws so much that Giretti only became more determined. He wanted to take Daichi alive, but now he understands. When a child's life is at risk and Peichin is ready to strike, they could all die. To do, Giretti snorts contemptuously, telling Daichi he can run, but Daichi answers directly, no, he will not leave. His main goal is to save the children safely. Catching Giretti is only second to that. He adds a warning and tells the kidnapper, if he continues to waste time, the knights will soon break into that room. Giretti hesitates, realizing he cannot trust Daichi will attack the moment the child is freed. From his vantage point, Peichin sees that Giretti seems well acquainted with such underhanded tactics. While Giretti is lost in thought, Daichi appears in motion like a whirlwind. His hand flashes forward and firmly grips the kidnapper's leg around the ankle. Stunned, Giretti lowers his gaze and demands to know who his opponent is. In response, Daichi's cold, composed glare. He holds the troublemaker by the ankle, and determination tightens into focus on his face as he declares that the man is nothing but a killer. Merchant, the declaration seems to enrage Gerald Gurati, clicks his tongue in annoyance. Nearby, Alicia Flower watches the scene unfold, and her little bird companion chirps from its perch on her shoulder. Gerald's eyes widen and sharp distrust slides across his face. The boy is behaving too boldly. The bird lets out another quiet chirp as Alicia watches, a drop of sweat appearing on her tail. Temple, his shock turns into a panic recognition, shouts the name Blue Inferno. The hostage Connie continues to cry, trapped between everything escalating at the conference. Before Giretti can make another move, Daichi twists the man's leg, pins him down with his own weight, and pushes him so that he helplessly spins in the air, flying away from the girl. Threat neutralized and Giretti falls. He allows himself a bright, relieved smile and announces that it is finally over. As soon as he said this, the rescued Connie along with Alicia Heartland and Alicia Flower burst out with expressions of boundless relief and joy. The bird Blue Inferno chirps cheerfully, celebrating this safe ending. At night, the city remains in a state of tension. After the attack on the mafia hideout, guards in cloaks stand watch over the broken buildings as if the job is already done. The raid was directed at the Giretti family. Now they have posted wanted flyers. They confirm that the boss, Gerald Giretti, and several others suspected of being former soldiers from the city are already detained. But the rest are still on the run. Instead, another key objective of that night, Operation Caro Company, was supposedly taken without any bloodshed. Daichi confirms this fact to Squad Commander Bradley, but adds that this is the perfect moment to completely destroy the Giretti family. The memory of how the fist shatters the window flashes in Bradley's mind. He clenches his own fist, bursts into swearing from helpless despair. The key figure from Carol Company's man, believed to be Kyle Palmer, managed to seize the escape. Bradley, Stuss, Daichi, and Alicia move on, and Daichi notes that he has never seen the squad leader so openly emotional. They arrive even before the commercial guild building. Alicia notices Daichi's distracted gaze and asks what happened, but he brushes it off. Inside, Bradley recoils in surprise when Daichi and Alicia enter and greet him good morning. Bradley asks why they came to the commercial guild. Daichi explains they have business with Edward, and at that moment Edward appears surprised, his eyes widening when he sees them. He looks directly at Squad Captain Bradley, who asks why he is here at all. Bradley says Edward is now his responsibility, and Daichi calmly explains his business is exactly related to that situation. Then Bradley shifts attention and asks Edward why Melissa was appointed his direct curator. Daichi interrupts the conversation and accuses Bradley, saying he shifted this hassle onto Melissa while hiding out of sight. He advises him to be more prudent. In response, Bradley asks if they came to seize documents related to Carol Company. Daichi slightly smiles and confirms he is just borrowing them for a moment. That is, while they assess the situation, Daichi admits. Even though the Giretti family was dismantled and Carol Company leadership taken over, the incident is not truly over. He understands there is still a mountain of business ahead because the main cause remains unresolved: the connection with the town art kingdom. His thoughts again hit the sharpest problem: the kidnapped victims, mostly children from the orphanage who are still missing. He knows the church and guard investigations are ongoing, and they also need to identify any agents from the city or kingdom hiding in the streets. And the conclusion comes: there are not enough people, so very soon they will have to turn to mages and adventurers without any blame. Bradley waved off broader concerns as a separate problem. While Daichi and Alicia pass by him and Edward, he directly asked if they managed to find Kel Palmer. He continues to weigh the situation in his head, voicing suspicion that the person named Kyle Palmer might not have existed. He admits that this name is just a ghost, a lure created to throw their investigation off course. Returning, Daichai confirms that he also considered this possibility. After that, he asks Bradley to share all the details with him later, and this seems to unexpectedly impress the squad commander before he sinks into thought. Bradley agrees and says he will arrange a meeting at a time convenient for them. Daichai immediately suggests that today would be ideal, preferably sometime in the morning. He returned to Alicia and said he had something important on his mind. He was thinking it over. She asked if he was really going to meet Edward just as squad leader Bradley left, saying goodbye to them. His thoughts cleared to a firm decision. Suddenly he called out from somewhere near Alyssa and Alicia immediately joined. He explained to the young girl, if his theory is correct, then a meeting with Edward is necessary. A shout called Melissa. She appeared with a sharp, irritated face, her cat ears twitching. She demanded to know what was so urgent here, while Daichai and Alicia watched her approach. Coach calmly stated his purpose. He told her he came because he needed to talk to Edward. Nearby, Nike purred defiantly. She was being petted on the counter. When she did not respond immediately, his patience snapped. He leaned far over the counter and roared at the top of his lungs, Edward, which made the frightened Melissa sharply recoil. His sudden outburst confused her. She demanded to know what was wrong with him and accused him of abandoning his duties just to go on a visit to a client. Despite her reproaches, she seemed to give in, her cheeks covered with a light blush. She asked if he knew where Edward was. While she spoke, already holding Nike, she turned, looking at the newcomer. The newcomer turned out to be Sister Fiona. She greeted them politely, handed over a document, and called it a sales report from the shelter stalls, then gently reproached Melissa for making Mr. Asakura wait. As if she did not care, Melissa replied that the papers at Daisy House were always impeccably organized. After a short pause, Melissa again focused on Daichai and asked what he needed. In response, he simply handed Nike to her just like Alicia Watt. The cat needed no further encouragement. She leapt from Daichai's hands and immediately clung to Melissa's face. Her fluffy body completely covered the head while Melissa wildly twitched in shock. She protests that Daichai went too far with his teasing, and Sister Fiona, holding the purring cat Nike, seems to find something interesting in this situation, but he laughed it off. But in a moment his amusement disappeared and he returned to the main point. He asked where Edward was now. About her condition, Melissa recovers and explains. Edward is currently with the head of the Godot Merchant Association, so there is no point in waiting for him before 2 in the afternoon. In the afternoon, she adds that the head is currently on a business trip. Impressed, Daichai asks where the Godot merchant partner is located. He insists on more information, clarifies that the head, Darul Godot, is hunting today, and asks if she knows exactly where it is happening. Melissa admits she does not know the details. Then his gaze stops on Sister Fiona. He asks if she is acquainted with Mr. G. Godot. She clasps her hands, thanking from the bottom of her heart, and explains that Mr. Godot is a great philanthropist. He makes generous donations to the church, especially to the orphanage. She expresses her deep gratitude. To him, he acknowledges this, notes that Fiona has been invited to raids at Mr. Godot several times, but again insists his main business is with Edward. Then he directly asks Sister Fiona if she knows the place, explaining that he also wants to meet the head. Still looking stunned, she apologizes and says she was not invited to this hunt. Suddenly Melissa explodes, nervously firing questions about Daichai's intentions. She lectures him, do not show up without warning, do not interrupt a business meeting, and do not drag Edward forcibly. Daichai snaps irritably and replies that he would never do that. So rudely, he seems to say, throwing it to the urgent Melissa that today he will give up trying to meet Edward. Noticeably relieved, she shouts that she believes him, and Alicia smiles happily from behind the residence door. Resolution. Alicia then thanks Sister Fiona for bringing several documents and tells Melissa not to worry that she interrupted her work. In a slight nod, Sister Fiona turns and leaves while Daichai watches her go. As soon as she disappears, he returns to Alicia and confirms that he understands correctly. The head of the merchants, Mr. Godot, is definitely hunting. Alicia agrees, adding that he usually is not. Evening, he closes his eyes. The plan, which is just beginning to take shape, is already emerging somewhere in his head, but his thoughts are interrupted by the appearance of Guard Captain and Commander Aaron. They ask if they should come back later. Daichi turns and agrees that they be best. The Guard Captain explains that he just wanted to continue their previous conversation, which was interrupted. After that, he asks Adi if he all is well. Meanwhile, a memory from Alyssa about Moyle surfaces. She suddenly realizes she urgently needs to attend to matters outside the city and wonders if Daikai. In a hurry, the Guard Captain asks Daikai if he has dealings with Mr. Godot. Daikai asserts, as a merchant, he seeks to meet influential people in the city, but Commander Aaron intervenes, accusing Daikai of actually coming because of Edward and planning to disrupt the hunt. At these words, Daikai freezes completely. Off guard, he quickly recovers and, shrugging and smiling apologetically, explains that he simply decided it would be more convenient to meet both men at the same time. The Guard Captain seems to understand, mutters and continues. His enrollment, his leadership is not thrilled. Commander Aaron reproaches him, saying that the supposed chance encounter with Godot is too reckless. Melissa, standing next to Aaron, fully supports this, calling the idea absurd. He returns to Alicia and tries to slow down, saying, it's not even certain that they will manage to meet Godot on the first place. However, Melissa continues to argue heatedly with Commander Aaron. She insists that the risk of angering a person of Godot's stature far outweighs any possible potential benefit. Aaron silently raises his index finger and, as if giving an order, points it directly at her. He orders Melissa to accompany Daichai and leaves her in complete despair. Stunning, later in the office, Richard gives Melissa instructions. If they do not meet Godot, all is well. But if they do meet, she will intervene and ensure the situation is resolved properly. He moves smoothly and without jerks. She immediately objects, lowers her head and begs him to wait. According to her, the responsibility is too heavy. She is not capable of bearing this burden. Or, having heard this by chance, does she realize that he himself became the cause of her death? For suffering, Richard grabs her by the shoulders and shouts that only she can do this. Daichai steps forward, trying to refuse the agreement on her behalf, insisting that Melissa has nothing to do with his plans and she should not be involved. He explains his reasoning directly. Melissa is entrusted to Daichai. Since Daichai can meet Godot the merchant representing the whole city, her presence as a handler is not negotiable. With a sharp punch, Richard declares that the matter is settled. Devastated, Melissa shouts that she understands and agrees to accompany him. Daichai warns Melissa that Edward may have to say some harsh things and that she might see and hear things she would rather not. She replies that she has been in the dangerous Lint Forest more than once, so she can even use simple combat magic. Ready for what's to come, she confidently stated that although she does not fully understand, she is a professional. But the smug expression on her face quickly vanished into nothing only one of those that confuses. Her bewilderment was met with the sight of Daichai. He seemed to be dozing or completely lost in himself. Own thoughts. Finally, he moved not with an explanation but with a new question. He extended his hand, gesturing for her to wait, and declared that he had one more. For her, he posed a hypothetical choice. Would she prefer to remain happily unaware of a terrible event somewhere she is not, or be forced to face harsh? Firmly, without retreat. His gaze was steady as he pressed her, demanding an answer. Which of the two scenarios she would choose? The strange question left Richard, Aaron, and Alicia, who were watching, completely bewildered. Daichai clarified it was a question about her determination. After a short pause, Melissa began to speak. She stated that she would choose the second option, and explained, even if she did not know that something was happening, she could still find out about it. Eventually, she came to the conclusion. It was much better for her to be on the spot and see how events unfold than to learn about everything post factum. Daichai looks away. His face shows seriousness. He himself admits it. In fact, he did not like it. Melissa looks at him intently and asks if he perhaps means a Sakura. The scene shifts to a dense forest. Daichai walks alongside Klaus. Klaus says it is a coincidence, he was just thinking about that. Then he asks Daichai if he perhaps knows the place where Godot hunts. From the hiding place, Melissa notices. For someone who supposedly does not know the way, Daichai moves forward without any hesitation. So far, Daichai defensively exclaims, assuring he would never dream of knowing such a thing. Nike, a small cat, aloud clarifies for himself, they really do not know where Godot is, just. He reveals that he was just following one person, using Nike as a reference point. Behind, Melissa calls out to Daichai and Nike anxiously. Daichai quickly thanks, while Alicia points forward with her hand. She says that just ahead of them, a group of people has gathered. This news surprises both Melissa and Klaus. Daichai's attention scatters when a huge shrimp appears near his head, followed by the terrible roar of a giant black tiger. Daichai, in a fit of pure shock, shouts the name of the creature. Hiding behind tree-covered trunks, Melissa quietly murmurs to Klaus that even if they manage to find Godot, there is no guarantee they can approach him safely. The memory of the meeting fades as Daichai sits down calmly, determination flashing in his eyes. He thinks. He hates the very idea of giving up without even trying. He and his companions were making their way through the dense forest. The goal was clear: to find the leader of the Goddard Merchant Guild. The group was making their way forward through dense thickets, while the canopy overhead cast dappled rays of sunlight onto the path. As he walked, his thoughts drifted to a recent mention, Edward's joyful morning greeting, which was suddenly cut short by the unexpected appearance of Fiona, and Melisathier gazes darkened for a moment. The memory prompted a complaint from Alisash, grumbled that she was too busy herself. Alicia, walking beside her, asked why she had even decided to join. Klaus then interrupted the conversation and explained his motive. He wanted to hear Daichai's opinion about the current incident, especially regarding the mysterious figure, Kyle Palmer, who was orchestrating the events. Klaus admitted. Although their immediate goal was to find Edward, he suspected that Kyle's true aim was to find out what he himself thought. Melissa gently shook her head with slight irritation, while Alicia directly asked why Klaus gave so much importance to the opinion of some ordinary merchant. Klaus gave her a lenient, understanding look and dispelled her skepticism. He explained that, in his opinion, Daichai was as mysterious a figure as Kyle Palmer. Hearing this, Daichai quietly admitted defeat. He had to agree, Klaus was right. Right? Klaus simply asked for a little patience. They assured him that their work would not take long. Meanwhile, the group continued their journey deeper into the forest. He watches as the blue hellfire, Pichan, bursts into the sky and flies through the clouds, a streak of turquoise flame against the sky. When the bird lands, Nike comments that her ability to track by sin has limits and admits that she is not a dog. Melissa cannot believe her ears when she realizes that Pichan had been watching them from high above all along. He turns to Melissa and informs her that they are very close to the destination. He tells him that finding their target will not be so easy, because the leader of the Merchants Guild, Goddard, changes the location of his hunts every time. Then he asks if she could at least share the locations of past hunts, says it would be a great help, but she firmly refuses. She explains her logic and warns, wandering aimlessly in the forest thicket with sticky moss is dangerous, even though monsters are usually weak. She challenges him and asks what he would do if a high-ranking creature suddenly appeared, say, a king ape. Klaus interrupts their exchange and orders Melissa to stop. He reminds her, Daichai has already confirmed that he is ready for any dangers that may await them. From where he stands, he gazes at the rest of their company, Klaus, Melissa, and Alicia, and waits for them to move further along the forest path. Melissa reconsiders, acknowledging that with their current team they are likely capable of handling any threat. Daichai agrees that this is possible, but internally understands. Danger is very real. He recalls that high-ranking monsters like king apes are known to inhabit Lent Forest. His thoughts drift to an even greater level of power. He remembers the first monster he fought upon entering this world, a creature known as the Black Tiger.